Recorded Books presents The Princess Knight by G.A. Aiken, narrated by Mia Barron. Part 1. Prologue. As soon as Brother Gemma led her platoon of monk knights into the monastery courtyard of the Order of Righteous Valor, she knew she was in for some horse shit. Not hard to figure out. When one was part of a brotherhood of vicious, violent, and war-god-loving warriors, one learned to sense when the winds of change had shifted. She stopped her horse in the middle of the courtyard and examined the area. Her squire, Samuel, stopped next to her. "Everything all right?" he asked. "No. Is there something I should be panicking about? I'm very good at panicking." She already realized that, but at least the boy knew himself well. "I don't think there's a reason to panic. At least, not yet." She dismounted from her horse and handed the reins to Samuel. "Dagger did well, didn't he?" the boy asked, petting her horse's muzzle. Gemma had been forced to replace her beloved mare just 2 months back. She still missed Kriegzorn, but Dagger had proven his worth in battle. "Dagger has done very well. Your suggestion was a good one." "Thank you, brother." The small, tentative smile on Samuel's face suddenly faded, and Gemma knew that, yes, those winds of change had definitely shifted. She turned and saw Master Sergeant Alessandro walking up to her. "Brother Gemma." "Brother Alessandro?" "Your presence has been requested in the Chamber of Valor." "Why?" It amused her to see Alessandro's left eye twitch simply because she insisted on asking why. That's why she asked why, just to watch that left eye twitch. "Because it's an order," he told her. "But you said request. A request is not an order. An order is an order. A request is more of an option, so I ask why to find out if it's something I really want to do, and, quite honestly, it's Brother Gemma." Gemma blinked, twice. "Yes, sir?" He pointed at the monastery. "So it is an order. Fair enough." She faced Samuel. "Bed down Dagger for the night, would you, Samuel?" "Of course, brother." She gave him a wink so he wouldn't worry, even though she knew he would anyway, and headed toward the monastery. Alessandro followed right behind, which didn't concern her. He always acted as if she was about to make a wild run for it. He seemed to continually expect the worst from her. She wasn't quite sure why, other than he simply didn't like her. But that was his choice. She knew that not everyone was going to like her. She was fine with that. She was a war monk. She rode into battle and cut down her enemies without a thought. She and the platoon she led had just cut down an entire band of thieves that had been attacking undefended villages. She still had blood on her face and hands. With that going on in the world, why would she care if the master sergeant of her monastery liked her or not? She was more concerned about whether she'd managed to keep her knights alive. She had. What else mattered? They arrived at the Chamber of Valor, one of their most important rooms in the monastery, and Gemma walked in. She immediately assessed what she saw before her. Grand elders were in attendance. Monks who worked directly with the Grand Master of their order on important decisions. Also waiting were her 3 battle cohorts, Katla, Kier, and Shona. Bound together from day one, the 4 of them had trained together since they were novitiates, had experienced their first battles together, had risen through the ranks together, and to this day were as close as 4 people could be after washing pieces of their enemies' brains out of one another's hair. Last of those awaiting Gemma's arrival were several generals, including the dreaded Lady Ragna. The monk knights called her Lady Ragna because she was not a lady, and they all hated her. Not exactly a joke that played well, but few cared. Whenever the woman walked by, The area cleared like rats running from a burning forest. The only ones who didn't run were the monk knights chosen for Ragna's army. She had her own legion, used only when called upon by the Grand Master and elders. And then there was Brother Sprenger and a few of his minions. Sprenger hated Gemma, so she was surprised to see him here, unless he had another complaint to lodge against her. Over the years, he'd had quite a few of those. So many she barely noticed them anymore. They came in scrolls, and she had to listen while a general informed her of what she'd done wrong. When it was over, she'd put the scroll in a box. One day she planned to piss on that box. But not yet. She wanted something substantial to piss on. A real tower of piss scrolls. Gemma took her place beside her battle cohorts, bracing her legs apart, clasping her hands behind her back. She waited while one of the generals began to drone on about something. She honestly wasn't paying attention. Life was too short to be this bored. Finally, after a good 30 minutes, she hadn't even had a bath yet. Did they not see she'd just come back from another hard-won battle? Couldn't all this have waited until she had gotten the blood of her enemies out of her hair? It was so damn sticky. She wanted nothing more than to scratch her scalp with both hands. The general got to the point. On this day, we brothers are here to advance you cohorts, from lieutenants to majors, and to grant upon you all the benefits that accompany said advancement. Huh. Look at that. She was getting a promotion. That was nice. Please, Brother Shona, Brother Kier, Brother Gemma, and Brother Katla repeat after me. Wait! A voice rang out. Brother Thomason, an elder, looked up from the important missives he'd been reading during this whole boring ordeal. Brother Sprenger? Sprenger walked into the center of the chamber and stood there a moment for maximum effect before announcing, I refuse to sanction this advancement for Brother Gemma. Thomason stood so fast his chair skidded back, nearly knocking out his poor assistant, which was actually kind of funny because the man was 6'5" and nearly 300 pounds. He'd fought in more wars than Gemma could count, but then so had Thomason. Gemma's battle cohorts didn't hide their annoyance either. They dropped their proper listening to their superiors poses and stood ready to argue with anyone and everyone. The only one who didn't react much was Ragna, although she did smirk, the bitch. She is not ready for such an advancement, and if you insist on this course, Sprenger continued, I will be forced to take this to the Grand Master. Excellent, Thomason shot back. Why don't we all take it to the Grand Master this very minute? I'm sure he'd love to hear your reasons as to why. It's okay. The brothers stopped arguing, and everyone focused on her. What was that, Brother Gemma? Thomason asked. I said it's okay, Brother Thomason. She shrugged. I'll wait until next time. No, Katla pushed. You will not wait until next time. We all go now, or we all wait. Do not get hysterical. I am not hysterical. I am pissed. If you don't get the rank now, Shona reminded her, you'll have to wait another 5 years before you'll be eligible again. Gemma shrugged. Those are the rules. How are you okay with this? Kier asked. I'm not okay with this. But I am okay with it. And she really was. Of course, the reason she was okay with it was because, How is this possible? Sprenger asked, now standing right in front of her, leaning in close to ask her the question. Are you plotting something? That was such a weird, insane question. Plotting what? What is there to plot? Your battle cohorts will be advancing. You will not. And yet, life goes on. Amazing, isn't it? For example, we had this pig, Yes, and Daddy loved that pig. He didn't think he'd ever get over the death of it. But the pig had piglets, and soon he had to go on, because there were piglets to take care of. You see? Gemma let her smile fade, and she began to frown, focusing her gaze on his jaw. Brother Sprenger, is that a rash? What? He asked, leaning away from her. Yes, right. She took her middle finger and forefinger and slid them along her own jawline. Here. He instinctively slapped his hand over the old wound, his glare for her and her alone. When her smile returned, wider and, she was sure, brighter than before, he took that same hand and pulled it back as if to backhand her. Brother Sprenger, Thomasin barked, stopping Sprenger before he did something he could not come back from. I was just going to suggest a good healer in town who can help with that sort of rash, brother, Gemma lied. She shrugged and looked to Brother Thomasin and the other elders. Since I am no longer needed here? Angry and frustrated for Gemma, but not wanting to turn the situation into a bigger dilemma than it already was, Thomasin dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Gemma gave her cohorts a wink and, with a miming action of her hands, a promise of celebratory drinks of ale later that night, she removed herself from the Chamber of Valor. But before she'd taken 3 steps toward higher floors and the sleeping cells of the brothers, she was picked up by one of the Grand Master's assistants and carried to his private study like a sack of rye. Is this necessary? She asked the man. I could have walked. The assistant knocked once on the door to the study and brought her inside, placing her in front of the Grand Master's desk. He then quickly walked out, closing the door behind him. I'm assuming you wanted to see me? Busy writing on a parchment, he told her to wait by gesturing with a flick of his hand. Gemma went across the room to the small statues standing on one of the many bookshelves and picked up a representation of the war god, Morthwyl, that one of the monks had created out of stone. Although they respected and called to many war gods in their prayers, it was Morthwyl who was their main deity. It was his name they called when they rode into battle. It was his table they hoped to feast at when they died a death of honor and blood. Stop playing with that. Gemma put the war god she'd been using to attack another war god back in its place on the shelf. Sorry. I saw the seer today. The pretty blonde one? Or the old hag? Or the one with the 12 kids? Or the one who said she ate her twin while still in her mother's womb? Or the one who controls fire? No. Gary, the sorcerer. Oh, yes, of course. He had some terrifying information about the future of our brotherhood, some of which, not surprisingly, involves Brother Sprenger. But Sprenger started it. The Grand Master stopped writing and looked up from his parchment. Sprenger started what? Gemma blinked. Nothing. Gemma. Joshua. In this room, when they were alone, she could call the Grand Master Joshua. He'd been her mentor since the beginning, before he'd become Grand Master. The one who'd guided her through all the tough times, had been there when she wasn't sure she could make it through. But mentor and mentee didn't really describe their relationship. It was deeper, even than that. Did that mean she took Joshua for granted? No. She would not ask him for anything she didn't think she deserved. Nor would she ask him to fight for her over something as ridiculous as rank. They didn't waste their relationship on horse shit. It was too important to both of them. So what did the seer want to tell you? He motioned to the chair across from his desk, and Gemma dropped into it. The old king will die soon. Good. Yes. But I guess that means one of his idiot sons will replace him? That's when Joshua stared at her for a long moment. "What?" she asked when he didn't reply. "The seer actually sees a different ruler." "Ooh, interesting. Someone we can fight for? Or someone we're going to have to kill? I'll be honest, I'm not sure which I hope for. Both sound intriguing. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. Because the ruler he sees, Gemma, is your sister." Truly confused, she could only ask, "Sister? Which sister? I have a lot of sisters, and brothers, and cousins, and aunts, uncles. Beatrix." She gazed at her mentor for longer than she meant to. She gazed and gazed until it happened all at once. The laughter exploded out of her so hard that she ended up on the floor, rolling around in her blood-covered tunic and chainmail, barely able to stop herself from pissing on it as well. It went on for ages, Gemma unable to stop herself, even as tears streamed down her face and her laughter turned into desperate coughs and struggling for air. But eventually, she noticed that Joshua did not join in with her laughter. Unlike most of the Brotherhood, Joshua did enjoy a good laugh from time to time, so when he didn't this time, she forced herself back into the chair and asked, while she wiped her tears and gave a few remaining chuckles, "You are kidding, aren't you?" When he did not reply with a very strong, "Of course I am," Gemma's laughter died in her throat, along with a bit of her soul. "Beatrix can't be queen," she argued. "She's a child. To be queen or king, she just has to be out of the womb. She has no training. To be a royal, she could be a head in a jar and still be an effective royal. But I hate her. Unfortunately, I don't think that fact will come into play. It should. It should be the most important thing in the universe. You know we're monks, yes, humility and all that? We're not just monks, she reminded him. We're war monks. There's no humility. There's swords and blood, and if we're lucky, very good ale. So what do you want me to do about my sister? Have my parents send her to a nunnery, which I have been suggesting since shortly after her birth?" Once more, Joshua simply gazed at her without speaking. "What is that look on your face? Why do you just keep staring at me like that? What aren't you telling me?" "This isn't about your sister being inadequate to lead, Gemma. In fact, the seer seems to think Beatrix will be more than ready to lead as queen." "Oh," she shrugged. "Fine. Then what's the problem?" "There is concern about what your sister will do once she's in power." "Because she's a woman?" There had never been a woman who'd led these lands as queen. Only kings born into certain bloodlines or men willing to take the crown. "No, because she might be missing a soul." Gemma frowned. "Literally or figuratively?" "Either or both. It's unclear at this point. But the Brotherhood is not willing to take the risk." Sitting up straight in her chair, Gemma asked, "Exactly what does that mean?" He rested his arms on his desk. "Plans are already in motion." "Plans? What plans?" "To kill your sister." "You're going to kill my sister?" "It's not my preferred choice, but I don't make these kinds of decisions alone, and you know that." "The elders, they've decided to kill a child." "She's of age, Gemma, and it's what we do." "You don't know my family. They won't let this happen." "That's why you need to leave. Now. Go home. Save your family." "But Thomason, Bartholomew, Bryn, they all agreed to this as well?" "It was decided it would be easier to send you home on your own to get to your sister than to try to stop the rest of the elders here. They would just go around us. At least this way, with your help, your sister will have a chance of being saved." But the elders were just trying to advance your rank? Yes. She lifted her hands but quickly dropped them, sighed. But Sprenger stopped them. Joshua laughed. He's such an idiot. If he knew why they were advancing your rank, he would have let it go through. The plan was for you to be sent out on a mission with your fancy new rank, and while you were gone, a separate unit would go kill my sister. Unfortunate, but accurate. But I'm not going to let that happen, any of it. Go save your sister. Put her in hiding. When it all blows over, she can either be queen or go back to her normal boring life with both of you hating each other. But if I do this, won't I be betraying the Brotherhood? You'll be leaving on my orders. They'll know that. Eventually. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Joshua chuckled. What have I always told you, spoiled child? We have to play this smart, she said in a high-pitched voice that always made him laugh. Now go. Your squire is waiting with your horses by the hidden tunnel in the stables. You can get out that way. Samuel can't come. This isn't fair to him. Gemma, he hates it here. He'd rather risk his life with you than stay here in safety. I'm going back to the family farm, Joshua, she said, standing. I doubt there will be much danger, as long as my dad's pigs don't get out of the sty again and chase the children. Chapter 1. 2 years later. Gemma Smythe raised her shield against the sword battering against it again and again. When the blows weakened, she swung the shield wide. The soldier attacking her was thrown off, and Gemma moved in, slamming her sword into his side. She yanked it out and thrust again, this time into his bowels. She tore him open and let his insides spill out before kicking him in the chest to send him spinning away. Another attacking soldier slipped in his friend's entrails and went down. Gemma finished him off quickly, removing his head. Then she used that head to distract the soldier behind him by kicking it into his face. She turned away once her own men swarmed the soldier and took him down. Gemma wiped blood from her eyes and evaluated the battle going on around her. Annoyed when she didn't see what she wanted, Gemma bellowed, "Find the Duke and his wife! If they're here, get them!" The soldiers she led ran off to do her bidding, but the Amachai, now loyal to Keeley, suddenly surrounded her, their war kilts, weapons, and themselves covered in the blood and gore of the enemy. She studied the group surrounding her before calmly asking the one standing right next to her, "What the fuck are you doing?" That smile she loathed with such venom flashed. "Protecting you, my princess." "Call me that one more time," she warned through gritted teeth, causing his smile to grow. She forced herself to calm down. "You should be protecting Keeley, not me." "But she sent us to you, my lady. She's quite concerned with your safety, and we are here to serve and protect. We wouldn't want her sister struck down at such a young age, now would we?" Gemma faced the one being she could barely tolerate. "Why?" she asked him. "Why do you go out of your way to irritate me?" "I'm following orders. Isn't that what you told me to do, follow orders? To the letter, I believe, was your command." He was playing that game, was he? A game she'd played herself a few times when a monk from another monastery tried to take over her own. But those monks always thought they knew better, that their orders were more important than those of her Grand Master. It had been Gemma's pleasure to take them down simply by following their orders. Maliciously. The Amachai was being unfair, though. She wasn't some grabby monk in search of power. She was simply attempting to protect her eldest sister, Keeley, the goddamn queen. At least one of the queens. For a land that had never had a queen leading it, there were now two. Queen Beatrix, who led beside her husband, King Marius, and Queen Keely, who led beside no one. It seemed as if Gary the seer had been right about Beatrix. She was a soulless bitch who would do anything to be queen, even if that meant wiping out her entire family to make it happen. Luckily for the family and for the people, Keely wasn't about to let that happen. At the moment, their world was split into East and West. Keely was queen of the Western lands, including the Hill lands. King Marius, ruler of the East. Many believed that Beatrix was merely a royal womb for Marius to plant his seed in, but Gemma and Keely knew better. Their sister hadn't done all of this not to have the true power of the crown. She would simply have to find a way to manipulate her husband as she manipulated everyone else in her life. Gemma didn't doubt for a second her younger sister had already found a way to make that happen. But she couldn't worry about Beatrix right now. Not in the middle of a battle with an idiot grinning at her. "No," Gemma finally stated, pointing across the battlefield to the only queen she cared about at the moment. The one who refused to listen to reason and stay on royal lands, as Gemma had strongly suggested. The one who was busy wielding her ridiculous hammer as soldier after soldier attacked her, all of them hoping to be the one to take the queen down and win the rewards promised to them by the remaining sons of the old king. "Do you not see that the queen is in peril?" "She has my brother and my sister fighting at her side. What more could she need? Besides, her orders were quite clear, Princess. She wanted me to protect you. You poor, weak thing." If her fingers weren't holding her sword, she'd curl them into a fist and throttle him. Instead, though, she used her annoyance to cut her way through the ongoing battle, making a path straight to her sister, Queen Keely of the Hill lands. "Oi!" she barked at her royal majesty. "Did you send him to me?" Keely Smythe, Gemma's eldest sister and, at one time, the ruler of all 11 of their parents' offspring, was busy battering at the enemy commander with her favorite hammer. "Keely!" Keely's big shoulders jerked in surprise, and she yanked up her weapon, sending an arc of fresh blood Gemma's way. But she was quick and moved to the side so that it hit the Amachai right in the face. His glare was worth everything. "What?" Keely demanded, stepping away from her opponent's caved-in chest. "What are you yelling at me for?" Gemma waved her sword at Quinn of the Scarred Earth clan, enjoying the way his head jerked back when the blade got a little too close to that pretty but blood-soaked face. "I said, did you send him to me?" "You were all alone." "And you thought he could help?" "I'm helpful," the Amachai argued. The sisters looked at him, then looked back at each other. "What's really going on?" Gemma asked Keely. "What are you talking about?" "You send this idiot to me." "That's a little mean," he muttered. "You didn't even tell me about today's battle." "Well, and where's my battalion?" "Now you ask? What does that mean?" "You seem tense," her sister said. She took a step back, looked Gemma over. "Your shoulders are tense, your neck tight. You're doing that thing again with your posture. Want me to fix that for you?" Gemma would never understand her sister. "I'm not a horse," she snapped. Keely frowned. I know. Wait, are you? Is that what you're saying?" The Amachai snorted, quickly turning away so Keely wouldn't see him laugh. Gemma could only gawk at her. "What?" "It's possible. I was too young to remember your birth. Maybe Mum just snuck you in." "I'm saying you can't just fix me because I'm not one of your bloody horses." "Oh, that's what you mean." "What did you think I meant?" "I really didn't know. Things with you have been difficult since, well..." She gestured at Gemma, and Gemma looked down at the chainmail and bits of armor that her mother had made for her many months ago. She lifted her gaze to her sisters. "Since when?" she asked. Keely looked at Quinn, but he quickly turned away again. "I'm not part of this conversation," he explained to them. "Instead, I'm looking meaningfully off." He motioned with his entire left arm, gesturing out, his 4 fingers pointing, the thumb tucked in against his hand. "That way." "Since when?" Gemma pushed, now ignoring the battle going on around them. "Since—" Again, Keely gestured at Gemma's entire body. "This." She wanted her sister to say it, out loud, for everyone to hear it. "This? What's this?" "You know." "No, I'm unclear." Keely suddenly reached behind her, and when she swung her arm back, she held their cousin, Kieran. She was more than a decade older than the two of them, and a bit of a black sheep because she wasn't a blacksmith like the rest of their mother's side of the family, but had belonged to a fighting guild. She wore the scars of those years quite proudly, since she was still alive. She'd even managed to retire while still able to stand and walk on her own. That was mostly unheard of when it came to the fighting guilds. "Ale time?" Kieran asked when she stood in front of her cousins. "No," Gemma snapped, disgusted. "We're not done yet." "Oh, then what do you want? I was in the middle of killing." "Keely needs you to say what she's too afraid to say." "Keely's never afraid to say anything. Just this morning she asked her mum if she's pregnant again or if her ass is just getting wide. I don't know anyone else brave enough to ask your mother if her ass is just getting wide." Gemma leaned around Kieran to view her sister. "Tell me that woman is not pregnant again." "I think her ass is just getting wide." Relieved, Gemma leaned back and said to Kieran, "Well, she's afraid to tell me something." "About the snarling? The snapping? The way no one can talk to you anymore?" "That's quite a list, cousin." "Or are we talking about the drinking?" "The drinking?" Considering there were nightly bets among the troops on how fast the Queen's cousin could down a pint of ale, Gemma was a little insulted that anyone was questioning her occasional drink, especially if that questioning was coming from God's damn Kieran, of all people. "All right, then," Keely cheered. "Oh, wait," Kieran went on. "Or is this about—" "Thank you, Kieran," Keely said, casually tossing their cousin back into the ongoing battle. Their cousin wasn't a small woman, but she flew like a leaf on the wind, landed on her feet, and immediately began hacking away with her axe at the closest enemy soldier without even missing a step. Gemma moved up to her sister, raising her chin so she could at least attempt to look Keely in the eyes. "My drinking? What drinking?" "You know what I need you to do, love?" Keely asked with her big smile and adorable charm. She pointed at the Duke's castle. "Look in there, see if the Duke and Duchess have left us anything." "You're just trying to get rid of me." "Would I do that to you?" As a matter of fact, the Queen didn't even let her finish. She just spun her around and shoved, sending Gemma off in the direction of the castle. It was humiliating. "Why are you back there?" Quinn's brother Cade asked. "I was keeping an eye on Princess Bitchy Leggings, as the Queen asked me to do. But she is in a mood. I'd be better in a fighting pit unarmed and naked. I didn't think she was coming today. Apparently that plan changed and the enemy has been paying for it ever since. She's just been lopping off heads all day. I shouldn't mind, but it seems so senseless." Cade shrugged. "At least she's on your side." "I'm sorry to interrupt you two," said their sister, Layla, as she used a spear to fight off their enemies. "But do you two mind assisting in keeping the Queen alive? She's all alone over there." Quinn and his brother looked over at Keely Smythe, Queen of the Hilllands. She was swinging her hammer wide, knocking down 3 attacking soldiers. She then lifted her hammer up and over, massive sweat-covered muscles rippling as she brought the weapon down, crushing the soldier into the ground. When she buried the head of her hammer into another soldier's chest, crumpling the steel armor that had been protecting it, the brothers looked back at their sister. "Are we worried about her?" Quinn asked his sister. Really? Impaling a soldier through his helmet, Layla snapped. All right, listen up. You two seem to forget who you actually report to since you, she pointed at Cade with her blood-soaked steel spear, are lucky enough to fuck the queen, and you, she pointed at Quinn, have been lucky enough not to be executed by the queen, so I'll make it very clear. The only one either of you takes orders from is me. Because you're mother's direct heir or father's favorite. Both. Which is why I rule you two like a god. She'll be a tyrant one day, Quinn muttered to Cade. Now, Cade, go to Keeley, you lot with him, she ordered, motioning to the other Amachais fighting nearby. And Quinn, please don't send me after. You go with Gemma. He dropped his head forward. She hates me. I don't mean that lightly. I mean she really hates me. You love it when others hate you. He shrugged. True. Then go and watch your back. We're not done here yet. His sister looked around, her gaze narrow. Something feels off. His sister was never wrong about that sort of thing. She was a centaur, and like any true herd animal, she had the strong senses that kept them safe and alive. Because she could smell danger on the wind and sense trouble through her hooves. So Quinn stopped questioning her and simply followed the terse princess who was abusing their enemies so brutally. He was truly concerned she might one day be convicted of war crimes by her own sister. Gemma battered her way through the ongoing battle to the open gates of the Duke's castle. They weren't under a royal siege because he and his wife had sided with Queen Beatrix and her idiot husband, but because they'd raised an army to assist in the oncoming war between the two queendoms. That was something even Keeley wouldn't overlook. What Gemma hadn't expected, though, was that Keeley would attack Duke Reinhold preemptively, rather than waiting for his power to grow. Keeley usually preferred diplomacy to war. Maybe their mother had said something to her, because Gemma had woken up this morning to find her sister and her army already moving out. Why Keeley hadn't alerted Gemma to her decision earlier, Gemma still didn't know. And their earlier conversation with Kieran hadn't helped matters. The battalion that reported to Gemma was still at the homestead with the family. Gemma, however, would prefer they were here. She'd been training them for this sort of fighting, to attack fast and hard under the cover of darkness, giving their enemies no time to put up a proper defense or offense. It was a brutal, unfair tactic, but if they were going to win against Beatrix and the son of the old king, they'd have to stop thinking like fair-minded individuals and start thinking like men. A hysterical soldier ran toward her, screaming, and Gemma turned, brought her sword up and across, splitting the man open from just below his left shoulder through part of his chest to the other side of his neck, sending the man's head and a large chunk of his upper body flipping up and away as the rest of his body dropped before it reached her. Gemma drove her sword into another oncoming soldier, then pushed him out of her way. She kept moving, entering the castle walls without any of the other enemy soldiers following her. She had expected to find a battle inside, men defending the Duke and his family. But she soon realized that the royals had made a quick exit from their home, probably heading toward Beatrix's lands. Although Gemma would have preferred to get her hands on the Duke, this situation was tolerable. Keeley's army was decimating the Duke's army, and without any of his soldiers, he would be of little use to Beatrix and her husband. That worked just as well as taking the Duke captive. Keeping her sword at the ready, Gemma moved among the remains of the Duke's home. She had no use for the things he'd left behind. A few objects of actual gold and steel and silver would be taken and given to their mother to be made into weapons by the blacksmith. But Gemma was looking for more. She was looking for information, anything that could help them in their ongoing battle with Beatrix. Far in the back of the castle, she found a room with several large tables. On them were maps and communications on parchment between the Duke and King Marius, also known as Marius the Wielder of Hate. Without meaning to, Gemma again found herself grudgingly worried about Beatrix being the wife of a man infamous for his brutality and heartless nature. It irritated her that she cared at all. Clearly, Beatrix hadn't cared about family when she'd buried her blade in Keely's gut. Her own sister. And for what? A chance at being queen? Keely had spent her entire life caring for Beatrix, taking care of her, giving her money, making sure she had all the books she could possibly want, and most importantly, ignoring the obvious fact that Beatrix was an evil bitch who should have been put down at birth, the same way they put down diseased pigs on their farm. Yet, despite knowing all that, Gemma still found herself worrying about Beatrix, worrying about the life she was living with someone like Marius. And she hated herself a little for giving a horse's shit one way or the other. Beatrix didn't deserve Gemma's worry. She didn't deserve anything except a blade to the neck. Not that Keely would ever let that happen. "We should burn this place to the ground," a voice said from behind her, "so they can never return." Gemma gripped her blade tighter but did not turn around. "I wish you would stop sneaking up on me." "I didn't sneak up on you, it's my legs." Confused by that statement, she finally turned to face Quinn. "What?" "It's my legs." He looked down at the long, muscular legs that stretched from under the leather kilt that every battle-ready Amachai wore. There were small scars over the length of each leg, but on his left one was a very long, very jagged scar that reached from behind his knee around to the front of the thigh and up until it disappeared under his kilt. "When I only have two, I seem to move more lightly. I barely make any sound at all." He gazed at her a long moment before continuing. "But when I add the other two, and hooves, of course, then suddenly I end up making much more noise than I mean to, unless I wrap my hooves in cloth. Then my stride is less noisy." He stopped again and gazed at her before finally finishing with, "I'm always surprised you humans aren't quieter when you move. You only have two legs. How hard is it?" It was still strange for her, even now, to have these discussions with the Amachais, to say out loud that, no, they weren't human. They were centaurs who merely took on human form when they wished. Sometimes Gemma walked into her sister's bedchamber and found Cade of the Scarred Earth clan complaining about something minor, while his long black tail swatted at one of the stray cats that roamed the castle walls and liked to hang from the Amachai's tails. He didn't even seem to notice he was doing it, nor did he notice the kittens climbing his horse legs. And Keely, who sat on the bed, listening to his complaints and petting a baby goat, didn't seem to notice or care either. That's when Gemma knew life among the Smythe clan had well and truly changed. "Are you still following me?" she asked Quinn, whose white, blonde hair often made her think the gods had gone out of their way to make him the exact opposite of his black-haired brother, Cade. "I'm only here because I was If you say ordered, one more time. So I can't say ordered or princess, and yet you are a princess who I was ordered to follow." Gemma stepped around him. "Fuck off, Amachai. I have no time for you or—" Gemma's complaint faded when the Amachai moved past her and stopped, his head tilting one way then the other. He heard something, was trying to follow the sound. "This way," he barked before setting off. Gemma immediately followed. Together they made their way deep into the empty castle, cutting through the kitchens and out an exit into the open fields. A dangerous way to live with no protection at one's back like a small courtyard. She stood next to Quinn, sweeping her gaze across the grassy open area until she saw him. His bright yellow robes flapped as he desperately ran toward the castle while a man on horseback charged after him, his big axe ready to remove the runner's head. "Do you know either?" Quinn asked her. "The one in robes is a monk, a pacifist order that does no harm to any. I don't recognize the armor of the other." "Good enough," Quinn said as he unslung the long bow strapped across his chest and pulled an arrow from the leather quiver hanging from his sword belt. He knocked the arrow, aimed, and released. The hit was direct, in the chest, taking the rider right off his horse. As much as Quinn annoyed her, Gemma couldn't ignore the Amichai's skill with a longbow, only rivaled by his sister, who used a composite bow as if it were an extension of her arm. Still, Gemma wasn't about to tell Quinn any of that. He was arrogant enough already. Gemma brought 2 fingers to her mouth and whistled. Quickly, as if he'd just been waiting for her call, Gemma's horse trotted through the castle and into the field, stopping right beside her. Dagger tossed his black mane, which had been braided into 4 thick plaits so it didn't get in his way during battle, and pounded his front hoof against the ground. She mounted him with ease and clucked her tongue against the top of her mouth once. Dagger galloped toward the hysterical man still running toward them. As they neared, Quinn heard his screams for help as the monk stumbled, fell, then got back to his feet again. Gemma reached him first, and when she stopped, the man dropped to his knees beside her. "Please, don't hurt me, please. I am a pacifist monk, I am a pacifist monk," he screamed, begging. Gemma stared down at him. "I know what you are, brother. I won't hurt you. No soldier should be hurting you. They should only come to your monastery for healing and care, as a sanctuary." Still on his knees, the monk shook his head. "They've killed them all," he screeched. "All of them! They've killed everyone!" Gemma glanced off, her brows pulled low, her blue eyes dark, her expression unreadable. Quinn watched her closely, curious to see what she would do. When monks from different orders passed through their town, Gemma wasn't exactly welcoming. At best, she simply ignored them. At worst, there were nasty fights in the nearby taverns that ended with her getting sewn up the next day and refusing to discuss the cause of the brawl. But this felt different. After a moment, Gemma looked over her shoulder and pointed at a unit of Keeley's soldiers. "You lot," she called out, "with us!" Gemma held out her hand and the monk grabbed it. She hauled him onto Dagger's back and set the horse racing forward. Quinn followed. When they reached the nearby monastery, the monk immediately slipped off Dagger. He walked to the open front doors, dropped to his knees in his gratingly cheery bright yellow robes, clenched his hands together, focused his eyes on the brilliant sky above, and unleashed prayers that were no more than sobbing cries to his god. Not knowing how to respond, Quinn passed him without a word and entered the monastery. Gemma had already beat him inside and was now in the main hall. She was already down on one knee, the tip of her blade pressed against the stone floor, her right hand gripping the pommel, her head bowed in prayer. He understood why. It was a normal reaction for anyone who'd given their life over to the gods, which she had, although in the last 14 months, few could tell. He clearly remembered that morning when he'd walked by her bedroom to see her packing away her monk's robe and chainmail and weapons in a trunk at the end of her bed. Her mother had then outfitted her in all new gear, made just for her by the renowned blacksmith. But it wasn't the same, was it? Seeing her in mere warrior's garb, not to Quinn anyway, he was used to seeing the queen's sister striding around in her black tunic with the blood-red rune emblazoned on the front and back, and the exquisitely made black chainmail that proclaimed she was the warrior of a god. Quinn didn't know what had happened, what had made her take off her robes and stop answering to the title Brother Gemma, and he didn't ask. Although he loved tormenting her, it had never felt right to play with her about something like that. Gods were a personal thing. But seeing her on one knee, her sword held tight in her hand and her head bowed, with or without her robes, Quinn knew that she had not truly left her gods behind. How could she when faced with something like this? Because they were all dead. All of them. Every monk who'd been in the monastery was dead, their broken and bleeding bodies piled high in the middle of the hall, some tied to pillars and riddled with crossbow bolts. Most of the bodies bore signs of torture before death. There was so much blood. He'd only seen this much blood on battlefields. Gemma finished her prayer and stood, turning to face him. "These monks," she said softly, keeping her voice low in deference to the dead, "like the one outside, were not war monks. They were pacifist monks. They were here to help the weak and suffering. This place was a sanctuary for any who came here for help. Even the old king never crossed that line, and he was known to cross almost every line. Why would your kind do this?" She shook her head. "I can't speak for the ways of men, Amichai." He frowned at her response. "I'm not speaking philosophically, woman. I mean, why did they do this? Now." "Oh." Gemma took a look around. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because they could. With the battle for power going on, the attackers figured they could take whatever gold and silver they could find." "You think thieves did this?" "You don't?" "Thieves usually just come in, take, then go. This seems excessively cruel, even for your kind. Don't you think?" "I guess." Quinn studied her. "You guess? What do you want me to say, Amichai?" He wanted her to say that she cared. He wanted her to say that she would stop at nothing until she found out what had happened here. He wanted her to say she would track down the bastards who'd killed these defenseless monks, skin them alive, and place them assholes first on standing pikes. That's what he wanted to hear her say, because that's what Brother Gemma would have said when he'd met her. But since she'd packed away her robes, "I'm going to get your sister." "For what?" Gemma asked. "It's disgusting thieves with no sense of honor. We'll bury the dead and be on our way." "Ugh!" Gemma blinked. "Did you just ugh me?" "I did, and I'll do it again." He leaned down close to her face. "Ugh!" "Oi! You spit in me eye!" "Deserved. I'm getting your sister." "She won't say anything different," Gemma called after him. "You're being overly dramatic about all of this." Keely took one turn around the room before she faced Gemma, spread her arms wide, and announced, "Thieves didn't do this." Behind Keely's back, Quinn mouthed, "Told you." If Gemma had long enough arms to slap him where he stood. "This is the work of soldiers." "We don't know that." "Are you blind?" Keely took another turn around the main hall, shaking her head and making distinct sounds of disgust, her brow furrowed. "This is so disturbing. Do you not find this disturbing?" Keely asked, and before Gemma could answer, "How do you not find this disturbing?" she bellowed. "I didn't say I don't find this disturbing." "Where's the monk?" Keely asked Quinn, because suddenly they were friends. "This way, Your Highness," Quinn said with a sweeping gesture of his arm. Keely walked past Gemma, not even looking at her. When Quinn followed, Gemma pulled back her arm to punch him on the side of the head, but Cade caught hold and pulled her in the opposite direction. They went into a small hallway where he released her. "What's going on?" "Your brother. Other than that, what's going on here?" Gemma let out a sigh. "I don't know. It looks like thieves to me." "Does it really? Usually you're more paranoid than that." "I'm not paranoid." "Gemma, you're the most paranoid person I know, and I know my father and your uncle." Gemma briefly rubbed her forehead. "All right, maybe I was a little dismissive. Normally I'd be a little more..." Questioning? Yes. So be questioning now. If my brother is asking questions, my brother, there must be something. Look around. Be the old you. The old me? You've been different lately. How? I don't know. He shrugged. To be honest, you remind me of your cousin. Kieran? She exploded. I remind you of Kieran? Don't know why you're yelling. I like Kieran. That's hardly the point. Gemma looked away from the Amachai, dismissing him with a wave. I'll look around, see what I can find. Great, Cade said flatly. Thanks. He studied her for a moment. Are you all right? I'm fine, just go. Do you want me to find you some ale? Gemma glared up at him. No, I do not want you to find me any ale. I do not need any ale. No, of course you don't. Insulted by his tone, Gemma opened her mouth to reply, but he'd already walked away. If he'd been in his natural form, she'd have kicked him in his horse rump. No, she wouldn't do any of that. She needed to calm down. She needed to be rational. If Cade thought something was strange about all this, he was probably right. Unlike his ridiculous brother, Cade was a thoughtful centaur, a good match for her sister, who thought this harsh world was filled with nothing but do-gooders wanting only the best for others. She'd started to head down to the sleeping chambers, away from the main hall, when Layla came toward her. She was sliding her weapon back into its sheath when she stopped by Gemma's side. No one left alive, only the monk. He's very lucky. She shook her head. What happened here? I have no idea. Cade wants me to take a look around. Good idea. Your sister is talking to the monk and the troops are preparing burial pyres. Don't. The pacifists bury their dead. Tell the soldiers to dig graves. Why would anyone bury their dead? It's something they do. She scrunched up her face. Ew. Try not to be so judgmental in front of the monk, please. Make sure I'm burned, Layla insisted. I don't want to spend my afterlife rotting away in the dirt with the bugs, or if I can't be burned, leave me out for the elements, so I'm eaten by predators. Must we really have this conversation now? Just making sure it's clear. You humans are strange. She looked Gemma over. You all right? I'm fine. You want some ale? I'm sure there's ale somewhere around here. Gemma gritted her teeth. I do not need ale. And the pacifist monks abstain. Seriously? From ale and sex and violence, they avoid anything that might make one's cock hard. Ah, I see. Well, we'll be home soon enough. She patted Gemma on the shoulder and walked off. Gemma briefly thought about screaming and tearing the walls of this pacifist house down around her ears, but she would never disrespect another god's house of worship, whether she worshipped that god or not. Instead, she went on her search. She searched and she searched for nearly an hour, but she found nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. From what she could tell, the intruders had taken all the gold, all the silver, anything that might be worth something, as any good thief or thieves would. I knew this was a waste of time. She started toward the closest exit, but stopped abruptly. Gemma went over everything in her head one more time, everything she'd seen or not seen during the time she'd been inside the monastery. That's when she knew what she'd missed. How blind she'd been. Fuck, she barked before she took off running. Fuck! The graves had been dug and the troops were carefully laying the bodies of the brutalized brothers into the dirt while Keeley, Quinn, the Amachais, and the last remaining monk looked on. That's when Gemma appeared out of nowhere, jumping in front of the easily startled monk. I need to talk to you, she said, grabbing him by the sleeve of his bright yellow robes and beginning to lead him off until Keeley pulled him away. What are you doing? Keeley demanded. I need to talk to him. Keeley, taller than her sister, leaned down a bit. "Can't this wait? We're burying his dead." "This is important," Gemma replied. "So's this. Back off. You back off." "What is going on?" Layla barked. "I need to speak, and I said it can wait." "You can just ask," the monk said softly. And Keely actually looked as if she wanted to wring her younger sister's neck. "The artifacts of the monastery," Gemma asked. "Where are they?" Staring at Gemma, the monk blinked. Once, twice. We have no artifacts, my lady." And they all knew the monk was lying. Gemma had no patience these days for poorly told lies, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Keely, however, tried her ridiculous honesty. "Brother, you can tell my sister anything." "Keely, stop. She's one of you," Keely explained. "One of us?" the monk asked. "Keely, stop talking." "Aye, she's a monk from the Order of Righteous Valor." The monk began to blink more. Actually, he blinked 10 or 12 times in a row before he stumbled back, slamming into Cade. You're a war monk?" "Brother, please," Gemma raised her hands, palms out. "Before you panic." "War monk!" he screamed hysterically before running away. Gemma briefly closed her eyes before turning on her sister. "Why did you say anything?" "Why do you belong to an organization that terrifies people?" Fair question. A fair question that Gemma didn't bother to answer. Instead, she ran after the monk. "Well, don't chase after—" When her sister ignored her, Keely threw up her hands and charged after Gemma. The Amachis looked at each other. Keely was queen. Gemma was eldest sister to the queen, a princess. There were at least 3 units of soldiers burying bodies that could chase the monk from here all the way back to the Amachis' mountain home. And yet... Layla and Cade focused on Quinn. "Oh, come on," he argued. "Why do I have to do it?" "I don't feel like running," Layla replied. "I don't want to," Cade growled. "And you know what will happen once they catch up to each other, and that poor monk will die of a heart attack once he sees what those two can do to each other. We'll never find out the answer to Gemma's questions. So go," Layla ordered, gesturing with both hands. Fuck. He shifted to his natural form and took off after the sisters. It wasn't hard to find them. The monk's yellow robes were as bright as the 2 suns. Gemma was nearly on him when Keely tackled her from behind, the pair going down hard. Quinn kept going, reaching the hysterical monk and grabbing him from behind. By the time he had the man under control, he was back to 2 legs, so that when they were facing each other, the monk wouldn't be any more frightened. "Breathe," he ordered the poor man. "Just breathe. She's, yes, she is, but she won't hurt you, I promise. On my life and the life of my people. Understand?" The monk gawked at him for a long moment, but finally nodded. "Now, she's going to ask you questions. You'll answer them. Yes? You'll help?" "I will." "Good. Now," Quinn looked over his shoulder, shook his head. "Give me a moment." He released the monk and returned to the sisters, grabbing them by the collars of their blood-encrusted chainmail shirts and pulling them to their feet. He yanked them apart and shook them for good measure. "Stop it. You're scaring the feeble monk." "I told you not to say anything," Gemma felt the need to remind her sister yet again. "I still don't understand why you're part of a group that sends terror into anyone who even hears the words war monk. As soon as they're said, people piss themselves and run. Does that not concern you?" "No, it does not concern me, because our reputation was earned on the backs of dead babies." The slap across the queen's face rang out through the land like the warning of a town bell. Quinn could actually feel it in his back teeth. The women were at each other once more, and he wasn't even sure he wanted to attempt to separate them again. He didn't want to risk important parts of his body. It was the monk who decided to intervene. Not with words or pleas, but with a burst of bright energy that sent both females spiraling in opposite directions until they landed face down in the dirt, gasping for breath, eyes wide in startled panic. "My brothers are dead," the monk nearly screamed, "and you two royals attack each other like feckless harpies." Tears began to stream down his face, but they seemed more from despair and frustration than fear. "Both of you, stop it!" He looked away and wiped his tears with the sleeve of his yellow robe. "Now ask me your question, war monk." Panting hard, but not from her fight with her sister, Gemma got to her feet. She brushed off her knees and asked, "Where did your order keep your artifacts? Your true artifacts?" The pacifist monk studied her hard before replying. "There are several locations in the monastery. I could be wrong, brother, but I'm almost positive they're not there anymore." "What?" When Gemma took a step forward, the monk took a step back, so she stopped. "I think whoever attacked your monastery tortured your elders because they wanted your artifacts. Not your gold, not your silver. They wanted your power." "How powerful could pacifist monks be?" Quinn asked. "Well," Gemma grudgingly admitted, glancing down at the dirt and scrapes she'd gotten from her tumble across the ground, "consider the power we just experienced from this monk, who, I'm guessing, worked in the—" Her gaze locked on him, and the monk quickly looked away. "Stables? He probably managed to survive by hiding in the tunnels that are built under all monastery stables. And he does smell of horse and sheep shit, so he's not an elder, nor is he important enough or powerful enough to work in the library, but he was still able to toss us across this field like kittens." She nodded. "We need to get back to the monastery and find out if the artifacts are still there." "And if they are?" the monk asked. "They're yours," Keeley said, also standing now. "We're not going to take what belongs to your monastery, brother. We're just trying to help." He nodded and began walking back toward his monastery and the others. The sisters followed, and Quinn brought up the rear. As they walked, he noticed the sisters begin to jostle each other. Then the slapping began. When they took hold of each other, he leaned down and reminded them, "Don't think for a moment that I won't drag both of you back there by your ankles in front of your entire army, because, if you're wondering, yes, I am that big a dick." "We are aware," Gemma muttered. "Great," he cheered, slapping them both on the backs. "I was worried you didn't know what my father truly loves about me." Chapter 2. The bodies were buried while the suns were still in the sky. But the monk was not there. He was inside the monastery with Keeley, whom he seemed to trust, and Gemma, whom he didn't trust at all. While they watched, he went to every space within the walls that had, at one time, held the Order's artifacts. None of them remained. Not one. Unable to bear the weight of such loss, he sat down on the first bench he came to in the kitchens and didn't move. Gemma didn't sit beside him. She knew he wouldn't like that. So Keeley did. "I'm so sorry, brother," she said in that way she had, the way that told you she meant it more than anyone else in the world could ever mean it. Because she did. She felt others' pain in a way no one else did. "I have nothing." "There are other pacifist monks you can go to in the Chesley Hills," Gemma reminded him. "I'm sure they will take you in." "Or you can come with us," Keeley offered. "What?" Gemma asked, trying not to sound as annoyed as she felt. Keely glared at her sister. We can't just send him off to people he doesn't know. He doesn't know us. He knows us now. He hates me. He doesn't hate anyone. How do you know? I know. Can I speak to you in private for a moment? No. She smiled at the monk. Please. You can stay with us until you decide what you want to do and where you want to go. It will also give my sister more time to look into what happened to your order's artifacts. They've probably been destroyed. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Gemma knew she should have waited to say that to Keely in private, especially when both of them looked up at her in horror, the monk's eyes filling with tears and her sister's eyes filling with rage. Excuse us a moment, brother, Keely said before standing, grabbing Gemma's arm and yanking her from the kitchens. What is wrong with you? Do you need some ale? Gemma yanked her arm away. What's that supposed to mean? Isn't it time for you to meet Kieran at the pub? Are you angry because we're holding you back from a good drinking session? Is that why you said something so ridiculously cruel to that poor man? I do not need a drink, she bit out. Since when? Since ever. I am not a drinker. Oh, Gemma. Gemma scrubbed her hands across her face. She decided not to have this discussion with her sister in a monastery. She simply wouldn't. Can we just go? So you can drink? No. She barely stopped herself from slapping her sister. Again. Because there is much we need to discuss. Fine, but he's coming with us. I don't care, but you'll need to find a place where he can greet the suns every morning. And where you won't terrify him every day? Gemma shrugged. Yes. By the time they'd returned to what the locals liked to call Forge Town, the horses and equipment had been unloaded, hunger and thirst sated, and the majority of blood and gore removed. It was late into the night. The small core of Keely's advisors, as she liked to call them, found themselves at the hall table discussing the sobbing monk and his dead brothers. I don't understand what the problem is, Layla admitted after Gemma gave a very short and not very helpful explanation about the monastery's artifacts. Thieves stole their artifacts. Perhaps they stole them on order. Why would anyone do that? Gemma flatly asked. I don't know. Why would anyone keep the bottom jaw of a dead man? Layla asked, referring to one of the artifacts the monk had described. A dead monk. You say that as if it's supposed to mean something to me. There's power in religious artifacts. Including a jawbone? Yes. Quinn rested his elbow on the table and his chin on his raised fist before asking Gemma, What artifacts does your order have? None of your business. Jawbones. We believe in the power of steel, not in the power of a dead man's teeth. Ooh, Quinn teased. Such a tone about other religious orders. Such a snob. Shut up, Amachai. Don't get snippy with him because you haven't had your nightly drink yet, Keely snarled. Gemma slammed her fists on the table, and the power of the blow vibrated up through Quinn's elbows, up his arms, through his fingers, and into his head. It was one of the most intense things he'd felt in ages. There was so much strength behind the motion. I am not drinking! Layla and Cade simply blew out breaths, but Keely rolled her eyes in disbelief. Oh, come on, the Queen cried out. No one believes that for a moment. You're at the pub every night with Kieran. I go there to think. At the pub, I like the noise. And the drink. I get a pint. I nurse it. Then why have you been acting so strangely? I have a lot on my mind. Like what? Everything. Think you can be more specific? Can we get back to the artifacts? Layla cut in before the sisters began rolling around on the ground again. I really just need to go to bed, and I am not in the mood to figure out if Gemma's in denial about her drinking problem. I Do not have a drink. Gemma cut herself off, shook her head. I'm not doing this with you lot. I'm not. She took in a breath, let it out. Every religious order has artifacts of its own. They all have their own power, some more than others. Some can barely heal a spider bite. Others can destroy the countryside between here and the baleful forests. What could the pacifist monks' artifacts do? I don't know. They've never been very friendly with the orders of the war monks. How shocking, Keeley said with great sarcasm, considering how that brother ran from you screaming. Gemma raised her forefinger toward her sister, telling her with that one finger to stop talking. That's when Quinn chuckled a little. Fed up with everyone, it seemed, Gemma turned her glare on him. What's so funny? She practically snarled. Well, it's not funny as in funny, but funny as in terrifying. What's that? Layla asked. The thought of Beatrix getting her hands on something that powerful. He'd spoken without much thought, but it was as if he was in his horse form and had lifted his tail and dropped a load of shit into the middle of the dining table. Layla leaned forward, her gaze locking on Gemma. Beatrix? She wouldn't toy with the gods like that, would she, going after their people? Gemma and Keeley, no longer bothering to be angry at each other, exchanged glances. Well, Gemma began, Beatrix was never one for religion. What does that mean? Cade asked. Keeley shrugged. She never involved herself in the harvest rituals or the festivals. Does she believe in the gods? Quinn asked. She believes, Keeley said. But, Gemma quickly added, she doesn't really worship any god. At all? Not really. She went through a research phase, Keeley explained. Read lots of books on many gods, but when she was about 14, I think, she finally said she didn't find any that she agreed with, or liked, for that matter, and she wasn't about to cut a bull's throat because all that blood was just messy. Do you have to sacrifice a bull to all your human gods? Gemma shook her head, clearly annoyed. No, that was such a horseshit answer. So this attack could have been Beatrix. This could have been something Beatrix ordered, Gemma clarified. But why that particular religious sect? It's not like they're well known for their power. Quinn shrugged and again, without much thought, simply suggested, maybe there are others. Maybe what? Other sects, other orders, that she wants artifacts from. And again, it was that he'd just shat on the dinner table look. Gemma focused on the table for several long seconds before she said to her sister, I'll get a list together. I'll get the horses. You three meet us out front in 5 minutes. Layla let them get about 10 feet from the table before she called out, Oi! What are you two royal idiots doing? When it was just the 5 of them alone, she never bothered with the niceties of court. Not anymore. These days, they often didn't have the time. We're going to... You two aren't going to do anything, Layla said. Do you know why? Because we're tired after a day of butchery? Keeley asked. No, my love, because you're queen, and you, she said, pointing at Gemma, her eyes rolling before her sister could even finish, are the princess and a very valuable general. The 2 of you need to be, and both Quinn and Cade leaned away because they knew what was coming. Here, she bellowed, most likely waking up the entire household. And with that, she stood. The chair she'd been sitting in flew back and hit the floor hard. We continue to go through this every few weeks. You two think you can just saunter in and out of the queendom, that you rule. Do you see my mum roaming around here, hanging out with the children she adores? No. Do you know why? Because this is not where she rules. She stays with her people. So no, my dearest human friends, You can't go traipsing off in the middle of the night to check on some random list of religious orders to see if your sister has attacked them, too, because your work is here. Is there a chance, possibly, that you finally understand what I am telling you?" The two royals looked at each other and slowly made their way back to the table. After a moment, Gemma said to Keeley, "I need your 5 fastest riders." Keeley nodded. "Done." She walked out, and Gemma exited in the opposite direction. "Feel better?" Cade asked their sister. "I don't know why I have to keep saying it." "Because they weren't born to be royals like you. Keeley thought she'd spend her entire life making warriors' armor and on slow days her neighbors' cookware. It's been 2 years. Have you known anyone more a blacksmith than Keeley Smythe?" With a long sigh, Layla's head dropped, and Quinn picked up her chair so she could sit down. A few minutes later, the sisters returned. Keeley with 5 soldiers who had not gone with them into battle that day, 3 women and 2 males, thinner than the brutes who charged headfirst into combat. Quinn guessed these 5 were messengers, the ones who brought messages back and forth from the front to the commanders in other parts of the battle. They wore the scars of survivors, so none of them were dilettantes. Gemma gave them scrolls and directions, and off the 5 went. "Where are they going?" Cade asked once it was just their small group again. "There are 5 different sects within a half-day's riding distance from here. 2 monasteries, a church, a convent, and a coven. We'll see if any of them have heard anything or have had any problems. I've also offered them the protection of the crown." "Oh, that was nice," Keeley said, smiling. And Quinn realized that Keeley wasn't speaking with sarcasm or malice. She truly meant it. Usually only the queen herself could offer such a thing. But Keeley wasn't one to stand on ceremony. "And until the riders get back?" Gemma shrugged at Layla's question. "Get some rest?" "While you get a drink?" Keeley asked, and there was that sarcasm. Mouth dropping open, Gemma gawked at her sister a moment before storming off. "Pub's that way," Keeley said, pointing toward the front doors. They heard Gemma growl before she disappeared up the stairs to the bedrooms on the other floors, added on to the rambling building by the sisters' insane but brilliant uncle. Quinn and his siblings stared at the human queen until Quinn finally asked her, "Now you're just ruthlessly fucking with her, aren't you?" She snorted a laugh before bending over at the waist. "I am," she squealed in between laughs. "What is wrong with you two?" Layla demanded in disgust before walking away. "Both of you, just so strange." "Don't listen to her," Quinn assured Keeley. "Because I'm having the time of my life." Chapter 3. As the 2 suns rose several days later, Gemma grudgingly rolled out of bed. She dragged on leggings, bound her breasts, and pulled on a loose shirt. She didn't bother with boots, but instead wrapped protective linens around the balls of her feet and the heels. Before walking out the door, she put on her sword belt and added all her weapons, her swords, her knives, her axe, and as a final touch, a sack of heavy rocks. She groaned in misery at the last bit, but she believed it was necessary to her training. If she could move with all this crap, she could move carrying anything during a battle. With a last heavy sigh, she opened the bedroom door but quickly stopped. Her sister, Ainsley, was standing there with her bow hanging from her shoulder, a quiver of arrows hanging from the belt around her waist. "Learning the bow, are we?" Gemma asked her sister with a small smile. "How adorable." "Yes, very adorable. Of course, I've been learning since I was 3, and now I'm 19, so I've advanced a bit since those adorable days." "You're 19 now? When did that happen?" "Anyway," her sister went on, "you need to talk to Archie." Gemma walked past Ainsley and started toward the stairs, tossing over her shoulder. Talk to him about what? He's been telling the older kids they'll have to cut the younger kids' throats should we be invaded. Gemma stopped and faced her younger sister. He said, what? What part of that statement was not clear? Because I feel I was quite clear. Why are you telling me? Tell Mom and Da. Tell Da he'll stab his brother in the face. Tell Mom she'll make Da stab his brother in the face. Keely will start screaming. I tried talking to Archie myself, but I don't think he takes me seriously. Why not? I have no idea. I mean, some days I'm not sure anyone even notices I'm in the room, much less that I'm part of... Forget it. I'll talk to him myself. The family. What did you say? Gemma asked as she again moved toward the stairs. Nothing. Nice rocks, by the way. Always the smartass. Gemma headed down the 3 flights to the main hall. Why was Uncle Archie the way he was? It was as if he went out of his way to test the gods themselves. Although even she had to admit she'd underestimated Uncle Archie. When they'd first arrived here, this was nothing but an abandoned longhouse briefly taken over by the bastards who had invaded the town. When Keely had taken over, she'd tasked Archie with reinforcing it and the surrounding territory against any attacks. It was really just something to keep their father's insane brother busy while the rest of Keely's inner circle made bigger, more important plans. Then, one day, dwarven stonemasons had arrived. Apparently their uncle had great connections with them. They'd met for several weeks in one of the nearby houses. Any time Gemma walked by, she could hear arguing. Angry arguing that involved cursing and threats. But when the work began, it was a sight to behold. It was like nothing she'd seen before. There had been no simple reinforcing of gates or adding to battlements. Oh no. One morning, they all left the longhouse for their daily routines, and when they returned later, they suddenly had a 3-story tower sturdy enough to withstand boulders hurled at it with great speed. The simple wood gates were turned into massive steel walls that surrounded so much of the nearby territory that the small town became a city that needed a home. Some changes took weeks and months, but others took mere days, or even a day. The dwarf masons had tools that allowed them to build certain things in a matter of hours. At first, Gemma assumed those sorts of things would be weak, merely placeholders until something more permanent could be built. She quickly learned how wrong she was. She also learned that the stonemason dwarves weren't any friendlier to the centaurs than the blacksmith dwarves, and that the centaurs enjoyed kicking the dwarves with their back legs as if it was an accident, while the stonemason dwarves enjoyed dropping their big, short-handled hammers on the centaurs' hooved feet. Sorry, they'd each toss out as those accidents happened. Keely, Gemma, and their father actually had to stop more fights between the two species than they'd ever had to break up between rabid pit dogs and wild hogs from the hills. Of course, Gemma now understood that her uncle wasn't merely insane. He was also an engineering genius. He'd accomplished in 2 years with 20 dwarves what most humans would be lucky to do with 100 men in 50 years. When Gemma arrived in the main hall, her parents were already awake. Her siblings were at the dining table, most of them complaining about the early hour, except those who had a future in farming. They were eating their food quickly so they could join their father in the fields and help him feed the pigs. Her mother stopped her. She kissed her on both cheeks before adding 2 more rocks to her sack. "Do you hate me so?" Gemma demanded. "Don't be weak. I used to carry more when I was your age. You carry more now, and you used to carry the same when you were 8. Your grandmother was very demanding," Emma Smythe reminded Gemma, carefully tucking the stones into her sack and tying it shut. I'm much nicer than her or my sisters. They think I'm not tough enough on you and your siblings." Gemma couldn't help but smile despite the extra weight. "But they don't have Keeley." "Exactly." Her mother stood in front of her now, her grin just as wide. "They don't have Keeley." And Emma Smythe wasn't talking about Keeley the Queen. Although proud of what Keeley was doing at the moment, her parents were much prouder of her work as a blacksmith. Before all this queenly shit, Keeley's reputation as a blacksmith had begun to grow far outside their little town. Swords for hire had started to come from all around to get weapons from her and her alone. For a Smythe, that was a high honor. "I'll see you in a couple of hours," Gemma said, leaning over her father so she could kiss him on the forehead before running out the door. She turned left as soon as she was outside and ran past the local tradespeople setting up their tents and tables. Some soldiers nodded in her direction. Those who reported directly to her saluted, and she acknowledged them with a nod but kept moving. Once she was free of town, she moved through the trees and headed toward the hills. She charged up and down the slopes, through the smaller forests and streams. She didn't stop until she hit the Green Mountains. It was a smallish mountain range some distance from town, which Archie liked. "Makes it harder for them to attack us from behind, so we won't have to kill the children," he'd muttered, walking by her one day. At the time, she really hadn't thought too much about what he'd said. But now she was really starting to worry that his concern for his nieces and nephews was becoming an unhealthy obsession. Gemma ran halfway up the middle mountain and stopped. She took a moment to catch her breath before pulling out her sword and axe and dropping to one knee. Burying the head of the axe and the tip of the sword into the ground, she sent out her prayers to the main god of her order, Morthwyl, but as usual her plea felt hollow and empty. Before the past year, it always felt as if she were talking directly to her god. It felt as if he stood before her, listening to her words. She could almost feel his hand on her head or her shoulder. Then, nothing. She hadn't lost faith. That was different. She knew her God existed. She knew he still had a hand in the workings of this world and others. Instead, it was as if he'd turned his back on her and walked away. Yet she continued to pray to him every day. Each kill she made during a battle she offered to him. Each waning moon she fasted in his honor. And, most importantly, when she managed to raise a body to do her bidding, she knew it was through the power of his spells. So why did she feel he had deserted her? What had she done to disappoint him? Was it leaving her order to protect her family? The monks of her order would probably say yes, but she knew what she had done was the right thing. Letting her order murder her family, which was what they would have had to do if they'd come for Beatrix, would have gone against everything she believed as a Smythe and as a war monk. She'd followed her gut, because she had to. It was her only option. And 2 years later, here she was, praying to a god who no longer heard her. With a sigh, Gemma got to her feet and went through her daily drills. She'd been doing them since she'd started with her order, working to perfect them each and every day. At first, she thought she'd get bored by them. The first year she did get bored. But now, all these years later, she found them comforting, the one thing she could rely on. After finishing her drills, she returned her weapons to her belts and started running up the mountain paths again. She decided to go higher than usual, which was especially hard now that she was carrying the extra weight. But she was in the mood. It was a beautiful, cool day, and she needed the extra push. She wasn't trying for the very top, the air was simply too thin, but the mid-slopes would do nicely and would provide the added benefit of revealing where their security was weakest down below. When she reached the point she wanted, Gemma placed her hands on her hips and gasped desperately for breath. She looked out over the town, But her legs began to cramp from the climb, so she turned in a circle, her breath still coming out in harsh. It came at her from a mountainside burrow she hadn't seen, the size nearly double that of any male. Giant fangs snapped in her face, the creature's growls and barks startling her, making her swing her arms out, hands raised to protect her face. Those damn blazing eyes of fire forced her back and back, right off the edge of the mountain. Keely was bathing with the centaurs in the Eagle River when something crashed into the water from above. She brought her arms up to protect her face from the deluge, assuming it was some poor animal dropped by an eagle or owl that had lost its prey. It was called Eagle River for a reason. Until Quinn sauntered forward, his tail splashing water on his rump as he stared at the spot where the water had been disturbed. "What's wrong?" Layla asked her brother. Frowning, he glanced at Keely. "I think that was your sister." "What?" He abruptly shifted to his human form and dove into the water. It took him a bit, but when he returned to the surface, he dragged a sputtering Gemma with him. "Gods!" Keely cried out, swimming over to the pair and helping Quinn drag her sister to the river's edge. Once they got her on the dirt, Keely first ripped off that stupid bag of rocks before placing Gemma down onto her stomach so her sister could bring up any water trapped in her lungs, which turned out to be quite a bit. "Are you all right?" Keely finally managed to ask. "Those fucking beasts!" Gemma screamed. "She seems fine," Quinn dryly remarked before sitting on the ground. Keely immediately looked up at the sky. Ever since she'd discovered the existence of actual dragons in the world, she'd been terrified they'd attack her lands. She still had nightmares. The one she'd met had been huge and spit lava and could talk. Of course, why would a dragon drop Gemma when it could have just gobbled her up in one bite, like a snack? "What kind of beast?" Keely asked her sister. "A dragon? Did you see a dragon?" "Not a dragon," Gemma gasped out. "Your damn dogs." "Wolves," Quinn corrected. Slowly, Keely refocused on her sister. "The wolves? The wolves aren't around, unless you've been bothering that nice new pack about 6 leagues away. But they're just normal wolves. You should leave them alone." "Your wolves," her sister insisted. "My wolves aren't here. They're up in the mountains." Keely blinked. "How did you know that?" "Because one of them attacked me!" Gemma screamed hysterically. "Well, what were you doing up there anyway?" Keely screamed back. The siblings glared at each other until they heard Quinn's raucous laughter. When they focused their glares on him, he barely managed to get out to Gemma. I love how you thought she was going to be on your side about this." Then he fell back on the ground and continued to laugh. Gemma hated to admit it, but the bastard was right. Her sister was never on her side when it came to those fucking demon wolves. She'd already been in training at the monastery when Keely had discovered the first one alone in the woods near the family farm. A pup being tormented by priests trying to destroy the demon. Gemma was sure those priests could have made it a quick, clean kill, but had probably delayed it, hoping to bring themselves closer to their chosen god. A mistake her sister would never understand or forgive. Gemma could imagine the whole thing and knew her sister well enough to know she'd thought she was saving an innocent soul, not rescuing the offspring of a pit demon. From what her siblings told her, Keely brought the pup home until its wounds had healed, but returned daily to where she'd found it until the mother came back looking for its young. Smiling at the fierce-looking mother that stood as tall as Keely despite being on all fours, Keely had handed the pup off to its imposing mother, expecting never to see the creature again. But the pup did not stay away. He returned to her again and again, and soon began to bring friends, all of them with fire for eyes and blood for drool. Yet she treated them as she would any friendly wolf or bear or deer. It was Keely's way. Gemma's mother wasn't really a fan of those wolves lurking in the forests around their home, but her father took to them immediately, although he wouldn't let them near his pigs. Apparently that was a problem until Keely told them to leave her father's pigs alone, and they did. Her father was quite pleased, but Gemma didn't understand why no one saw a problem with wolves understanding the meaning of human words. These same demons had followed Keely and her family to their new lands. They watched over the territory and the queen, so it was strange when the whole group of them seemed to vanish one day without warning. Even stranger that Keely didn't say a word about it. It made sense, though, now, that Keely had known exactly what had happened to the wolves that were as close to her as their father and her centaur. "Why are they up in the mountains, Keely?" Gemma asked her sister. She shrugged. "The pack has a new litter. They were born about 8 weeks ago. They went up there to keep the pups safe until they were old enough to care for themselves." Appalled, Gemma demanded, "You're letting them breed?" "Letting them? It's their right, just like it's our right. In one of the hells, they can breed in one of their hells, but not here. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard from you, and I've heard many ridiculous things." Gemma tried to get up, but she'd hit the river hard and her body wasn't exactly cooperating. An arm appeared in front of her. She grabbed it, using the support and Quinn, to get herself to her feet. "Do you think I'm just a horrible person?" Gemma asked her sister. "Yes." "Keely." To Gemma's surprise, this came from Quinn himself. "You don't mean to be," Keely clarified, "and you never were before. The old Gemma would have found wolves with eyes of fire interesting and strange, something to explore. But then you became a monk, and everything now is pure evil or not evil. There's no in-between for you anymore. And the world we live in is all about the in-between." "You think the denizens of the hells are in-between?" "I think all animals are in-between. The she-bear that mauled old Mathazin wasn't evil. She just thought he was a threat to her cubs. The wild boar that kept eating Da's piglets wasn't evil, it was just hungry. Remember? That was the bad year we had the drought. Or the time Da chopped that bear's head off and roasted it on a spit, he was just pissed it kept eating the piglets. Da wasn't evil then either. So do I think the wolf female chased you off the mountain because you were too close to her pups and she saw you as a threat? Yes, I do. I'd see you as a threat too if I was her. It's the in-between, sister. You used to understand that." Keely shrugged and walked off, while one of the centaurs handed her a long piece of linen to dry her wet body. "Why is my sister naked around a bunch of bathing centaurs?" Gemma asked Quinn. "I told her centaurs don't care about the naked human body." "Did you say that just because you wanted to see her naked?" "I had to. The size of her shoulders and thighs absolutely fascinated me. Then it just became a regular thing." "Cade doesn't mind?" "Not so far. I'll make sure to point it out to him." "Why do you hate me so much?" She started back toward the mountain so she could return to her training. "You make it so easy." "Hey," he called out, and she faced him. "How far up were you?" Gemma lifted her face to the sky, squinting against the two bright suns. She found the spot and pointed. Quinn's gaze followed, and he snorted. "The gods really do protect you monks, don't they?" "What do you mean?" "Woman, you never should have survived that fall. At least, not without a broken back. And yet, you walk away." Gemma stared at the spot she'd fallen from and realized that the centaur had a point. Whether she'd fallen in the river or a giant pile of pillows, she should have been injured, if not outright killed. And yet, she felt relatively fine. No broken bones, no internal damage, from what she could tell. Her brain seemed relatively intact since she'd had an entire philosophical debate with her sister on evil. Did her god still protect her? "Oh, and Brother Gemma," Quinn called out to her, his centaur body returning to the river. "Feel free to join us at your leisure whenever we are bathing." Rolling her eyes, Gemma snorted and once again returned to her training. Quinn was walking past one of the buildings under construction when he heard Gemma's uncle talking. He glanced in and saw the stone-mason dwarves working hard and the Smythe siblings listening to their uncle. But instead of their uncle explaining how the dwarves could work so fast and so well, he was demonstrating on one of the younger boys how to expertly cut a throat. It took a second to sink in, so Quinn had passed the building before he realized what he'd just seen. But he stopped and spun back around. "Archie!" he barked when he stood in the doorway. "What?" the man asked, with his nephew's chin lifted up and a wooden dagger used for training pressed against the boy's throat. "What are you doing?" "Doing about what?" he asked, confused. Quinn gestured at Archie with both hands. "Oh, this." "Yes, that. In case we're invaded, figured the children should know how to die with honor." "Okay." Quinn quickly pointed at a dwarf who was standing near him and warned, "If you drop that hammer on my foot, I will stomp you to death with my hooves. Understand?" The dwarf moved away, and Quinn walked outside into the bustling town. Every day more shops and stands opened up, and more tradespeople moved in with new wares to offer. Quinn loved it. It reminded him of home. Focusing intently, he finally heard what he was listening for and followed the sound until he reached the stall. An exhausted Gemma stood there buying a cooked chicken and bread, her meal after training. She could get the same thing from the castle cook, but she liked to buy her dinner from the townspeople sometimes. "We have a problem," he told her. "What now?" "Archie." Her eyes crossed, but she followed him back to the construction site. At this point, Archie was letting the children take turns slicing each other's throats with the wooden dagger. Horrified, Gemma shoved the paper-wrapped food into Quinn's arms, not warning him it was still hot, and rushed into the room. She grabbed the mock blade from her youngest sister. "What the unholy hells are you doing? Teaching the children how to—" "No," she told her uncle. "Just no. You are not teaching them that. They have to learn. What if we are invaded?" "Make sure they can't get through our castle walls, old man. Do something other than teach our children to accept death?" Archie placidly gazed at Gemma, then the children. After a full minute, he said, "It's smarter for them to accept death." The dwarves laughed, so Quinn flashed the fangs all battle centaurs possessed, and they disappeared into the walls. Unlike the blacksmith dwarves, they weren't ready to jump into a fight unless absolutely necessary. For blacksmith dwarves, it was always necessary. Gemma turned to the oldest among the children at the moment. "Isadora, take the children home, please." Isadora did as ordered, and Gemma waited until her siblings were out of hearing range. When she felt confident they were mostly alone, she faced her uncle and punched him in the throat. As he grabbed his neck with both hands, trying hard to breathe, she stepped in close and said, "I'm doing my best to save you from the wrath of my mother and Keeley, but if you do this again, or you even mention an honorable death or a death of any kind around the children, I will personally disembowel you, a skill that is taught to every war monk novitiate, so do not fuck with me, uncle. Have I made myself clear?" Archie didn't answer. He was too busy bending over, coughing, still attempting to breathe. Gemma grabbed him by his hair right at the base of his neck and yanked his head back. "Have I made myself clear?" He nodded, since he could not speak. Excellent. Gemma returned to Quinn's side, scooping her food out of his arms. That could have been handled nicer, he suggested. Then next time you may want to tell someone who didn't spend 10 years of her life with war monks. She did have a point. He watched Gemma disappear among the townsfolk outside. When he turned back around, Archie was glaring at him. But all he could do was shrug and mutter, "Yeah, sorry. Didn't know it was going to go like that. Guess she has a lot on her mind right now. But, maybe not so much death with the children. Just a thought." Archie's eyes narrowed. "All right. Well, see ya." Quinn walked out, briefly stopping when a dwarven stone hammer dropped from the scaffolding right above his head, barely missing him. Those dwarf bastards. Keely wasn't sure her sister would want anything to do with her after their morning argument, but once she'd completed her training, Gemma didn't seem to have any problem joining her in the study to go over the latest reports sent to them concerning King Marius and their sister, Beatrix. He was building armies in the south with mercenaries and terrifying the locals at the border between their territories. At the moment, Marius had the much richer lands of the east, with their thousands upon thousands of acres of grain fields owned by wealthy royals. Meanwhile, Keely had the more treacherous hill territories, filled with wild game and dangerous tribes. But she'd already begun to build alliances with many of those tribes, although even she knew some of those were tenuous at best. She had to tread carefully, but she found the challenge a little thrilling, not that she'd mentioned that to anyone but Cade. Gemma already thought she was too reckless, and Layla insisted on seeing her as unrealistic and naive. Honestly, the only one who seemed to have any faith in her outside of her doting parents was Quinn, which seemed just wrong. Keely discreetly glanced up from her papers at Gemma. These days, her younger sister seemed nothing but angry. Angry at Beatrix? Definitely. Angry at her precious gods? Perhaps. Angry at Keely? When wasn't she? But there was more to it. Keely just hadn't figured out what was at the heart of it all. It had started months ago. They could all feel it. But then the day came when Gemma had walked downstairs in brown leather leggings with a brown fur cape. It was the drabbest thing Keely had ever seen anyone in her family wear, and, except for Beatrix, no one in her family gave a damn about fashion at all. Eventually, their mother outfitted Gemma in proper chainmail, but she hadn't put her monk gear back on in more than a year. Keely never thought she'd miss any of that shit. But she found she did miss the way it had made her sister glow a bit. Now her sister was always sad, or angry, or sad and angry. It had gotten to the point that Keely almost hated being around her. If she had to hear her sigh dramatically one more time. "So, what do you both think?" Keely frowned, exchanging confused glances with Gemma before they both looked across the room. Ainsley leaned against a bookcase. She'd grown into a beautiful girl with all that long red blonde hair and bright green eyes, but she was a strange one, always sort of lurking around. She hung out in trees a lot. "How long have you been standing there?" Keely asked. 20 minutes. Talking to you." "You were talking?" Gemma blinked. "About what?" Ainsley briefly closed her eyes, took in a breath, let it out. When she opened her eyes, she said, "All right, let's try this again, shall we?" "There's that tone," Gemma muttered. "I was thinking perhaps I could train with some of the new army recruits. Perhaps learn how to handle a sword. I'm proficient at the bow, but useless with a sword." Keely and Gemma stared at Ainsley for a bit, then at each other. After a few moments, they couldn't help themselves. They burst out laughing. "You're a baby," Keely yelped. "We're not giving you a sword," Gemma added. "You don't give babies swords," Keely agreed. "Both of you were using swords before you were 19. And when you're 19, I am 19, Ainsley snapped. Keely frowned, looking at Gemma. When did she turn 19? I don't know. We should ask Mum. Clearing her throat, Keely suggested, perhaps once you get good with the bow. I am good with the bow. No. Seriously good with the bow. Not just Da telling you you're good with the bow. Without taking a step away from Keely and Gemma, Ainsley brought her bow off her shoulder, pulled an arrow from her quiver, aimed out the window near the table her sister sat at, and let the arrow fly. Keely snorted. What the fuck is that supposed to— Thanks, love, their father called from outside. Welcome, Da, Ainsley called back without moving. Or blinking. That's when Keely realized her sister never raised her voice. She rarely showed anger or happiness or anything. Unlike the rest of the Smythe children, she didn't really react to much. Gemma pushed her chair back and went to the window. She leaned out, and when she came back in, her eyes were wide. She hit a falcon. I actually nicked his wing, Ainsley explained. Da wants a falcon. Now he has one once he helps this bird to heal. Again, Keely cleared her throat. That's just luck? You think that was luck? Fine. With an arrow already nocked, she aimed it at a spot in the room and unleashed it. It went through a small hole in the wall. The intense cursing coming from inside the wall shocked them all, and Keely jumped up and went to the spot with her hammer. She hit the stone a few times until she and Gemma could remove chunks of it with their hands, revealing one of the dwarven stonemasons. Coughing from the rock dust while trying to pull the arrow from his leg, he forced a smile at the Queen. Your Majesty? That one has been spying on you for a month, Ainsley pointed out. Although they've all been spying on you a bit, Keely. They like watching you and your hammer. Keely reacted automatically. Ew! My queen, a servant said as he entered the room, stopping when he saw the partially destroyed wall and the wounded stonemason dwarf. What is it, Carl? Lady Layla asks that you come to the main hall. The riders you sent out the other day have returned. Grateful to have something else, anything else, to deal with at this moment, Keely and Gemma rushed for the door, causing the servant to practically fall to the ground in an attempt to get out of their way. Keely caught him and put him back on his feet before she caught up to Gemma. They strode down the passages together until they reached the main hall, but they both stopped short when they saw their mother and father sitting at the dining table. Cade, Quinn, and Layla stood next to the table along with 3 of the riders. It wasn't the missing riders that concerned them. It was everyone's expression. What? Keely asked. What's wrong? Layla motioned to the riders, and they each dropped a large burlap bag to the ground. What's that? Gemma asked. What's left? What's left of what? The monks, the priests. Keely took a step back, but Gemma's body jerked forward. What? What? These are the skulls, Layla stated, pointing at one bag. These are some bones, she said, gesturing to another. And these are just some bits, some ash. No. That's not possible. No. Are any left? Keely asked, horrified by what she was being told. The witches survived, Quinn said. The reason the rider who went to them isn't here is because he had to go to the healers in the village. Gemma let out a long sigh. What did the witches do to him? Quinn fought hard not to smile. They gave him a tail. A what? A rat tail. It moves on its own and everything. Keely's lip curled. Ew! What is wrong with everyone? Apparently those witches were not friendly. That poor man! Unconcerned about the man and his rat tail, it seemed, Gemma cut in. What are the witches doing now? Going underground, Layla stated. Literally, I believe, traveling through tunnels and moving to safer territory. And all the artifacts of the monks and priests? Gone. Most of the walls of the churches and temples were not even left standing. They were destroyed down to the last stone. There's no doubt, then. These religious orders are being specifically targeted. Just as you said, Gemma, this isn't about gold or silver. This is about power. No, it isn't just about power, a soft voice said from behind them, and they turned to see the pacifist monk coming from the passage that led to the kitchens. This is also about desecration. But why? Keely's mother asked. Why would anyone do that? To destroy our beliefs and the beliefs of the populace, he said, walking toward them, to make room for another, someone else's chosen god. What's one more god? Keely asked. There's room for as many gods as we could possibly want. Not for a god that wants to rule all. Keely began to pace. She knew the monk was right. A power-hungry man was dangerous enough, but a power-hungry god? That was a nightmare. Put the two together. She had to do something, and she had to do it now. We need to send out battle units immediately. Any sect or order that wants our protection will have it. They can stay here. Now, brother. It suddenly occurred to her she didn't know the monk's name. Shocked that she was actually looking to him for something, he said, Emmanuel. Brother Emmanuel, as a pacifist monk, you will be the man in the middle, so to speak. When these groups come in, I will need your help keeping those who aren't friends away from each other. Those who are able to get along can room together. You can also work with my uncle to arrange for sleeping quarters. Do you mind doing that? It was the first smile they'd seen from the man since the day they'd all met him. That would bring great joy to my life, Your Highness, to help you with this. Or you could call me Keely, since we'll be working together a lot. Anyway, just do your best. She motioned to several nearby soldiers. Get my generals. She faced Gemma. Beatrix? Gemma thought deep on that, but it was their father who actually answered for them, shocking them all, because he hadn't spoken of the wayward Smythe in some time. The only way this is Beatrix is if there's some deal involved. And they knew he was right. Of course, then the question became, what deal? Chapter 4. Do you know what I find disappointing? Agathon, the follower of her word, lifted his head from the work before him. He thought his expression was flat. He'd always thought he'd taught himself to have no expression at all. But maybe he had lost that skill after 2 years with Queen Beatrix. Or maybe she could see right through him as no other royal ever had before. She did seem to have that skill. I don't mean you, she said after a long sigh. So you can stop looking so panicked. It's everyone else disappoints me. How is that, my lady? He bravely asked. Bravely because he rarely questioned anyone. But the queen seemed to appreciate his questions. Or maybe she was just lonely and desperate for someone to show interest in her words. Then again, he didn't think she was capable of being lonely. She seemed to have no real desire or need for another soul. Because, she replied while staring out the window, all they need to do is play their roles, and yet they do not cooperate, forcing me to do things I find rather distasteful, but necessary. He was surprised. He didn't think she found anything distasteful, except clutter. She didn't like clutter. Agathon opened his mouth to ask more questions, but the study door slammed open and the king stormed in. Dropping his head low, Agathon started toward the door, keeping his back to the walls and slinking along, desperate to leave as quickly as he could manage. But Beatrix stopped him with 2 words. No, stay. Slowly, the queen turned and looked at her husband of 2 years. It was, perhaps, the strangest relationship Agathon had ever seen, and he'd been the keeper of his word for the old king himself, a man with many wives and concubines and offspring, most dead since the day of his final breath. King Marius, the wielder of hate, towered over his tiny wife, his face full of rage. It was rumored that their first night together had been a nightmare for the queen, but Agathon truly doubted that story. He wasn't even sure the queen had ever had carnal knowledge of any man or woman. The queen seemed to have no interest, and although that had never stopped the old king or any of his sons before, King Marius seemed wary of his bride. Not that Agathon blamed the man. Agathon greatly doubted the king would risk the cock he so greatly loved just so he could say he'd thrust it between his wife's thighs. Of course, wary was the safest stance for anyone when dealing with Queen Beatrix. "Yes, my king," she replied with no hint of emotion. No fear, no panic, no interest, no anything. Nothing more than politeness. "What have you done?" he demanded. "What have you done?" The bellow would have any other member of the kingdom running for their life. Not that it would do any good. When the king bellowed like that, his blade always followed, tearing through a gut or lopping off a head. But with Beatrix, the king simply bellowed and waited, his hands balled into tight, angry fists. And yet, even though her hair blew back a bit from his explosion, the queen did not flinch. She never flinched. Agathon was beginning to believe she was incapable of flinching. "First," she said calmly, "I'd ask that you explain to me what you're talking about." The king began to pace around the bedroom while Agathon pushed himself into a corner to avoid the king's wrath. "You're having monks killed, nuns, mages, witches?" the king finally demanded. "Monasteries and churches burned? Their treasures stolen?" Agathon couldn't help but gawk at the queen. Could she have been so reckless? So crazed? She was bold, it was true, especially when it came to waging war, and the king, out of fear, gave her more leeway than any king had ever given his queen. But to toy with the gods in such a manner, to kill their earthly representatives? Beatrix said nothing, until the king again faced her and yelled, "Well, answer me!" The queen studied her husband for several long moments, but it wasn't to craft an answer. She never did that. She was boldly direct, to the point of recklessness, in Agathon's opinion. No. Beatrix was analyzing. "I never did any of that," she finally informed the king. His eyebrows went up in surprise. "You didn't?" "No. Would it have benefited us if I had?" "No!" "Just checking." The king began to pace again. "If not you, then your sister?" The queen suddenly laughed. It was such a surprising sound coming from her, of all beings, that both Agathon and the king froze and looked at her, almost as if they were wary deer that had just heard a branch crack in the forest. "My sister?" the queen said, still laughing. She waved her hand. "That's a good one." Her laughter died away. "No, not Keeley. Never Keeley. If she knows about any of this, I'm sure she's running around attempting to fix it." "Disgusted by such an affront to the gods?" the king asked. "More like appalled by the harm to all the innocent people," she said with an eye roll of annoyance. "My sister, always attempting to save the world. Of course," the queen continued, "if it wasn't us, and it wasn't Keeley." Who was it? The angry redness that had covered the king's face drained, leaving him looking pale and afraid. "Oh, gods," he groaned. "What?" She looked back and forth between the king and Agathon. "The twins?" she suggested. They must need gold and silver for their pathetic little army. I heard they're losing men every day. When her gaze rested on Agathon, he could only shake his head. Then who? Cyrus, the king replied before he dropped into a chair, resting his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Cyrus the Honored? The one who didn't kill any of the old king's wives, or any of his half-brothers? The one that half your father's army left with as soon as the old bastard died? He's killing your precious monks and priests, destroying their temples? The king leaned back in the chair until his head could rest on the wall behind him. My precious brother earned his name because he followed a strict code of honor. He never wavered from it. Everything he did was in the name of his one God, or, as he called it, his one true God. Who only worships one God? My brother. Some cult his mother belonged to. She infected him with that stupidity. But her son took the teachings many steps further. He has a strong code, but living under that code, he made my father look like a soft, fluffy bunny. The queen glanced at Agathon, and he gave a small nod, letting her know that her husband's words were true. Agathon had attempted to flee with Cyrus's army when the old king died, but he'd been unable to get out of the castle. He believed he could pretend to worship any god Cyrus wanted him to, and Cyrus wasn't actively attempting to kill the old king's direct bloodline, unlike Marius. Besides, Agathon had no other choices. The twins were as volatile as Marius, and traveling on his own would only make Agathon a ready victim for any thieves on the road. But now that the restraint of the old king had been lifted from Cyrus, Agathon wondered if something truly terrible had been unleashed in Marius's half-brother. All this time, the king continued, when we didn't hear much from my brother, I thought maybe he'd found another territory to focus on. Now, I think maybe he's preparing to come after the crown. We're going to have to worry about him and your sister. Instead of appearing worried, though, the queen smiled. And gods love him, the king looked, as Agathon felt, panicked. Because of that smile. It wasn't something she did. She had a fake smile she used on the royals who visited, but it was only to placate those who provided soldiers and gold. Her true smile she kept to herself. But on those very rare occasions when she did unleash it, the recipient was unsettled. And both Agathon and the king, they were unsettled. They both leaned away from her as she raised her forefinger and waved it with that smile on her face. This is perfect. How? The king asked. How is this perfect? First, we send our troops under your seal, inviting all monks, priests, nuns, witches, whatever, to our castle and grounds for their protection. My lady, Agathon regretfully interrupted. But Beatrix only had to look at him once and roll her eyes before she amended, Fine. Send it under my seal if it will make them feel safer. You have a seal? The king asked. Of course, I have a seal. I never gave you a seal. Can I finish? She didn't wait for him to answer. We bring them here, we give them all sanctuary. Now, my sister has probably already started this process because I'm sure she's just so upset about the killings. The king frowned at her flippant tone. Is she going to slaughter them all once she has them in her clutches or something? Oh, no. She'll absolutely give them protection. Trust me, I know my sister. She is very upset about all this. But you don't care. I don't care at all. Then why are we doing it? Because this puts religious orders and their gods in our debt. Make sure you get as many war monk orders as you can, Agathon. Yes, your majesty. You know what else? She asked the king. Other than that you're incredibly disturbing? Yes, other than that.
What?
My sister, warrior for good that she is, can't stay away from a fight. If Cyrus is killing innocents, Keely won't stop until she destroys him.
Cyrus will destroy her first.
It doesn't matter, Beatrix said with a laugh. That's the beauty. It doesn't matter if she kills him, he kills her, or they kill each other. When it's all over, she shrugged, we destroy what's left and take the crown. We take it all.
You mean I destroy what's left and take the crown? I take it all. Right?
There was that smile again, and it spread across her face like leprosy across an infected body. Absolutely. The queen turned away from them and walked to the window she'd been staring out when the king first stormed in. Get to work, Agathon. Beatrix tossed over her shoulder, her gaze once again focused outside, her mind furiously working on her future plans. There's so much to be done and so little time. Dear Cyrus, the honored, seems to have a calling from his god. Chapter 5. Her head was dragged up from the ground while blood poured onto the cobblestones. She was grabbed by both arms and lifted to her knees. She was too weak to fight, too weak to speak, too weak even to cry. Carried to the stake to join her already burning brothers, flames surrounded her. Her screams joined the others, and her loyal gods were no longer by her side, her betrayal too great. They would never forgive her, never accept her into their halls. Forever she would be known as the great betrayer, and there was nothing she would be able to do about it, except scream while she burned. But one of the soldiers grabbed her, pulled her from the flames. He shook her. "Gemma!" he screamed at her. "Gemma!" She punched at him. She would burn with her brothers. She would not be a slave to those who would kill those loyal to their gods. "Gemma!" he called again, continuing to shake her. She decided to fight him, even though she was covered in flames and blood and stank of betrayal. Gemma wrapped her right arm around his throat and swung her body onto his back. She wrapped her legs around his waist and placed her left arm against her right so he couldn't break her hold. Then she tightened her grip. If she took only one more enemy with her, it would be this one. She would take this one to honor the god she had deserted. He would be her sacrifice. It might not get her into Morthwill's hallowed halls, but at least she could wander the valleys of his hells with her head held high. The soldier no longer called her name, too busy gasping for air and desperately attempting to drag her arms off his neck. But then, Gemma was growing, expanding. Gods, Morthwill was making her a giant. She grew and grew, reaching amazing heights, standing tall. Then she saw antlers? Why did she see antlers? Did she have antlers? Did she have antlers instead of a face? Would Morthwill have done something so cruel? No. No, she didn't want antlers for a face. She immediately slapped her hands to her face, rubbing her fingers over the flesh, ready to rip off any antlers she might feel where skin should be. But she felt nothing but human flesh. As she continued her examination, the world beneath her shook and jerked, and Gemma went flying, away from the flames, away from the persecution, away from the evil soldiers and her burning brothers, and into a wall that didn't move. Gemma awoke, and instantly knew she lay slumped on the battlements of her sister's castle. Shocked, and still reeling from the dream that was beginning to feel like a premonition, she looked around and saw Quinn standing a few feet away from her in his natural form. Not just as a centaur, but as a centaur ready to defend his kind to the death. She could see fangs, claws on his hands, and a rack of antlers that crowned the top of his head. She could also see marks on his throat where she'd attempted to kill him. Shifting and shaking her off had been his only option. He moved closer to her, hooves clomping against stone. "Rough night?" he asked. Gemma let out a breath, and that's when she realized that a tear was slowly streaking down her cheek. She wiped it with a finger and replied, "You could say." He jerked the head that carried an antler rack as easily as she wore a helmet. "Come on. Let's talk." Quinn shifted back to his human form and opened the battlement door, waiting for Gemma to get off the ground and walk through. He didn't help her, not because he was angry at her, he wasn't, but because he didn't think touching her was what she needed at the moment. He'd known her about 2 years now, and she had never liked being coddled by anyone, not her siblings, not her parents, not the many pets that ran free around the castle. Gemma Smythe had her own space, and she let you know when you could enter it and when you couldn't. Right now, she didn't seem to want anyone too close. She passed him silently, and he followed her down the narrow staircase to the 4th floor. From there, they cut through the hall to the regular staircase, which led them down to the 1st floor and deep into the castle to the kitchens. She sat at the big wooden table where the head cook did all the butchering and baking and yelling. The woman was feared by many because, when annoyed, she tended to throw her cleaver. She hadn't hit anyone yet, though, so Quinn didn't understand why everyone was so testy about it all. He motioned for Gemma to sit down at the table and then got out the wine and meat pies the head cook kept hidden for him. Quinn placed them on the table and sat on the bench beside Gemma. He didn't sit too close, but he didn't sit on the other side since the table was wide and he didn't want to yell across the room. "I'm sorry," Gemma said softly. She had her eyes shut tight and began to rub her forehead with her hands. "I don't know if that was a dream or a premonition." "A premonition?" "I was being burned at the stake." She dropped her hands, opened her eyes wide. "Me and my entire order. And do you know whose fault it was?" "Whoever is killing all the monks?" "My fault." "Gemma, that's insane." "Is it?" Quinn took a bite out of one of the meat pies. That was to stifle his desire to call her an idiot. When he was done chewing, he instead said, "You and your sister both do this, you know." "Do what?" "Take responsibility that's not yours. When Marius wiped out your entire town, even though it was no fault of hers, Keeley still felt it was her responsibility to fix the situation. When you broke my nose, you didn't take responsibility for that. But the destruction of your order, which may or may not have actually happened, that responsibility you line up for." "I had a premonition." "A premonition or a dream?" "Could be either." "But probably only one." "Why are you arguing with me about this?" She dismissed him with a wave and grabbed a pie. "You don't even believe in anything magical." "I have hooves, woman. I am magic." He pointed at her uneaten pies. "You going to eat those?" "I am." "All of them?" Gemma pushed one over to him. "I wouldn't worry," Quinn told her between bites and sips of wine. "Your sister is moving on this, like all these people are loyal only to her." "I know. "She's offering them all sanctuary. They'll be protected here." "I know, and your sister would never let you burn." She glanced up at him, her frown deep, juice and crumbs from the pies around her mouth. He realized it was an expression of confusion, and Quinn suddenly understood her confusion. She didn't understand why he thought she was concerned about being burned at the stake, because she wasn't concerned. She'd burn for her brothers, just as she'd burn for her family. Her concern was that she wouldn't burn with them. Quinn was desperately trying to grasp her logic, but he couldn't. He didn't have that kind of loyalty to anyone. Maybe his sister. He could imagine dying to protect her, and their mother. but that was about it. Of course, he had never committed his sword or soul to a god. Any god. "I need to get some sleep," Gemma said, pushing the last pie over to him and standing. "It was just a dream," he felt the need to insist. "All this is just upsetting you right now." "I'm sure you're right." She stepped away from the table but abruptly stopped and faced him again. "Did you follow me up there?" "Don't flatter yourself," Quinn immediately shot back. "I was already on the battlements." "Why?" He continued to eat. I'm not a big sleeper." "What does that mean?" Quinn shrugged. What did she think it meant? "So you were just up there doing what?" "Just be glad I was there. You were about to go over the side." "I was?" "That's the only reason I grabbed you. Because this time there was no river for you to fall into." "Well?" Quinn couldn't help but smirk a little. "It's all right. You can say it. I won't tell." "Promise?" "On my honor." "You have no honor." "You should tell me anyway." "Fine." She blew out a breath, as if this would be the hardest thing she'd ever had to do, and she'd once faced down a volcano dragon along with her sister. "Thank you for saving my life tonight." "See? Now that wasn't so hard." "Shut up!" she snapped before stalking out. "Why do you toy with her so?" the head cook asked, coming into the kitchens from the back room she slept in. "I can't help it. I know it irritates her." "Just like me son," she said before kissing him on the forehead. "He's irritating too." She picked up the empty platter. "Did you get any sleep tonight?" "Not much, but I don't need much." Pausing, she jerked her head at where Gemma had left. "You do know—" I know, Quinn sighed, already disgusted with himself. "You know what?" Layla asked, walking in from another entrance. Behind her was Ainsley, with an enormous deer carcass over her shoulders. When Quinn only stared at his sister, the cook laughed. "You might as well tell her you're going to have to eventually." "She's right," Layla agreed. "We both know I'm only going to beat the truth out of you." "You'll try, maybe." The cook returned to Quinn's side, gripped his cheeks with both hands, and kissed his forehead again. "Dumb like me son, too," she laughed. Gemma secured her weapons and pack, then eased open her bedroom door. She checked the corridor, listened for anyone other than guards. When she didn't hear anything, she moved. Down the stairs and out through the back hallways. She nodded at the guards she passed, who barely paid attention to her, as was their way. Once outside, she again checked for signs of her family. Mostly her father. He'd be the only one up this early. But it was a very cold morning, and he liked to snuggle up to her mom on mornings like this. Still, it didn't hurt to be too careful. Once comfortable all was clear, she ran to the royal stables where her horses were kept. She went right to Dagger. But he was already saddled and out of his stall. Samuel stood beside him. He was dressed and ready as well. Gemma shook her head and whispered, "Not this time." "I'm coming." "You don't have to come, Samuel. Keely already told you you'll always have a place here. And she's made you head of the royal stables. She loves the way you treat the horses. She doesn't trust just anyone with that job. You'd be a fool to walk away from such a position. Say what you want. I'm going with you." "You can't." She let out a breath and admitted the truth. "They may kill me, Samuel. When I return, I have no idea what awaits me when I go back." "I know. I knew that when we left, but if you go back, I go back." "How did you even know I was going?" "I thought you were going back days ago. I've been waiting here the last 3 nights with Dagger, both of us ready to move out." "Are you really sure you want to do—" "Are we still discussing this?" "Shh," she begged, her hands raised to calm him. You'll wake up me da, and once he's up, everyone's up, including Keely. Then I guess we'd better go. Knowing how stubborn he could be, she grabbed Dagger's reins and led the horse out of the stables. Your second horse? Samuel asked. Leave her. She wasn't going into battle, just to inform her order of what was coming, and possibly to face her death. She only needed one horse for that. They walked their horses through the town until they reached the inner gates. Then they mounted, rode over the bridge, and turned east. But they'd only gotten a few leagues before they were forced to stop. You must be kidding me, Gemma exploded, glaring at the centaur standing across from her. He was in his natural form, but without antlers or fangs. Just his old horsey self, annoying her. Did you think I was going to let you ride into this danger alone? He asked. He was doing that thing with his eyes when he attempted to look sincere, but they both knew he was never sincere. Samuel raised his hand. I'm here. Quinn glanced at her one-time squire before refocusing on Gemma. You and I have grown so close over the years. It's been 2 years, and no, we haven't. And is all this necessary? She asked, gesturing to the others. Quinn looked at his sister, her cousin Kieran, Cadell, Farlin, and, to Gemma's horror, Ainsley. They insisted. No, we didn't, Cadell corrected, but you threw us out of bed. And told us to move our asses, Farlin finished. It was rude. Kieran shrugged. I had nothing better to do. I did insist, Ainsley said. Told them if they tried to leave without me, I would scream the bloody house down until Keely was wide awake. I didn't insist, Layla added. It was simply understood. Nothing I can do to get rid of any of you? Is there? Gemma asked. The small group looked at Ainsley. She didn't bother to smirk. Just keep in mind that Da has always praised my ability to call the hogs. The loudest hog caller in all the valleys, he used to say. Like to test me, sister? Chapter 6. They didn't take a break until the suns came up, when they paused by a stream to water the horses. While everyone was busy stretching and eating their first meal, Gemma grabbed Quinn by his ear and yanked him a few feet away. Ow, ow, ow! Release me, evil woman! Why are you really here? She demanded once he'd slapped her hand away. I thought you wouldn't want to face death alone. I'd prefer none of my friends to face death. Aw, are we friends? No, I didn't mean you. Oh. Gemma began to pace. None of you should be here. I'm not sure why you're here. You seem pretty convinced they're going to kill you. I never said such a thing. You didn't have to, Gemma. I know the price you paid to side against them 2 years ago. They're still my brothers, and I will protect them as I would my own family. They're all war monks. How much protection could they need? All the monks and priests I sent those messengers to were powerful in their own right, and they were destroyed. Everyone has weaknesses if one is willing to exploit them. I won't risk my brothers. I will make them the same offer that every other religious sect is getting from my sister. And will they accept? She could only shrug. I really don't know. So they may accept, or they may draw and quarter you. Pretty much, which is something I'd prefer my baby sister not to see. Ainsley, I'm honestly not sure it would bother her one way or the other. They turned and watched Ainsley pet her horse, pressing her forehead against his snout. Does Beatrix like animals? Quinn asked. Not at all. Then that makes me feel better. Horses are a very good judge of character. Quinn looked down at Gemma. Speaking of your sisters, how do you think Keely will handle all this? and all Gemma could do was let out a rough "heh" in reply. The large wood table the family ate from every day in the main hall hit the wall and shattered into pieces. The guards looked at the parents for guidance on how they should deal with the situation, but they both shook their heads. And when the uncle started to go toward his niece, the father quickly grabbed him by his long hair and yanked him back. The younger siblings watched from the safety of the second-floor stairs. Mary's family had been surprised when she'd come home one day and said she was going to take a job as head cook with the new queen. They thought at first she meant with Queen Beatrix. The money was good among those royals, but Mary didn't want to get anywhere near that family. She'd worked for royals all her life, and they were a sad group of fucks. But when the butcher had told her about this job, she couldn't resist. A blacksmith who'd become a queen. If nothing else, it would be interesting. And gods love the light. She'd been right. Just watching that beast of a woman standing there, raging about her missing sister, big shoulders heaving, big thighs trembling, Queen Keeley wanted to tear the whole place apart. But Mary didn't worry. Unlike those born royal, this one wouldn't take it out on the human beings that surrounded her. She wouldn't slap a serving girl or kill a coachman simply because she could. She wouldn't beat her horse or kick a dog. Gods, the last thing she'd do was kick a dog. Instead, she broke a table. Then, when she realized that wasn't enough to vent her rage, she turned to her mother and said, "Mum, forge is hot and ready. Go. Just go." And off the queen went, to the forge that the queen's mother ran. It was the queen's mother who manufactured all the armor and weapons that the soldiers got, and Mary heard nothing but compliments from mean, hardened men who thought women were good for nothing but fucking and cleaning. Word was, the queen was even better than her mum at controlling fire and steel. The uncle started to follow, but the queen's mother stepped in front of him and said, "If you mention that goddamn axe, Archie, she owes me an axe, and since she's going to the forge anyway, not a word, but not a word. I better get me axe out of all this drama. Do not ask my daughter for that bloody axe, old man, if you want to keep your hair, because I'll rip it from your head." The big uncle grinned at her. "You sexy minx, Emma love, you always know how to—" "Archie!" bellowed Angus, his brother and the woman's husband. See? Entertaining as fuck. They rode hard for 3 days, only taking short breaks during the day to eat and let their horses rest, and to sleep a few hours at night before moving on. When they were about a league away from the monastery, Quinn and the other Amachis shifted to human and mounted their horses. His large war horse grunted at his weight, and he patted the stallion on the neck. "Sorry, my friend. This shouldn't be for too long, though." Once they were about a mile away, riding along a tree-covered path, Quinn noticed that Ainsley and her horse were no longer with them. He was about to say something to Gemma when arrows rained down from the skies. None hit them directly, but instead encircled them on all sides. The horses reared up, yet didn't panic, holding their positions, but all the long arrows surrounding them forced them into a tight circle that would make wiping them out quite easy. "Hold, good brothers!" Gemma called out to the trees. "I come with important news from Queen Keeley of the Hill Lands." "Brother Gemma?" a voice asked. "Aye, brothers, it is I, Gemma." They suddenly appeared, as if the trees themselves had moved out of their way. "Traitor!" one snarled, pointing a damning finger. But another monk quickly pushed down his arm. "Have you lost your wits, brother?" the monk asked. "This is good brother Gemma." "She has betrayed us all." "She is still a brother.
and until the Grand Master makes such an accusation, you will treat her with the same respect we all deserve." The angry monk sneered at Gemma in contempt, but said nothing more.
"Thank you, Brother Richard," Gemma said with a slight bow of her head.
Brother Richard winked in return and smiled before motioning to the other monks. They moved forward, pulling arrows from the ground. Gemma dismounted from her horse, and the rest of them followed her lead. "Amachais?" the monk questioned, staring specifically up at Quinn. He didn't know why. Quinn hadn't said anything, and he always felt that he was pleasant-looking, unlike his brother, or even Cadell and Farlan.
"They are part of the Queen's council,"
Gemma replied. "The Amachais are part of your Queen's council?"
"My Queen's council? She is the queen of us all, Brother Richard, and she has many on her council to offer her wise guidance. Is that an issue for you?"
"It's not for me to say, but if there is a problem, I'm sure we'll all hear of it." "We should proceed, Brother Richard," another monk called out. The monks surrounded them, and they walked the rest of the way to the monastery. Unlike the pacifists' monastery, the home of the Order of Righteous Valor was not what Quinn would call welcoming. It wasn't a house of worship. It wasn't a place of sanctuary for those in need. If anything, it was a fortress. A closed fortress, the gates locked tight. There were armed monks on the ramparts, and armed monks on horseback patrolling the surrounding forest. The drawbridge was lowered, and the gates behind it opened. They crossed over the moat. Quinn glanced down. Something was in the water, but he couldn't see what, and he honestly didn't want to know. Once they were inside the fortress, all activity stopped, and every eye focused directly on them. A young squire was sent running to get someone in charge, while the one called Brother Richard ordered, "Weapons!" "What about them?" Farlan asked. "Hand them over." "Over my dead carcass." Gemma put her hand on Farlan's shoulder.
"It's all right, dear friend. Give them your weapons."
"Gemma,
they won't harm you. Those who willingly shed their weapons upon entering our monastery are under our protection. Is that not right, Brother Richard?"
"Absolutely correct, Brother Gemma. We live and die by that commitment, friends of Brother Gemma." Farlan growled unhappily, but pulled out his swords, his axes, his daggers, his spear, his small warhammer, his large warhammer, his shield, and, finally, his flail. His bow and arrows were on his saddle. The monks looked at the pile at his feet and then back at Farlan. Soon Cadell had a similar pile, except he had several morning stars instead of a flail, and a crossbow instead of a bow. The Amachais were firm believers in being ready for anything. Quinn and his sister divested themselves of less equipment, but that didn't seem to ease the monks' caution any. Then there was Kieran, who had considerably fewer weapons, probably so she could stash an incredibly large number of flasks. So many flasks that everyone gazed at her in wonder. And she only pulled those from her clothes and travel bag because one of the monks kept asking, "What's that metal thing? Is it a weapon?" "What?" Kieran asked when she finally threw down the last one. "I knew it would be a long trip."
"Really?" Gemma softly asked Quinn. "This is who all of you were comparing me to?"
When poor Samuel only threw down his one barely used sword and one eating knife, one of the older monks sneered and said, you. I don't know why she bothered bringing you anywhere." Quinn grabbed Gemma's arm before she could start a good throttling, but thankfully someone who seemed to be in charge had finally shown up. Unlike the rest of the monks in their black tunics with the bright red rune on the front, this one had on a white tunic with a red rune. He gazed at Gemma in a way that Quinn could not immediately read. Was that anger? Disappointment? Fear? Concern? Contempt? None of those? He really didn't know, but he sensed it probably wasn't good. "Master Sergeant Alessandro," Gemma greeted him. "I bring important—"
"Yes, I know."
"Excellent. The quicker I can get an audience with the Grand Master on this matter, the better. It truly can't wait."
"Of course."
The Master Sergeant smiled, but it was not a friendly smile, far from it.
"But you do understand the rules."
"Rules?" Layla suddenly asked. "What rules?"
"There's the question of whether Brother Gemma's a traitor or not. Many believe you are."
"But I'm not."
"That decision will be made by the Grand Master."
"Fine, whatever. I need to talk to him anyway."
"But don't forget, you are on sanctified ground," the Master Sergeant pointed out. "That makes anyone in this territory subject to our rules and laws and punishments, none of which can be overruled by the laws of any king or queen."
Eyes wide, Layla turned to Gemma. "Is that true?"
Gemma shrugged.
"Pretty much."
"And you came here anyway?"
"Yes."
Layla glanced around before asking Gemma, "Even though they seem to think you're a traitor?"
"I'm not."
"But they think you are."
"But I'm not."
Quinn leaned down and said to Gemma, "I'd move if I were you."
"Why? Ow! What the fuck was that for?" she yelled at Layla.
"Quinn, tell Gemma what that slap to the back of the head was for."
"Bad decision-making."
"And how do you know that, big brother?"
"Because I've received many such slaps over the years for my own bad decision-making."
"Exactly." Layla turned her head, looking directly at Gemma. "Exactly."
Chapter 7. Brother Katla led her battalion to the monastery. The drawbridge was pulled up, so Brother Shona called up to those on the ramparts to lower it. Her brother Kier, not just Brother Kier, but her twin brother Kier, rode on her left. At one time, Katla and Kier had been called Katla and Kier No One. They'd actually been grateful that No One was their surname, because it was better than Bastard, which some orphaned children had. But because they didn't know where they'd come from or who their parents had been, they had no idea if they were bastards or not. So they were called No One instead. Not exactly nice, but not cruel either. Then, one day, the pair had been discovered stealing food from a local merchant. Caught in the act, as they say. They hadn't been caught by the local magistrate, but instead by monks. Some monks, it was said, would simply feed young thieves and send them on their way. Some would chop off their hands. And some would give them jobs. The first few years they were forced to live in the stables with the horses. Not that they minded. They loved the horses and didn't mind the smell of their shit. And while they lived with the horses, they learned to care for them. They learned to feed them and brush them and tell when they weren't feeling well. They even learned when it was time to let them go, which was hard, especially for Kier, who always cried. The monks hated that Kier cried, but he kept getting bigger and stronger, so they learned to overlook those tears. Then the twins learned to shoe the horses and ride them and defend them and help the monks with their weapons during battle and eventually how to fight themselves. They could have gone off on their own, made a life as warriors with no loyalty to any god. But they both felt it, Katla and Kier. They felt Morthwyl call to them, felt they should wear his rune, fight under his banner. They felt his power flow through their veins. When they finally made their vows, Shona was with them. She wasn't an orphan. She came from a wealthy family in the East. But she'd left her life of privilege behind to fight as a war monk. Now they were all majors, fighting battles anywhere the Brotherhood sent them. "What's taking so long?" Katla asked Shona when the drawbridge didn't come down immediately. Shona shrugged. Katla looked up at the ramparts. I want that drawbridge down in 5 seconds or I'll rip it down with my bare hands," she warned. She wasn't worried about what was in the moat either, because she had trained what was in the moat, and they still adored her. The drawbridge came down, and she took the lead across it. The gates opened, and she rode in. Once she was far enough inside so the entire battalion could follow, she dismounted, and her squire assisted her by removing the saddle and gear from her horse. As Katla stopped to stretch her back and legs before finding a bath and food, Brother Julia came rushing to her side. Katla wasn't fond of Brother Julia. She seemed more of a lapdog than a warrior, and Katla had no time for lapdogs. "Brother Katla," Julia exclaimed, "so glad to have you back safely." Katla returned the greeting with a grunt. "But," Julia continued, "unfortunately you and your battalion must go right out again." Katla stopped wiping some blood and brain off her white tunic and looked at the lapdog. "What?" Shona came to stand beside her. "Yeah. What?" "Brother Shona," Julia said with a head nod. "Fuck your nods. What's this about leaving again?" "Unfortunately," stop saying unfortunately. "Master General Pierce needs you and your battalion to go right out again to deal with land barons in the west immediately. It can't wait." Katla felt an itch at the back of her neck. It was a feeling she'd heeded ever since she and her twin had lived on the streets. It had kept them safe, kept them alive, told her when something just wasn't right. Like this moment, something wasn't right. "Shona, find me something," Katla ordered. Shona moved to Julia's side, stood next to her, towered over her, which at 6'2" wasn't hard for Shona to do. She leaned in, but Julia kept her gaze on the ground. "She's hiding something." "I'm not. Just relaying a message." Julia's voice was calm, but her eyes didn't move, nor did her body. Normally, Julia relayed orders, then stalked away, expecting those orders to be followed. The fact that she wasn't doing so now. Shona sniffed Julia's hair before abruptly walking off. But Katla stood her ground and waited. A few seconds later, her twin stepped closer. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Waiting. But I'm hungry." Katla was sure he was. Her brother was 300 pounds of muscle. When he wasn't praying or killing, he was eating. "We'll eat soon, brother." "How soon?" "You're irritating me." "Enough to feed me?" "No." Shona walked out of one of the stables leading a horse, a gray stallion. "Look familiar?" she called out to Katla. Julia closed her eyes, cringing at Shona's question, but Katla didn't need that cringe as confirmation, because she recognized that horse. She'd helped pull it out of its mother when it was born, watched as it had taken its first wobbly steps, then as it grew strong and powerful. Then came the day she'd recommended it for placement among the war horses. Katla slapped her hand at the back of Julia's neck and yanked her close, pressing her lips against the monk's ear. "Where is she?" Katla snarled. They entered the Chamber of Valor, where many of the Order's major decisions, rulings, laws, and judgments were made. "I know," the Master Sergeant explained to the outsiders, "that you see all the weapons on these walls and think you'd like to handle them. But please understand that they are under the protection of ancient magics. Touch them with the knowledge that you risk your very lives by doing so." Of course, as he spoke those words, the Centaur siblings had already grabbed 2 weapons off the walls and were looking them over. Gemma immediately yanked the double-headed battle axe and skull-headed mace from their hands, just as the monks faced their group. The Master Sergeant scowled at her. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Gemma glanced at the weapons she held. "Just remembering how these used to feel in my hands. That's all." She would have put the weapons back herself, but they were quickly snatched from her grip by low-level monks and returned to their places of honor. "Hands off, traitor!" someone hissed at her.
Only those without disgrace may touch these weapons, the Master Sergeant reminded her, and then he suddenly pointed at her. And that I do not miss, Brother Gemma.
What?
That eye roll.
Thought you only did that with your sister. And me,
Quinn softly teased.
Shut up, she replied, but not harshly.
She was glad, for once, of his humor. She needed it at the moment. They kept her from reacting harshly to such rudeness. The monks moved around the chamber, getting into place.
I thought all these weapons were bewitched or something,
Quinn remarked.
They are. Which begs the question, why were you and your sister able to not only touch them, but remove them from the wall and toy with them?
He shrugged.
To most magics, centaurs are considered animals.
What?
Most magics can't harm animals because in the eyes of most gods they are innocents. So while spells and curses might cause you great harm, they do nothing to us.
That makes sense.
And of course every god has its favorites. Turns out, centaurs are the favorites of most, if not all, gods.
How do you know that?
Look at us, we're gorgeous.
She glared at him. Why do I bother talking to you at all?
I have no idea.
Quinn glanced at his sister and then at the room they were in. She gave a short nod, understanding him. This room of pestilence, or chamber pot of desecration, or whatever the monks called it, did not merely have a few weapons on the walls. Keely's forge had a few weapons. This room, however... The weapons not only covered the walls, they covered the ceiling as well, and all of them were usable, if necessary. Brother Gemma, the Master Sergeant called out, come forward. It bothered Quinn that these monks who kept calling Gemma a traitor also insisted on calling her Brother Gemma, especially when she wasn't wearing her tunic. Quinn got the feeling they were doing that for a very specific reason, and not a good one. Gemma walked forward, and Quinn motioned Samuel to his side.
Tell me what's going on, Samuel.
Tell you? Won't you just get bored? The boy had a point. Most things bored Quinn, and monk-based ceremonies would probably top the list if he'd been forced to go to any before.
Fine. Go tell my sister then. Keep her apprised so nothing takes her off guard.
Samuel patted his shoulder. That does make more sense. Quinn glared at the hand on his shoulder, and Samuel quickly removed it before turning to Layla and whispering to her. Unable to make out what was being said, Quinn simply watched what was happening around him. Gemma waited in front of a raised dais that the Master Sergeant stood upon. It took a moment to realize that she was positioned in the middle of the rune of their chosen god. Once again, something that Quinn felt wasn't necessarily a good thing, but perhaps not bad either. So, the Master Sergeant said, tell us why you've decided to return here, 2 years after abandoning our order. It wasn't abandonment, but that's neither here nor there. There have been brutal attacks on monasteries, temples, and churches throughout the lands. We're not sure who is behind the atrocities, but until we are, Queen Keely of the Hill Lands is offering safe refuge for all religious orders. And you expect us to trust you? A traitor? I'm not a traitor. But in this instance, you don't have to trust me. You can trust the Queen. Which Queen? I've heard there are 2. Yes, but one comes with the son of the old king attached. And the other comes with the Amachais and a treacherous cow. Quinn glanced over at the wall, saw a steel spear he liked the look of, that he could do a nice bit of damage with, since it was starting to seem as if that would be necessary. But he barely moved when the doors to the alcove of annihilation were flung open, startling everyone. 3 monks, appearing as if they'd just stepped off a battlefield, stormed inside. They pushed past the monks attempting to stop them and crowded around Gemma. Wait, was all Gemma got out before she was grabbed by the scruff of her chainmail and yanked back toward the doorway. Brother Katla, the Master Sergeant yelled from his mighty dais. "Back off!" was all one of the monks barked before absconding with Gemma. Layla immediately went after Gemma, and the rest of their unit immediately went after Layla. The monks attempted to stop them as well, but Farlan and Cadell easily shoved them aside so the rest of them could get through without much bother. They didn't have to go far. The foursome were standing right outside the doors. A dark-haired woman, a little taller than Gemma, threw out her arms. At first, Quinn thought it was an open challenge. But then she said, "So, where have you been?" "Before you start yelling," Gemma began. "I'm not yelling." "You have to let me explain, Katla." "I don't have to do a God's damn thing." She gestured to Gemma. "She's all yours, Kier." "Katla, no!" Gemma cried. The big man quickly moved forward, wrapped his arms around Gemma, and lifted her off the ground while he sobbed. Quinn leaned around the large man so he could look Gemma in the eyes and mouthed, "Is he crying?" Gemma stroked the big monk's shoulders and soothed, "It's okay, Kier. It's okay." "But you just left," the big monk openly sobbed. "You just left us." "He is," Quinn continued, shocked. "He's sobbing." "Stop it," Gemma mouthed back. "But I love him, Gemma." Quinn moved around so he could study the hugging monk. He was huge, wide as a house. Quinn had hunted bears that were smaller, had arm-wrestled dwarves that weren't as wide. But those big, blue, needy eyes filled with copious tears utterly confused Quinn, as did the nasty scar across his neck that said this sobbing monk had almost lost his life at least once. When their eyes met, Quinn smiled at him. "Hello?" The hugger scowled. "Who are you?" "I'm Quinn. I'm traveling with Gemma, part of her protection unit." "Brother Gemma needs no protection." "That's very true, but she's Princess Gemma now." "You're a princess now?" the sobbing monk asked Gemma. Gemma didn't respond. She was too busy crawling onto the sobbing monk's shoulder so she could get into what appeared to be a whispering fight with the female monk, called Katla. Quinn couldn't make out what they were saying to each other, but now Gemma was balancing herself on that massive shoulder so she could gesture at the female. Unable to help himself, Quinn said to the monk, "You know what I'd like, brother?" "What's that?" Quinn threw his arms open. "A hug." The monk grinned and threw his own arms open, sending Gemma flipping off his shoulder to the ground as the two males happily embraced. "Gods damn it, Quinn!" Gemma exploded from the floor. "What? I was getting a hug." "Look at this, Katla," the monk said, turning to the female monk and lifting Quinn up a bit. "Amachai. I've always wanted to meet one of the Amachais." Brother Katla reached down and lifted Gemma to her feet by again grabbing the scruff of her chainmail shirt. Gemma slapped the hand away once she was standing. "Get off! Get off! Get off!" "Did it occur to you," Brother Katla asked in a tone that brooked no disagreement, "to tell us what was going on and to ask us for help?" "I couldn't," Gemma said. "I had to move if I was going to get home in time. As it was, I barely made it before my family was attacked by one of the old king's treacherous sons." "You couldn't even get a message to us?" "So you could what, go with me?" "Yes, that's exactly what we would have done." "You're a traitor too, then, Brother Katla?" the master sergeant asked from inside the doorway. "Oh, shut up, Alessandro," Katla shot back. Confused, Quinn asked the tall female monk who'd walked in with the brother and sister, "Doesn't Brother Katla report to the Master Sergeant?" "No. As Master Sergeant, he runs the day-to-day operations of the monastery, but Katla's a major. She has control over an entire battalion. She outranks him. I'm Shona, by the way." "Quinn, and what's your rank?" "Major. So is Kier, Katla's brother." "The Saber?" She gave a dry chuckle. "Yes, him. So higher ranks wear tunics that are white." "Yes."
Officers of higher rank wear white tunics. Black tunics are for lower ranks.
You all trained together with Gemma.
It wasn't really a question. Quinn could tell by their body language. More than that, we're battle cohorts.
I don't know what that means.
We were linked together throughout our training. We ate together, slept together, fought together, prayed together.
Shit together?
No, but we had to keep watch while one went behind a tree. That requires a lot of trust.
It does create a bond.
A bond until death. That's why Katla's so pissed. Gemma never should have gone off on her own. But I know her. She was protecting us.
Most likely.
Shona studied him for a moment. You her friend?
Quinn laughed. Gods, no. She hates me.
I will not continue to have this argument with you, Gemma told Katla, mostly because she knew Katla could keep an argument going until she lost her voice. It was a fact that had been written down in the journals of the monastery note-takers. Because you have no excuse. Fine. You want to hear the reason why I left the way I did? We'll take it to the Grand Master. Joshua can explain it to you in great detail. Will that satisfy you? It was as if the air had left the passageway. The 3 cohorts froze, gazing blindly at Gemma. What? Gemma asked, feeling real fear for the first time since she'd entered the monastery walls. What's wrong? Katla's face turned bright red, but her anger was no longer directed at Gemma. Instead, she stormed to the chamber doorway and turned her rage on the Master Sergeant. You didn't tell her? She demanded, her voice low but barely controlled. The Master Sergeant forced himself to look at Katla, but Gemma could tell it was a battle for him. He was terrified of her. I was not given leave to— You didn't tell her? Katla exploded. Kier appeared next to her, his big hand landing on his twin's shoulder. He wanted to soothe her, but knew he couldn't. So Gemma knew he was ready to grab her if he had to. Gemma's right finger twitched, but she held the rest of her body still as she asked, Didn't tell me what, Katla? It was Shona who replied. Joshua is dead, Gemma. Her tone was flat, unemotional, the same way she always spoke, unless she was in the midst of battle. But it didn't matter how she said it. Gemma didn't believe it. Not Joshua. That's not right. He can't be. It's true, Shona insisted. He died nearly a year ago. But I would have heard if he'd died in war. That news would have spread faster than— He didn't die in war. He died in challenge. Gemma's fingers curled into tight fists, and she turned away from her battle cohorts. She wanted to believe they were lying to her, that this was some fabrication, or a grand scheme Joshua had concocted, and he was alive somewhere, ready to strike his enemies down. But grand schemes like that were not Joshua's way. They never had been. He believed in directness and honesty and valor. Before we go on, the Master Sergeant said into the silence, perhaps Brother Gemma and her associates should be shown to private cells so they can get cleaned up before this goes any further. Just hearing the Master Sergeant's voice and his attempts at placating her after he'd withheld the truth from the very beginning, Gemma faced the chamber and slowly walked toward the Master Sergeant within. He saw her coming and began to back up. The challenge was the old way war monks used to fight for the title of Grand Master. But in the last 500 years or so, after the challenge ended up killing more monks than making them Grand Master, it became more common for a high-ranking monk to be voted in. But, like most of the old ways, it was still invoked every once in a while by some jackass. Gemma didn't have a problem with the challenge, especially where Joshua was concerned. He'd been her mentor. She knew what a fighter he was, knew how good he was. Anyone who could truly take him deserved to be Grand Master. But the fact that no one was telling her the identity of the new Grand Master, that was a problem. Who is it? She asked the Master Sergeant as she stalked him across the open space between them. He'd finally stopped moving when he realized how weak it made him look, backing away from her like that. "I have not been given leave." "Don't make me ask you more than once, Alessandro." "You fail to realize the situation you're in, traitor. Perhaps I should point out to—" Gemma wrapped her hand around his throat, lifted the Master Sergeant off his feet, and then dropped him to the ground. She squeezed until she knew his bones were about to start cracking. "I am quickly running out of the patience I was never born with," she growled. "It's Sprenger!" one of the lower-ranking monks screamed. "It's Sprenger!" Eyes wide, Gemma released Alessandro and faced Katla, Kier, and Shona. Katla stepped forward. Gemma raised her fists, not wanting to hear any bullshit. Instead, she barked, "With me! With me!" She started walking, but several of the monks quickly stepped in her way because, she was guessing, their orders had been to keep her in the chamber. So she tossed them out of the way with an angry slash of her hands, utilizing an energy spell she had never managed to master fully before. But she was just so angry at the moment, it worked beautifully. She sent her fellow monks flying and walked out with no one else attempting to stop her, her battle cohorts right behind her. Quinn and the others still outside the chamber watched as armed monks went flying. A few seconds later, Gemma stormed out with her friends. "I've never seen her do that before," Kieran laughed, gawking after her cousin. "That was amazing." "Whatever is going on," Layla whispered to him, "this is bad." Quinn already knew that. He could see how bad it was just by looking at the stunned monks picking themselves off the ground. "Move," he urged, pushing everyone down the passageway. "Everyone, move." "Where are we going?" Kieran asked. "I don't know, but I say we head down to the first floor." "Why?" "Because they can't throw us to our deaths from the first floor. That's why." Kieran blinked. "Excellent point." Chapter 8. Gemma kneeled in front of Joshua's tunic and sword. All his other possessions had been burned on the funeral pyre after his death. "I'm so sorry, Gemma," Katla said, sitting on the floor behind her and stretching out her legs. "I really thought you knew. I sent you a message. At least I thought I had." "Sprenger must have stopped it," Shona said, her back resting against the wall of the Chamber of the Honored Dead, her knees raised, her arms resting on them. "Sprenger knew I would have come back," Gemma guessed. "Because she would have. She would have come back for Sprenger. She wouldn't have let him remain Grand Master for 2 minutes, much less a year. Not him. Never him. She'd rather have a large rat in the position than that reprehensible bastard." "How bad has it been since He's still on his best behavior," Katla assured her. "It's too soon for him to start all that again." "But he will start again. Men like him, they don't stop. Joshua knew that. He should have let me kill him when I had the chance." "He didn't because you would have burned." Gemma stood and began to pace. "Stop."
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
Briefly to stroke Kier's hair and kiss the top of his head. It was all she could do while he sobbed, again she was sure, over the death of Joshua. There's no way that challenge could have been fair. Were you here? We were, barely made it. Springer's allies did their best to make sure we weren't here for it, but Kier knew something was wrong. I just felt it, he sobbed out. I just knew something was wrong. Gemma went to kneel behind the big man to comfort him, but when she put her arms around his shoulders, she ended up hanging from him like a monkey from a tree. Her knees never touched the ground. We got back in time to see the beginning of it. And the end, Shona said. I tried to take Joshua's place, Katla admitted. As Grand Master, he was allowed a champion to fight for him. But, of course, he said no. Katla sighed, loud and long. Of course he did. But honestly, Gemma, I didn't see anything wrong with the challenge. None of us did. We watched closely. It appeared to be a fair fight. Joshua was older, Shona added, and he didn't go into battle the way he once did. He was running a monastery, probably didn't have time to train as he used to. Sprenger took advantage of that. Gemma didn't want to hear logic. She wanted to hear the challenge was all a vast plot to destroy the best thing that had ever happened to this monastery. But no one had loved Joshua the way she did, and she wouldn't hold that against them. Gemma kissed Kier on his sweet face before releasing her hold and landing on the ground. What about those still loyal to Joshua? She asked, standing up and pacing again. Sprenger plays nice with them. Even Thomason, Bartholomew, and Bryn. The 3 elders that had been Joshua's battle cohorts, the only 3 who understood exactly how Gemma felt at this very moment. I doubt they trust him, Shona went on, but they also know that Sprenger has quite a few allies on his side as well. When it comes down to it, Katla ruminated, it will be the Sprenger allies versus the Joshua allies. Monk against monk, Gemma shook her head, the one thing Joshua never wanted. But he didn't want Sprenger in charge either. He didn't want him in charge, or you don't want Sprenger in charge? You know why he can't be in charge, Katla. He's a man who can never have power. Shona watched her for a moment before asking, But didn't you come here for another reason, Gemma? What other reason? Completely confused, Gemma gazed at her cohorts until she remembered why she had traveled so many miles back to her past. Oh, gods, yes! The destruction of monasteries, churches, temples, nunneries. She shook her head, trying to think like a representative of her sister and not a monk knight loyal to Grand Master Joshua. Keeley is offering protection to any religious sect that wants it. You can stay in her territory, that's why I'm here. At least until we know who's doing this and how they can be stopped. Who's doing this? Katla repeated. We know who's doing this. It's Beatrix, isn't it? Gemma immediately accused. My father's not so sure, but I think it's Beatrix. It's not Beatrix. Damn it. It's not? Are you sure? It seems like something Beatrix would do. It's not Beatrix. Then who? It can't be those idiot twins. They can barely scratch their balls. It's Cyrus the Honored, Shona told her, stretching her arms over her head. It can't be, Gemma argued. I thought he was the good brother. In that family, good is relative. There's something else you should know, Katla said, standing up and adjusting her weapons. What? Sprenger's already made a deal for protection with Beatrix and King Marius. In fact, she's made a protection deal under her husband's banner with religious sects all over this valley, from here to about 500 leagues farther east. Gemma stared at her battle cohort until she finally raised her hands, balled them into tight fists, and, through gritted teeth, howled out, I hate her! Katla nodded. I am aware. I believe it was one of the first things you ever told me. That, and it was nice not having to share your bed with 3 other siblings, and a pig.
Oh, yeah,
Gemma said, calm now that she'd gotten her hatred of Beatrix off her chest.
Tommy the pig. My doll loved that pig.
It seemed the safest place to wait. The stables. The horses didn't complain, and the squires were too afraid to say anything at all about the Amachis, as long as they didn't bother the horses. Eventually, Gemma found them.
There you are.
I enjoy the way you make it sound as if we deserted you, Layla pointed out. Quinn's sister was more than annoyed. Have you seen Ainsley? Quinn asked.
Who?
He frowned. Your sister?
She's at home, isn't she?
She came with us.
Oh, that's right. I don't know where she is.
Or that she's your sister? Kieran stepped in front of Quinn. I thought you lot were the drinking type of monks.
We are,
Gemma said. Then where's the ale?
I don't know. I haven't been here for 2 years, she added when her cousin's eyes grew wide. Maybe they took a vow of celibacy since I've been gone.
That's no sex, Layla corrected.
Is it? Well, they wouldn't do that.
What are the drinking rules here? Kieran pushed.
No drinking if we're about to go to war, and maybe we are, I don't know.
Quinn, not in the mood for any of this, pushed. Can we get back to your sister?
Which one? Gemma asked.
The missing one?
Which one's that?
Gemma.
Look, I'm sorry, she finally said. This isn't what I expected. I thought we'd be dealing with Grand Master Joshua.
But we're not because he's dead, Layla said.
Exactly. But there's an even worse problem.
Which is?
Sprenger's in charge, and he shouldn't be. Even worse, he's already made a deal with Beatrix. She's offered protection to every religious order in this valley.
Great, Kieran cheered. Then we can find your sister and go back home.
I can't go.
I knew you were going to say that.
You all can go. I've passed on Keely's message. And now we know who is behind the attacks. It's Cyrus the Honored.
I thought he was one of the good ones, Farland pointed out.
It seems he's a religious fanatic. Anyway, with that information, Keely can make her plans.
But you're staying here, Quinn said.
Just for a little longer.
But they keep calling you traitor.
That's true.
And you're staying where they call you traitor?
It's complicated.
Can I talk to you for a moment? Quinn asked, politely nodding toward the back stable doors.
Actually, I have to— Hey!
He'd grabbed the back of her brown fur cape and dragged her toward the doors. When she began to put up a fight and the fur began to tear, he wrapped his arm around her waist and lifted her up, taking her out of the stables. Quinn looked around. He saw the monk who liked to hug everyone. Brother Keir.
Hello again, my new best friend.
I'd like to talk to Brother Gemma alone. Can you recommend a place?
Of course.
Keir, Gemma barked.
I'll show you where the armor room is.
Thanks, mate. Quinn followed Keir, carrying Gemma under his arm. She didn't say anything, but he knew he'd be paying for this. But he needed answers. When they arrived at the armory, Keir unlocked it and let them in.
You know what? Keir suggested. To let you two have some privacy, I'll be right outside, blocking the way. No one gets past me.
Because you're as big as a mountain.
I am as big as a mountain, Keir eagerly agreed.
Thank you, my new friend.
I know we haven't known each other long, Amachai, but I've decided I love you.
And I love you. Keir threw his arms open, and Quinn tossed Gemma inside so he could embrace the monk. That's not funny, Quinn, Gemma yelled from within the room. They hugged, and Quinn went inside while Keir closed the door behind them. Confident the monk was blocking the door as he'd promised, Quinn was about to face Gemma, but she slapped the back of his head before he could. Ow! What was that for?
Don't
toy with Kier," she angrily whispered at him. "That's your problem? I thought I'd get in trouble for carrying you around like a sack of grain." "Kier is very sensitive. And you saying you love him?" "I do love that man." "Because he does whatever you say?" "Yes, and he adores me, which shows he has excellent taste. Tell me, does he cry after every battle?" "Yes, and why am I in this room with you?" "So I can find out what the fuck is going on." Quinn took Gemma's hand and pulled her deep into a large armory that was empty of monks but filled with nice weaponry. Not as nice as the work of Keely and her mother, but not bad at all. When he felt he was far enough away from the door so that even Kier couldn't overhear them, Quinn asked, "So what the fuck is going on?" "You seriously dragged me all the way back here to ask me that again?" "Now you can answer me." "I don't have to answer you." "Your silence confirms that you're going to do something incredibly stupid." "What?" "When you think you're going to do something smart, you brag, you tell everyone. But when you don't say anything, it's because you know the rest of us will think it's stupid. That's why you didn't tell us you were returning to the monastery in the first place, because you knew we would think it was stupid." "Stop saying stupid, because what you're about to do is— It's not stupid." Gemma paced away from him. "You don't understand." "Then explain it to me, or I start stomping around this place in my hooves and take a serious shit right in the middle of your chamber of vagary." She faced him. "The chamber of what?" She rolled her eyes. "And you will do no such thing." "Try me." He stepped close to her, crossed his arms over his chest. "You do understand that I'm the crazy one in my family, don't you?" "Pardon?" "It's true. My father's the mean one, Cade's the gruff one, my mother's just the typical royal, Layla's the logical one, and I'm the nutter. There was a dark elf princess once who brought her entire entourage through our territory. Our mother arranged a very fancy dinner for her, but she was a dark elf, and, to be blunt, she was an evil twat and rude to my mother and everyone else. Cade lasted about 5 minutes into the dinner before he couldn't stand it and left. My father was forced to stay because he had to protect my mother. But you could tell the entire time he just wanted to start killing elves. He was barely restraining himself. Layla spent the whole dinner debating whether servants should be beaten and whether slavery was right or wrong. I, however, spent the entire meal laughing and smiling and basically being a delight. Then, finally, the dinner came to an end. I got up to leave, and as I passed the princess, I stopped briefly in front of her, lifted my tail, and dropped a load right in her lap. She screamed in horror and disgust, and my father and mother made quite a show of chastising me, but I was never punished. So if you think I will not desecrate your little chamber of veneration, you're wrong. Stop renaming our chambers and threatening to desecrate them with your vile shit. Then tell me the truth. All of it. Now. Katla walked behind Shona toward her cell. She was just wondering where her twin had disappeared to when she heard a door open and someone grabbed her chainmail collar and yanked her inside. She started swinging but stopped when she realized she stood in front of 3 of the elders. There were 9 elders who worked with the Grand Master on important decisions involving the monastery. The 3 who stood before her had been the closest confidants of Grand Master Joshua. Brother Katla, Brother Thomason, Brother Bartholomew, Brother Bryn. Is this about threatening the Master Sergeant because he definitely deserved it? Stop talking, Brother Thomason told her, and read this. He shoved a scroll into her hands. Katla unrolled the parchment and began to read. When she had first arrived at the monastery, she couldn't read a word. All she knew how to do was count. She knew money. Had to, so no one could cheat her or her brother. It was Brother Bryn who'd made it his business to teach the twins how to read and write. She'd never been so grateful. A whole new world had opened up to them with these skills. She hadn't realized how much she'd been held back by lacking them. But, as she read the scroll, written in the careful hand of Joshua himself, she was beginning to doubt her literacy for the first time in many years. "Is this accurate?" she finally asked when she'd read it through for the third time. "What do you think?" "But are all of you sure?" "We've trusted him this long," Bartholomew said in that quiet way of his. "Why should we doubt him now?" "Much has already been done," Thomason said, "but there is still much left to do. Can you do it?" "Of course, we'll get everything started right away. But remember, only those loyal to us. You know who that is, yes?" "Absolutely. But you do know that Gemma will not like this at all. Besides, she's already—" "Leave Gemma to us. Understand?" "You don't want me to tell her anything?" "No. Her painful and unreliable honesty is one random thing too many to deal with right now. But give her this, when the time is right." Bryn handed Katla another scroll with Gemma's name on it. Katla waved the scroll at them. "All of you do know this is insane, right? And what if you're all wrong?" "A little late for that concern, isn't it, Brother Katla?" Thomason asked with a smile. Gemma knew that Quinn was not quite like his siblings, but by Morthwill's sword she'd had no idea he could be as difficult, as troublemaking, and as big a pain in the ass as any horse she'd ever had. "I owe a debt," she finally admitted. "Well, I could already tell that. Do you want to hear this or not?" "Sorry, Princess, go ahead." She debated breaking his nose again, but decided, instead, to continue her story. "Keeley was always wrong." "About what?" "When I first came here, it wasn't to be a monk. I came here to be an apprentice to the blacksmiths. I wanted to be as good as Keeley. And I knew war monks had great blacksmiths. But then you got here and you were recruited into the sect. They are a cult." Annoyed, Gemma picked up a wooden chair and slammed it down. "Sit and be quiet." "Yes, ma'am," Quinn replied contritely as he sat. "As I was saying, contrary to what my sister has always believed," Gemma went on, "I did not come to the Order of Righteous Valor to become a monk. I came here to study under their blacksmiths. It's known that war monks have some of the best blacksmiths next to the old king. But I wasn't going to risk working for the old king. When I got here, I started off like everyone else, as a lowly apprentice for the farrier, working mainly with the horses since I had a way with them. One day I was in the stables along with a massive warhorse named—" She suddenly smiled, remembering. "Sin Killer. I was bent over, cleaning Sin's hooves, when I sensed someone behind me and—" "Stop." Quinn dropped his head. "I thought you wanted to hear the story." "And that's my fault," he admitted. "I never should have forced you to tell it. It's a story you should only tell if you want to." He looked her straight in the face. "I'm sorry, Gemma." Gemma was shocked to hear Quinn say that, shocked to see him looking her right in the eyes when he did. Not only did he seem to realize his mistake, but he apologized for it, appearing to fully understand he'd crossed a line into territory most males could never fully grasp. Gods, he was so not a human male, which was why she was going to take this moment and tell him absolutely everything. She locked her gaze with his, and Quinn saw no forgiveness in those eyes. Not that he blamed her. He pushed when, for once, he truly should not have. "You wanted to hear it, Amachai?" she said, making him wince. "So you will." She grabbed another wood chair and dropped it in front of his. She sat down across from him and rested her elbows on her knees, leaning in close. "When I first got here, I didn't realize that Sprenger had a reputation. But his father was powerful and had very strong connections with the old king. Brother Joshua, he wasn't a Grand Master then yet, of course, had been working hard to protect trainees from Sprenger. He was out of town at the time on a mission, but he had his closest allies keeping an eye on a new squire. They all thought he had piqued Sprenger's interest. The boy had, but Sprenger knew they were watching, and I was alone in the stables. Quinn was getting angry, but reacting, ranting, throwing things would do nothing for Gemma. It would just make him feel better, and this was her story to tell, her nightmare. So, for once, he kept his mouth shut and listened, as hard as it was. They did eventually realize their mistake, and came charging into the stables. Brother Thomasin, Brother Bartholomew, Brother Bryn. She stopped for a few moments, staring off, took a breath. They had to pry me off him. Quinn blinked, glanced around, a bit confused. Gemma looked down, gestured at her clothes. I was covered in his blood. His, arm. She pointed at the upper part of her left arm. It was hanging by a tendon. Using the fingers of the same hand, she brushed her face. I nearly had his jaw off. I had already unattached one side, and I was working on the other side when they found us. That's when Quinn could no longer stay silent. His jaw? It's a thing I used to do. I don't do it as much anymore. But when a man made me mad during a fight, I used to rip off his bottom jaw. It doesn't usually kill the person outright, so I'd make him, look at it. Oh. Quinn nodded and wondered if that door Kier was standing in front of was the only way in or out of the room. Okay. Anyway, she went on, rubbing her hands on her leggings, they sent for Joshua, and he rushed back from whatever battle he was at. They also got the best healers for Sprenger and saved his arm and jaw. Those healers did a really amazing job. Sprenger wanted me executed, of course, and if I'd killed him, I would have been. In fact, if not for Joshua, I would have been burned at the stake, whether Sprenger had died or not. But Joshua wouldn't let that happen. You see, Joshua was a trainee when Sprenger was a young knight, and Sprenger liked to break the new boys in. Joshua was one of those boys. Many of the young trainees at that time were. It was just something that was never discussed, and nothing was ever done about it, until Joshua came to the monastery. He didn't stay silent. He actually went to the Grand Master and complained, formally. But still, nothing was done. It was suggested by the elders that Joshua just let it go. He couldn't, not only for himself, but because he knew it was happening to others. He simply couldn't let that continue to happen. She pushed her hair off her face and looked up at the ceiling. He made protecting this monastery from Sprenger his ultimate goal. And you? Joshua saved my life. And I went back to being a blacksmith apprentice. But I couldn't ignore the call of battle. The call of the war god. Should I make weapons of war or become one? Joshua took me under his wing, matched me with the best battle cohorts any novitiate could ask for, and trained me to honor the gods of war every time I went onto the fields of battle. As soon as I put on my novitiate tunic, I knew this was where I was meant to be. And this Sprenger? He's the new Grand Master. He defeated Joshua in challenge. And all these pious monks are okay with that? Most of them are okay with it because a lot of them don't know what he used to do. A lot of the older ones have died in battle. Some have been hit in the head so many times they barely remember their names. But I remember. And what I know is that now Sprenger is back in power, eventually he'll start again. Because men like that don't change. They never change. Because unless people like us continue to hold them to account, they never have to change. And you plan to stay here and hold him to account? All I know, Quinn, is that there's no way I can let a rapist lead my monastery.
Do you have any idea how many rapists rule towns, cities, countries?
I handle what I can handle, Amachai, and Sprenger is my debt to pay.
They'll never let you near him.
Gemma nodded and stood, putting the chair back. Maybe. I'm sure he's always surrounded by his allies, and he's smart enough to know he's still not in a safe position here, at least not while I'm alive, because I'll never let him or anyone else forget what he did.
Quinn also stood and put his chair back against the wall, probably not where it belonged, but close enough. So what are you going to do? Run around telling everyone he's a rapist? I hate to say it, but they won't believe you. They'll think you're just being petty. A bunch of them already think you're a traitor. The others will think you're just upset about Joshua.
Gemma moved his chair back exactly where it had been before replying, I know. I know all of that.
Then, what's your plan?
To do what I should have done that night when I was cleaning out Sin Killer's hooves, she told him before heading back to the door where Kier still stood guard. Destroy that motherfucker. Chapter 9. As the two suns set, Ainsley wondered if her sister had even realized she was gone. She doubted it, since Gemma and Keeley seemed to constantly forget her existence. Annoyed even thinking about the pair of them, she went back to simply watching everything that went on around her. She'd found a nice spot in a very large tree hours ago, and had been there ever since. She could look all around without being seen, which was just what she wanted. But as darkness grew, she began to hear strange noises, sounds that she'd never heard before. Strange, since she'd heard most forest sounds. She'd grown up more in the forest than she had with her actual family. It was easier to fall asleep in trees than it was among her siblings or her amorous parents. So she thought she knew every sound, every bird, every cat, every bear, every wolf, even snakes and bugs. But the sound she heard moaning on the wind. Ainsley leaned forward and let the sound lead her, head tilting one way, then another. Finally, she realized it came from a large mass of trees far in the distance. It almost looked like another forest surrounding a clearing, but colors seemed to be rising from that clearing, which was just odd. Perhaps the monks were performing rituals or something in that clearing, but rituals that caused strange lights to rise from the darkness? That sort of thing usually led to witches being burned alive. Interested enough to leave her safe spot in the tree, Ainsley was about to get down when she heard a sound she knew quite well these days, the clanking of armored horses. She leaned back to let the leaves hide her presence, just as an army of blood-covered monks rode past on the path to the monastery. Ainsley didn't think much about it. It was the third or fourth group of knights she'd seen ride into the monastery so far. Most had been smaller units, a battalion, a squad. But this was the first actual army, which meant it was being led by an actual general. She briefly wondered what a monk general was like the generals that reported to her sister the queen? Or different? All gods and praying and sacrificing goats? She guessed she'd find out soon enough, but for now she should probably get some sleep. The army disappeared inside the monastery, and she realized that the strange sound coming from that clearing had stopped. So had the even stranger light. Maybe she was just tired from all that riding and had started to see things. She didn't know. She just knew she was ready to take a break. She could think about strange sounds later. And whether her goddamn sister had even noticed that Ainsley was gone. It didn't take Gemma long to realize that Sprenger wasn't in the mood to deal with her. As soon as she and Quinn walked out of the armory, several monks approached them to show the way to your private cells.
Quinn had immediately panicked. "They're taking us to prison?" Keir had laughed and slapped Quinn's back, sending the Amachai tumbling right into the other monks. Luckily, they were all warriors, so they kept their feet and were able to get the centaur back on his. "No, my new friend," Keir had said, oblivious as always to his own strength. "Cells are just what we call our rooms, our sleeping chambers. Why would we put you in prison?" Keir was also oblivious to the mood of the people around him. He didn't really see that the monastery was split right down the middle between the allies of Joshua and the allies of Sprenger. Poor, giant, crying bastard. So the monks took Gemma and her traveling companions to the 3rd floor, where each got a cell equipped with a good amount of food and water. Although Kieran bellowing, "Where the fuck is the ale, you fanatic bastards?" when the doors were closed made them no extra friends. Yet after a hearty meal and the luxury of a hot bath, Gemma still couldn't relax. She paced her room like a caged jungle cat. When she heard armored horses ride into the courtyard below, she moved to her stained glass window and opened it so she could see below. It took her less than a second to recognize the general leading the army of knights. Master General Ragna. Each member of her army had been hand-picked. Each member of her army answered to no one but Ragna, and Ragna answered to no one but the Grand Master himself. But everyone knew that her loyalty was to the war gods only. If Morthwyl asked her to burn down the monastery with everyone still inside it, everyone knew she would do it without asking one question. What that meant, though, was that Ragna had no obvious loyalty to Joshua or Sprenger. She was a wild card none of them needed at the moment. So as soon as Gemma saw her riding into the courtyard, she said the only thing she could think of. "Oh, fuck." Looking up from the book she was reading, Katla let out a deep sigh when she saw Ragna riding her massive stallion into the courtyard and growled out the only thing she could think of. "Shit and balls!" Shona was staring out into the night, not really thinking about anything, as she liked to do most nights, when she saw Master General Ragna ride into the courtyard below. The general gave a few orders to those who reported directly to her, then turned her stallion around and rode out of the courtyard again. As Shona watched Ragna go, knowing she would return, she made note of their current situation. "We are so fucked." Keir smiled happily in his sleep, dreaming his favorite dream about singing roses and dancing bunnies. He loved the dancing bunnies. They were just so cute. "What do you mean I can't have that little bitch executed?" Sprenger demanded of the Grand Elder monks. Thomason glanced at the others before noting, "I'm not exactly sure how much clearer we can be than to say, you can't kill her. She's a traitor, a deserter. She left on orders of the Grand Master." "We have his signed orders here," Bryn noted, gesturing to the documents with a lazy hand. "He logged these into the library with Mariello himself the day she left. Mariello will happily testify to that if you need him to." "Making her not a traitor and not a deserter. More importantly..." "Much more importantly," Bartholomew grumbled, his arms resting on the table, his head resting on his arms. "She came here with an offer of protection from the Queen of the Hill Lands, so not only would we be executing a princess..." "A false princess," Sprenger felt the need to add. The 9 elders gazed at him blankly, even his allies, before Bryn agreed with a sigh. "Okay, but a princess who brought overtures of goodwill. I'm not sure that's a reputation we want, as monks. Let's also keep in mind that Brother Gemma is the sister of..." Bartholomew held up his middle and forefinger. "2 queens." Spranger spun away from them, and Bartholomew kept his fingers raised, but turned his hand and flicked it. Thomason slammed his friend's hand down on the table just as Spranger spun back around, his eyes narrowing on their falsely smiling faces. "I know of at least one queen that will not cry at the loss of such a sister." "Dearest Grand Master, I don't think any of us should guess how deep the bond of blood truly goes between sisters. You may think you have permission to annihilate Brother Gemma, but then there are sisterly regrets, and the blaming of those holding blood-covered swords." "You always were the one with the pretty words, Thomason." "We strive to stick with our strengths, brother." "Fine. What do you suggest?" "Suggest? Yes, how do I get rid of her?" "By letting her go?" For a moment, the Grand Master's face became so red, Thomason truly believed that his head would explode all over them. It took him several minutes before he could speak. "Let her go?" "You cannot kill her, you cannot keep her. So we send her back to the Queen of the Hill Lands with our kind regrets." "And that's it?" Spranger bellowed. "We don't even punish her?" "For what?" Bartholomew wanted to know. "Following the orders of the Grand Master?" "Maybe that's what she did then," Brother Peters interjected. "But what about now?" "What about now?" Thomason asked, unable to keep the aggravation out of his tone. Peters was one of Spranger's supporters. He'd always liked that boy's connections. "She's been gone 2 years with no word to anyone, and when she does return, she does not wear her tunic and comes in the company of Amachis and a drunken cousin. She's no longer one of us. She's a princess now, as Brother Thomason kindly pointed out, and the sister of 2 queens. His smile was like that of a pleased lizard sitting in the sand. "Strip her of her title and rank among our order. That way you take her power, but you won't make her a martyr. Instead, Grand Master, you make her a cautionary tale for the trainees." "Wait." Thomason shook his head. "We're going to punish her because she's traveling with Amachis, a tribe we have no disagreement with, and a cousin who likes to drink too much ale?" Spranger's laugh was loud. "That's exactly what we're going to do." Ainsley had just nodded off when she heard the snort of a horse. By the time she was fully awake, her bow was already in her hands, an arrow knocked, the bowstring pulled, and before she could stop herself, she let the arrow fly. She was about to call out a warning when the rider turned and an arrow was released, slicing through Ainsley's arrow with ease. Ainsley had only a split second to react and roll out of the way. The metal head of the arrow sliced her cheek open just as she rolled off the branch out of the tree, and she hit the ground hard. As she tried to get her breath back, her opponent's horse slowly walked up to her. The blunt end of a spear jammed her shoulder, pushing her over. The woman monk staring down at her sighed. "We're not taking recruits, child, and even if we were, this is not the way to apply." "Not recruit," Ainsley panted out. "Waiting." "Waiting? For who?" "Gemma." "Oh, for fuck's sake," the monk said with a massive eye roll. "I should have known." She slipped the spear back into a holster attached to the horse's saddle. "What's your name?" the monk demanded. "Ainsley," she got out in one breath. "My name's Ainsley." "How long have you been out here?" "Few hours." "Are you sure? You smell like you've been out here for days." "We've been on the road for days." "This way," the monk gestured. "You need a bath and I need to treat that wound." "I'm not going anywhere with you." "Listen to me, little girl. You can stay here and hide in your tree. But if there's one thing lonely packs of men that have been riding for weeks can sniff out, it's a young girl. Especially one that hasn't bathed for a while.
And if you don't treat that wound, you'll be too weak to fight them off. So you can let me help you, or you can sit here and wait to be a victim. Your choice." Ainsley watched the woman ride off, her eyes wide. What kind of thing was that to say to, well, anyone? But horrified that the monk might be speaking the truth, a female soldier would know that sort of thing, wouldn't she? Ainsley ran after her and her horse. Gemma had just fallen into a fitful sleep when a hand slapped over her mouth. She had her thumbs against her attacker's eyes before she realized that it was Brother Thomason. Thankfully, she hadn't continued to shove her thumbs forward. That would not have ended well for either of them. Throwing her arms around Thomason's shoulders, she hugged the older monk tight. "I'm so glad to see you," she whispered. He pulled away from her and placed his forefinger against his lips. He motioned with a wave of his hand, and she watched him climb onto her desk and easily haul himself into a small opening in the stone ceiling. She frowned at the ease with which he disappeared inside, but decided not to think too much on it. She just hoped she still moved like that when she was his age. Gemma followed him through the narrow air shaft until they landed in a room she had never seen before. It took her a few seconds to realize they were in some part of the library, the most important part of any monastery, even for war monks. Once inside, she was happy to see brothers Bartholomew and Bryn. She hugged them both. "I thought I'd never see any of you again." "We don't have much time, Gemma," Thomason told her. "They're coming to execute me, aren't they?" The brothers frowned. "No, silly girl," Thomason corrected. "We're just tired and need to sleep. We're old men." "Oh, but I doubt we'll get a chance to talk to you again before you meet with Sprenger." "He poisoned him, didn't he? Or tricked him. That's how he defeated Joshua." "Sprenger was always a good fighter. You just never wanted to believe it," Bartholomew reminded her. "I beat him, even before I was trained." "He expected no resistance from you that night. You were a 16-year-old peasant girl." "I was not a peasant, alone in the stables. The last thing he expected from you was a fight. If he had, things might have been different." "They might be different now," Thomason said. "What does that mean?" "It means let us handle this, Gemma." "You're going to let him get away with this, aren't you?" "Gemma, you're going to let him stay in power," she accused. "You're going to let him and his marauding penis terrorize this monastery once more. Well, I won't have it." Thomason blew out a breath and looked at Bryn, who immediately looked at Bartholomew. "What?" Gemma asked. Then she guessed. "You're all planning to kill me now." The three monks gawked at her until Thomason admitted, "You are the most paranoid person I've ever known, and I've known kings, several, but you're more paranoid than any of them. How is that possible?" "We're not going to kill you," Bartholomew said. "Why would we kill you?" "Because I won't fold to your persuasive tactics?" she weakly guessed. "That's something." After moving a stack of books and scrolls, Thomason sat down on a chair. "Gemma, no one is planning to kill you, but there's a lot going on. Tell me, I want to help. You can help by doing what we need you to do. By letting Sprenger remain Grand Master? It won't last, trust me, but you have to play your part." "And then?" Thomason glanced at his fellow elders. "The gods will do the rest." Gemma threw up her hands. "Are you seriously expecting the gods to help us out of this? Seriously?" "How did you manage to get through training?" Bartholomew asked. "Joshua couldn't have protected you that much." She shrugged. "I mostly got hit a lot." The elders nodded in agreement, and Bryn patted her shoulder. "That makes so much sense." After what turned out to be a bath in a nearby lake that she'd needed more than she realized, Ainsley put on fresh clothes from her saddlebags. The war monk sat on a log a few feet away from the lake.
She'd built a very small fire and already had equipment out so she could work on Ainsley's wound. "Sit," she ordered, motioning to another log. Ainsley moved cautiously toward her until the woman finally reminded her, "I could have killed you in the tree, or when you'd fallen out of it. Now sit down." She dropped onto the log. The monk grabbed her by the chin and turned her face so she could get a look at her cheek. While watching her pull things out to tend to the wound, Ainsley asked, "How did you move so fast? With your bow, I mean." "Training." "I thought I was fast." "You are, but with training you could be faster." "Faster than you?" The monk glanced at her. "In time." "You know my sister." "Yes." "Do you like her?" "I don't like anyone." She wet a cloth with liquid from a small bottle and began to wipe it on Ainsley's cheek. It stung, but Ainsley gritted her teeth against the pain. Then it burned, but still she gritted her teeth. She did let out a grunt, though, when the burning turned sharp and her eyes began to tear. But just as abruptly, the pain stopped. Able to speak again without screaming, Ainsley asked, "If you don't like anyone, why are you helping me?" "I'm a monk." "A war monk. It's not like you help the poor." "War monks help the poor by destroying those who exploit them." "Yes, I'm sure wiping out whole villages helps the poor who live in them." The monk leaned back. "Do you want me to sew up your face, or would you rather I let it get infected and ooze?" "Sorry." She threaded a needle and began the painful process of sewing up the open wound on Ainsley's face. "Did Brother Gemma tell you all that?" she asked after a few minutes of silence. "My sisters don't tell me anything." "I see." "But I can make up my own mind." "And you've decided we're bad?" "I haven't decided anything, but keeping people away from their families." She stopped sewing to stare at Ainsley. "What are you talking about?" "For 10 years we never saw Gemma. You kept her away from her family." "Ah." "Are you going to tell me it was her choice not to come see her family?" "I wasn't going to tell you that because I have no idea." She began sewing again. "I can tell you I haven't seen my family since I walked out the door of our home. But they were glad to see me go." "Why was that?" "I frightened them because the love of my God was so strong." "I don't understand." She stopped sewing, leaned back again. "My earliest memory is not of my mother's voice, or my father's, but of Morthwill's. It's like he always spoke to me before I even knew about the gods, any of them. And, like him, where I went, death followed." Ainsley's horror at that statement must have shown on her face because the monk chuckled. "It's not what you're thinking. I didn't kill puppies or strangle kittens. There's no challenge in that, only weakness." "So you killed your family instead?" "Of course not. But I did hunt and kill my first adult bear by the time I was 7. I went with my uncle. I used a spear. I wasn't strong enough to drag it back through the snow. When I was 9, we were in the middle of a war. The enemy attacked my family's castle. All the children were hidden in the dungeons for safety, but Morthwill called to me. I snuck out, went up to where all the fighting was, grabbed a small fighting dagger off a body. I approached an enemy warrior. I knew I didn't have the skills to defeat him if I took him straight on. So, as I walked toward him, I calculated. He was bigger, faster, much stronger. As I moved closer, he was hacking off a man's head with his broadsword. Still, I kept moving toward him. I knew there was only one thing to do." "Run away?" "No, that wasn't an option, not for me, not for my God. I approached, and he saw me, with my long pigtails and my little girl dress and the dagger I held before me. And he mocked me, laughing with his friends about the little girl coming to attack him. And as he did, he looked away from me. That's when I slammed the blade into the top of his foot. And when he leaned over, screaming in pain, I rammed the blade into his open mouth, killing him. And as the light went out in his eyes," she went on,
I smiled at him, because I knew that I had made my first true offering to my God and that he would be pleased by it. Now do you understand? Why your family never wanted to see you again? Yes. Why I never needed to see them, because everything I need is here. Maybe that's how Brother Gemma felt. I really hope not, because that's terrifying. The monk tied a knot and cut off the end of the thread with a sharp knife. Done. Don't toy with it, it'll itch. Don't scratch it. Blood will ooze, but don't panic. I'll check on it later, so don't worry if it oozes green. Green? I said don't worry. If it oozes green, I'll fix it. Right. Well, thank you. She put all her equipment back into her saddlebag, but dropped a linen sack in Ainsley's lap. Dried beef, bread. It should last a couple of days. Next, she tossed in a canteen. Fresh water. Stay in your tree during the day. You can travel at night, but stay close by. She pointed in the direction where Ainsley had heard the sounds earlier. Do not go anywhere over there. Understand? Yes. Does that mean yes, I'm going anyway, or yes, I understand and I will do as you say? Ainsley laughed. You really do know my sister. The monk continued to stare at her, waiting for a proper answer. I heard weird noises coming from that direction that I did find interesting, but after speaking with you, I'm not going anywhere near there. Good. Put the fire out in about an hour. If you don't, someone in the ramparts will notice. Understand? Yes. Should I tell your sister where you are? Don't bother. Her travel companions know where I am. Without another word, the monk returned to her horse, mounted the beast, and rode off. Ainsley didn't wait for another hour. She doused the fire and headed back to her tree in the dark. She climbed back to her spot, briefly stopping to yank out the arrow that was protruding from the trunk where her head had been before she moved. There was still blood on it. She managed to keep the arrowhead attached, so she put it in her quiver with her other arrows and rested her head against the trunk. She worked hard to ignore the fact that the back of her head rested against the hole in the trunk that the monk's arrow had made. Considering how long that woman had been killing for her god, Ainsley was feeling grateful that all she had to show for their encounter was a gash on her face that might or might not start oozing something green. Chapter 10. The field of pretty flowers next to the monastery was a place many of the brothers used for meditation. This day, though, they had a lovely picnic with Gemma's battle cohorts and those who'd traveled with her from her sister's queendom. Yet, despite all the interesting things the two extremely diverse groups could be discussing, there was only one topic on everyone's mind. Tell me honestly, Quinn implored Gemma's cohorts. How insane is she? Katla tore off a piece of wild boar from the bone and shrugged her shoulders. We've never been able to settle on an actual number, a percentage. Is she 70% crazy, 80%? Or should we just go with 95 and leave it there? Why not 100%? As a monk, I am honor-bound not to believe in absolutes, like 100% evil. We're taught to believe there's good in everything. So I'm sure there's some sanity in Gemma somewhere. Gemma ripped a turkey leg from Farland's hand before he could take his first bite. I don't appreciate this discussion, she informed them after she ate so much of the leg that Farland dismissed the idea of taking it back. I am not insane. You've met both Keeley and Beatrix, she reminded Quinn, and my Uncle Archie. He's the one who's insane. Is he, though? Quinn asked. I mean, compared to you. Is he really? Annoyed, Gemma sucked the marrow from the turkey leg, then lobbed what remained at the centaur's head. Well, that was just rude, he accused. I don't know why you always have to fight everyone, Katla complained. You've been gone 2 years, but you haven't changed. Layla chuckled. You sound like her sister. You too, Layla? Gemma asked, mortally wounded. It is something Keeley would say. And Spranger's not going to kill you, Shona announced. She wasn't eating. Instead, she'd set up a blanket a bit away from them and spent her time sharpening her sword. You can't tell me he's not going to try. I'm positive. He's going to want to execute me. He's definitely not going to execute you. How can you be so sure? Because he no longer makes decisions on his own. He and the elders have to agree. He'll override them, I'm sure of it. The man needs to execute me. Layla finally threw up her hands. What is this obsession you have with this man executing you? It's as if you want him to execute you. Gemma smiled. I do. My brother's right. You are insane. I told you, Quinn said, leaning back to stare up at the two suns, his hands behind his big head. I told all of you. I'm not insane. I know exactly what I'm doing. Sprenger hates me, which means he'll want to look me right in the eyes before he sets me aflame, and that's when I'll do it. Do what? Kill him. Won't you be tied up or something? Kieran asked. I can get past that. And then, when everyone stared at her, What? You think no one's tried to execute me before? She's right, Katla agreed. If she was condemned to execution this time, it would be your... What, Gemma, 4th? 5th. 5th? Did I miss one? You did, Shona said, looking over her sword carefully before going back to sharpening it a bit more. You had an injury and stayed behind when we took on Lord Turnball at his mountain retreat. That was the 4th one. Has anyone not wanted you dead? Quinn asked Gemma. She glanced off, trying to remember, until Quinn finally sighed and said, Forget I asked. And so it's true, a female voice said from behind her. Gemma felt that shudder go up her spine and her lip curl, and for once she really wished her sister's demon wolves were around, because they tended to randomly attack when they were startled. Quinn had noticed the female monk walking toward them, but hadn't thought much about it. Why should he? She hadn't seemed much different from the others wandering around the grounds. She was tall and strong, like all the female monks at the monastery. Well, they might not all be tall, but every one of them appeared strong. She had dark skin and black hair plaited into war braids. Scars littered her face, neck, and hands, the only parts of her Quinn could see. Her eyes were dark brown and constantly scanned her surroundings. Whether they were searching for misbehavior or attacking enemies, Quinn couldn't tell. She wore the white tunic of high rank, and a constant scowl of disappointment. But other than that, she seemed no different than the rest of her brethren. She stopped behind Gemma and stared down at her as Gemma's battle cohorts gawked up at the woman with something akin to fear. Strange, since the 3 of them didn't seem to fear much of anything but more Kier tears. And so it's true, the newcomer finally said to the top of Gemma's head, and Quinn saw Gemma cringe as if she'd just been caught stealing money by a town magistrate. You really are back. Katla opened her mouth to speak, but the monk stopped her without doing more than glancing at her. Literally. That's all she did. She lifted her gaze to Katla, and the words died in Katla's throat. Then the monk moved her gaze back to the top of Gemma's head. I hear you're a princess now. How nice for you. There was a beat, 2. And then, so are you just going to sit there and not greet me properly, brother Gemma? Gemma scrambled to her feet at the snapped question and faced the woman. Master General Ragna, Gemma briefly bowed her head. How nice to see you again. Hands behind her back, Master General Ragna began to walk around Gemma in a tight circle, looking her over as one might a prize bull. I see you've been letting yourself go a bit, not quite training like you used to. I actually have been training, sir. Not like you should be. She slapped at Gemma's side. Look at that flab. Gemma's mouth dropped open, but then she just as quickly closed it again. Your hair is ridiculously long, too. It didn't even reach her shoulders. And what are you wearing? She asked, feeling the chainmail between her fingers. Have you taken a vow of poverty? My mother made this chainmail. You're taking hand-me-downs from your mother now? That's pathetic. Master General, don't speak. I didn't give you leave to speak. Impressive. Even Keeley, a queen, couldn't get Gemma to shut up that easily. The Master General stopped in front of Gemma and stared her down again. So why are you back here? I bring word from the Queen. A princess bringing messages from the Queen. Doesn't she have actual messengers for that sort of useless duty? She does, but since I have a past relationship. Eyebrow peaking, the Master General repeated. Past relationship. So you no longer consider yourself one of our order? I wouldn't say... I asked you a question that should be easy enough for you to answer. It's complicated. Is it? Because the commitment you made was for life. I know, but are your commitments as weak as your back kick? What's wrong with my back kick? You know, Brother Gemma. I feel like you're making a statement by calling me that. There are some here that I'd let go without even a backward glance. Shona frowned. What are you looking at me for? But there are others like you where I do believe that would be a mistake. Now Gemma frowned. Once you asked me if my parents knew when I was still in my crib if they'd created a disaster. Then you asked if they were closely related. The Master General pointed at the monastery. You do know that right now there are men up there making decisions about your life? I'm aware, because they seem to think that you've turned your back on our gods. That's not true. You what? Tell me, Brother Gemma, what's more important than the commitment you swore to? She stepped close to Gemma, standing over her, looking down at her. My family, Gemma finally said. Ah, yes. The Master General said, your precious family, so important to you that you walked away from them all those years ago. From the corner of his eye, Quinn saw Kieran shoot past him, but Farlin was quick enough to catch her before she could tackle the Master General to the ground and start pummeling. Is there something you want to say to me, Master General? Gemma asked. If not, I'd like to get back to my meal. The Master General grinned, but Quinn took no solace from that grin, none at all. Actually, dear Brother Gemma, I'd like to show you something. Show me what? You'll see. She glanced at each of them. You'll all see. No. Quinn did not like this at all. Master General Ragna was a brilliant soldier, a brilliant general, and a brilliant tactician. But she was a bitch, and Gemma hated her. She didn't hate her for the same reason she hated Sprenger. How could she? Ragna had never once put her hands on any of the trainees inappropriately. But the monk was a ball-busting, cold-blooded, heartless female who had first been Gemma's trainer, then Gemma's first commanding officer. Those had been long, painful years. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Ragna never liked Gemma nor had respect for her. The reasons why were plain. She thought that although Gemma was fine in battle, she did not truly uphold the dogma of their order. As far as Ragna was concerned, Gemma was vacuous, selfish, and a complete chatterbox. Quinn glanced back at Gemma. A chatterbox, Gemma? Ragna nodded. Yes, she never shuts up, haven't you noticed? It shocks me that anyone talks as much as she does. She spends all day joking and distracting everyone from our true work and calling." Quinn again looked back at Gemma, the confused expression on his face making him appear to be another person. "Gemma? Why do you keep repeating her name? Because I've known her for 2 years. I've been in battle with her, eaten meals with her, hunted with her, and take it from someone who knows. The woman has no sense of humor."
"Perhaps you're just not humorous," Gemma noted.
"Perhaps you're just mean-spirited," Quinn guessed. A mile or so later, Ragna silently called a stop with a raised fist. Closing her eyes and clasping her hands together, she lowered her head and chanted a spell. A few seconds later, the air around them parted, revealing a large number of trees wound with twisted vines. She took out her sword and slashed at the vines until she'd opened up a small path. She put her fingers to her lips. "Shh," she said softly, and motioned them to follow. The path only allowed them to move in 2 at a time. They were just about to enter a sizable clearing when Ragna stopped them all again and motioned for just Gemma to advance with her. Once Gemma was inside the clearing, she saw a large, beautiful, dapple-gray horse with a black mane and tail on the far side grazing on some grass. It seemed strange that Ragna would use her magic skills to hide a horse from the view of the other monks. Each brother was given 2 horses when they made their vows. Horses weren't something that war monks had to share with one another. Becoming one with the beast you rode into battle with was as important as learning how to use the sword strapped to your back, meaning that there was no need to hide a horse you found if you took a true liking to it. And as a master general, Ragna could pick any horse she wanted. So why was this horse here? The horse turned a little, and Gemma saw the splotch of white on its hind quarter that almost looked like a hammer. She remembered when she'd first seen that marking, and how she'd insisted that the horse had to be hers because she's wearing my sister's hammer. "It's Kriegshorn!" Gemma happily cheered. "It's Kriegs—" Ragna's hand slapped over her mouth, and she was dragged back into the woods with the others. Gemma was pushed into Quinn's arms, and Ragna pulled out her sword. Then she silently waited. The horse moved around the clearing, but eventually went back to grazing on the far side. "What's going on?" Gemma whispered. "It's just Kriegshorn, my war horse. She'd never hurt me. She... Oh, fuck." Quinn had known Gemma for a while now. That was not her good. "Oh, fuck." "What?" he whispered. Gemma faced him. "Kriegshorn's dead." "When?" "Couple of years ago." "Is that her offspring?" "She didn't have any offspring." "Sibling?" "No." "Then that's a problem." "How did she die?" Layla asked. "In battle, a month or so before I left for home. A spear through her neck." "I remember," Katla gasped, hands covering her mouth. "Oh, Gemma!" "What?" Quinn demanded while still keeping his voice at a whisper. "What's wrong?" "Tell him, Brother Gemma," the Master General insisted. Gemma let out a sigh and rolled her eyes, but she finally began. "This particular battle wasn't going very well. We were getting pushed into a corner, and it looked like we wouldn't be able to get out." "And?" the Master General prodded. Gemma glared at the monk, but finally admitted, "So I raised Kriegshorn." "From the dead?" "Shh!" Everyone hissed at Quinn's surprised yelp. "Yes, from the dead," Gemma whispered. "But the spell should have only lasted 20 minutes, maybe 30. Gemma pointed toward the clearing. "Why is she still alive, Ragna?" "It's Master General to you, defiler." "Hey!" "And I have no idea she came here like that, looking for you." That battle was 1,000 leagues away, and yet here she is in the decaying flesh. I don't understand, Shona said, trying to peer through the trees to get a better glimpse. I've never heard of something like this before. It gets even stranger, the Master General happily went on, much to Gemma's annoyance. Parts of her are decaying while parts of her regenerate. What? And if you look at the clearing, some trees are dead and some are filled with beautiful, bizarre flowers I've never seen before, and on some nights, weird lights radiate from the area. What does any of that mean? Layla asked. I have no idea, the Master General said with a disturbing chuckle. What do the elders say? Do you think I told anyone about this? Are you mad? If I had, I knew that Spranger would have you burned as a witch as soon as you came back. Of course, that was my fear before I knew you'd become a princess. You do know you're actually saying Prince Ass, don't you? Gemma demanded. Only Joshua knew about your unholy horse, and he had no answers either. She's not unholy, Gemma argued, and none of this is her fault. No, it's your fault. You did this. I don't know how. Gemma looked at everyone. Seriously, I have no idea how I did it. None. Gemma held up her hands, gazed at them in wonder. Am I magically gifted? Doubt it, Kieran muttered. Gemma scowled at her cousin just as the horse finally turned away from its grazing spot so Quinn could get a really good look at it. What he saw horrified him. There was no flesh on the right side of the creature's face, giving it a disturbing smile. Where its eye should have been, there was just a blob of blood. Chunks of its skin and flesh were missing from its neck, revealing rotting tendons that moved any time it opened its mouth or moved its head. Pieces of it were dropping off its gut, and all that remained of its back right leg were tendons. It didn't seem to be suffering, yet Quinn didn't care. Pulling his sword, he started forward. He was going to end it now. But Gemma grabbed his arm. Where are you going? She asked. To kill that thing. You're not killing my horse. Gemma, it's an abomination. It's Kriegzorn. He pointed. Look at it. Did Kriegzorn have fangs? Because it seems to have fangs now. He pointed at another spot in the clearing. There are bones over there of something that it has recently killed and, I'm guessing, eaten. That's wild boar. It doesn't mean she eats humans now. Are you listening to yourself? I'm not going to let you kill my horse, and that's the end of the discussion. Gemma? What, Kieran? Kieran never got a chance to answer as the half-beautiful, half-horrifying horse's head poked its way through the trees inquisitively. And, like the mighty, fearless warriors they were, all of them, except Ragna, screamed hysterically and dove for cover. That was just embarrassing, Ragna complained. You even scared the abomination. Stop calling her that, Gemma said as she brushed the dirt from her leggings, chest, and face. So what are you going to do with her? Kieran asked. I'm going to see exactly how dangerous she is. She's dangerous, Ragna insisted. We just scared her with our screams. How dangerous can she be? When she was traveling here to find you, there were rumors of a devil horse killing people indiscriminately across the lands. When I secured her in here, those rumors stopped. So she's dangerous. That's not proof it was her. But even Gemma knew her argument was weak. Gemma felt horrible. What had she done to her poor horse? Kriegzorn had been an amazing, loyal horse, and she'd turned her into this horrible thing. Before she made any decisions, she had to make sure putting the horse down was absolutely necessary. Gemma stepped back into the clearing and called out to Kriegzorn. Well, she tried,
What came out was a weak, squeaked-out whisper. She tried again. Still nothing. Finally, she got out, "Kriegshorn!" The horse spun around and faced her. Gemma cleared her voice again. "Kriegshorn, it's me. It's Gemma. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here, beautiful." That last bit was kind of hard to get out, but she did it. Kriegshorn stared at her from across the clearing. Then she was suddenly charging Gemma. "Uh-oh!" "Gemma!" Quinn barked at her from the tree line. "Get out of there!" But Gemma refused to run. Kriegshorn had traveled all this way to find her. She must remember her. She must still love her. Gemma forced herself to stand her ground. Kriegshorn came closer and closer, hooves tearing up the soil between them. When she was inches away, Gemma shut her eyes and waited to end up the way many enemies had ended up during battle when Gemma and Kriegshorn had run them down. She heard Kriegshorn whinny loudly and opened her eyes to see the massive horse on her hind legs, front legs high in the air. A few seconds later, she came down, the ground around them seeming to shake with the impact. Kriegshorn moved closer and rested her big head on Gemma's shoulder, just as she used to do when Gemma brushed her mane or stroked her neck. She could feel blood from the open wounds on the right side dripping onto her chainmail-covered shoulder, but it was the normal left side that was pressed comfortably against Gemma's ear and neck. "Oh, Kriegshorn, how I've missed you, my beautiful girl." She stroked the horse's neck and ran her fingers through her mane, telling her, "Don't you worry. When this is all over, no matter what happens, you are going back home. My family will take care of you." "Have you lost your mind?" Quinn demanded, now standing behind her. Before Gemma could tell him to fuck off, as she liked to do when he overstepped his bounds, Kriegshorn suddenly pushed her aside with her large body, opened her mouth to reveal the large number of fangs she now had, and she roared at Quinn, something horses didn't really do either. That's when Quinn shifted to his battle-ready centaur form, with full antlers and fangs. He pulled his sword and axe. Her battle cohorts came out of the trees to stare at Quinn with their mouths open, but Ragna simply smirked at Gemma and flatly asked, "So now you're bringing centaurs to the monastery? What's next, brother Gemma? Legions from one of the hells?" Kieran chuckled. "Wait until you meet her sister's dogs. Ow! What the rude fuck was that for, you evil bitch?" "What do you think?" Thomason asked his cohorts, the same men he'd trained with all those decades ago. They'd been through hell together, but hell hadn't mattered because they always had one another's backs. It was strange, though, planning all this without Joshua right by their side. Gods, how Thomason missed him. But saving this order was the last thing he needed to do for his friend, and he'd make sure it was accomplished. He's going to make a move on her, Bartholomew guessed. The three men watched Master General Ragna dismount from her horse and hand over the reins to her squire. She stopped to speak to several of her direct commands before sending them off. "Joshua said he wasn't afraid of her," Bryn reminded them. Bartholomew shook his head. "Joshua lied. That woman is... that woman. If she sides with Sprenger, we won't let her," Thomason decided. "We'll go talk to her, like calm, rational men." Nodding in agreement, they all set off after Ragna, but she abruptly stopped and turned toward them. They immediately stopped too and began to look anywhere. The sky, the ground. Thomason found a reason to stare at a broken fence. She watched them for a moment, then disappeared into the stables where her horses were kept. "Remember that time I had to battle an army of demons?"
Bartholomew asked, "and I was all alone until you three could get to me, and it took you nearly an hour?"
"Yes," Thomasin replied. "I remember."
"Still less scary than dealing with that woman." Spranger followed 2 of his guards into the stables. He knew Ragna was in here. She liked to wash off the grime of the day near her horses, so her army had set up a space for her within the stables. Then some dwarf engineer she knew had created an elaborate water system that, with the assistance of a moving horse, conducted water through tubing to spray down on her while she stood under it. That's exactly where Ragna was when one of his guards grabbed her shoulder to alert her to Spranger's presence. But before a word was spoken, Ragna's wet hand reached out and grabbed the monk's arm, twisting until the bone snapped at the shoulder. With her free hand, she grabbed the monk by the throat and lifted him off his feet, holding him high above her head.
"Master General Ragna!"
Spranger bellowed. Unlike everyone else in the monastery, Ragna did not immediately drop her prey at Spranger's command. Instead, her gaze simply shifted to him while she continued to hold the screaming man with both hands. "Oh," she said in that calm voice of hers. "Grand Master, I didn't hear you come in."
"Release him this instant!"
"Why, of course, he just startled me." She released the monk, and the second guard ran to his side.
"Take him to the healer," Spranger ordered. "But, Grand Master, I'll be fine."
His protection detail quickly left, and Spranger moved closer to Ragna. But not too close. He knew better.
"I wanted to talk to you about Gemma Smythe."
"Ah, yes," she said, scrubbing her skin raw. "The return of the great Gemma Smythe. I really never thought she'd show her face here again."
"I want her executed, but the elders do not agree with me."
"Why not? It sounds good to me."
"Excellent. So I can expect your support when the time comes?"
"Absolutely."
"Good."
He turned to go. "Of course. She hasn't actually done anything to warrant execution. Thus, I would never feel right about her being executed. Is there another route we can go, to get your point across?"
Spranger turned back. "Well, is she even part of our order anymore? She doesn't wear her tunic. She travels with Amichai. She's a princess now,
All excellent points, Grand Master, and you're absolutely right. She comes in here with her hoity-toity ways, forgetting she's made a commitment to this monastery.
Yes, but how can we demonstrate that she has greatly disappointed us without actually taking off her head or burning her at the stake?
Good question, good question. They were silent for a moment while Ragna scrubbed and scrubbed, as if she was attempting to remove her skin completely. Finally, she said, "I have an idea. Maybe she needs to be stripped of her rank and tunic. Let her know that you, Grand Master Spranger, are now in charge. Show her exactly who you are, and don't let her forget it for one damn second. How does that sound?" He grinned.
"Why, Master General, that's a perfect idea. How smart of you to think of it all on your own."
She nodded. "Yes, I knew you'd like that." Ragna's second-in-command popped up from her own horse's stall where she'd been checking her stallion's legs. "What in the hells are you doing?" she asked, laughing. Grabbing a long linen cloth and wrapping it around her body, Ragna stepped away from the water. "A long time ago, someone once said to me, 'It seems that your entire goal in life, Ragna, is to be nothing but the dark, unholy nightmare of man.'" She stopped the horse's movement and unbuckled him from the water system so she could return him to his stall. "Perhaps it's time I prove that belief correct." "Did your father say that to you?" "No, it was my mother that time. She sobbed when she said it. I laughed, which she took rather personally. My father did once accuse me, though, of being the manifestation of true evil, which I felt was unnecessarily harsh. Ragna held the horse's reins and asked, "Is everything ready?" "Absolutely." Bowing her head, Ragna's second-in-command asked, "You're sure it's going to be tonight, Commander?" "I'm positive. I feel it in my bones." And her bones were never wrong, not when it came to this sort of thing. "Make sure everyone is ready. We move on my orders, understand?" "Understood." "Tonight our god starts all this anew," Ragna stated, leading the horse back to the safety of its stall. "And all we can do is announce his arrival with the blood of our brothers."
Chapter 11. Gemma initially worried that Ragna would tell the elders about Kriegshorn. She still had no idea what had happened there. She had done nothing different with her spell to raise the dead. A short-term necromancer chant that should have worked for her as it had in the past, raising the freshly killed horse to do Gemma's bidding, then 20 minutes later releasing it to death. An hour or so after that, it would be nothing more than decrepit bones and decimated flesh. The spell had always gone that way, and it continued so to this day. Except for Kriegshorn. The mare was the only one that had been unusual, but Gemma was positive she had done nothing different. Except that Kriegshorn had not been an enemy. She had been Gemma's battle horse, as bound to her as one of her battle cohorts. Normally, Gemma would never have done such a thing as raise Kriegshorn, but she'd had little choice. They'd been in desperate straits. So she'd broken her own code and spoken the spell over the battle mare while tears had spilled from her eyes and her cohorts protected her back. Could that be what made the difference? A broken heart and spilled tears? It didn't matter. If Sprenger found out, he would definitely use the mare's existence to his advantage and have Gemma accused of witchery and unholy spellcasting. And just the sight of the decaying but continually rejuvenating Kriegshorn might turn neutral monks firmly against Gemma. But then, Gemma remembered that in all this time, Ragna had not said one word about the horse to anyone but Joshua, not even to Gemma's battle cohorts. Eventually, she stopped worrying about Ragna revealing Kriegshorn's existence, and instead worried about her outing the centaurs. But that concern only lasted a few minutes. Ragna hadn't seemed to care too much about them either. She'd simply sealed up the area where she kept Kriegshorn and made her way back to the monastery. She didn't run back. She didn't even look at any of the Amachais any differently. If she had any concerns, she didn't show it. And even after dismissing her main worries, Gemma couldn't stop the feeling that something was amiss, which made the knock at her window late in the evening almost a relief. Gemma opened the window and found Quinn hanging from a rope outside it. "I'm not even going to ask what you're doing. You should see something." She waited for him to climb back up and then followed him to the battlements on the monastery roof, where the rest of their group was waiting. "There's no one up here? No one keeping a lookout?" she asked. "Wait, you didn't kill the lookouts, did you?" Kieran frowned. "Why are you looking at me?" "You know why I'm looking at you." "There was no one here when I came up," Quinn said. "Just needed some air. I find those tiny prison cells stifling." "They're not prison cells." "Look around." "Look around at what?" Gemma asked. "Everything." She did. Walking to one end of the battlements, she saw what had caught Quinn's attention and what probably accounted for her having a hard time getting any sleep. She gazed down at the amount of activity going on inside and outside the monastery walls. Everywhere, the monks were reinforcing what had stood for centuries. Crossing the battlements, she watched the librarian monks, a special breed of fighting monks who would protect the monastery's books and artifacts with their very lives, removing various items wrapped in plain white cloth. She wondered if those were weapons from the Chamber of Valor. Cyrus is coming, she now realized. What? Cyrus is coming. That's why they're taking out the artifacts. That's what all this preparation is for. Are you sure? What else could it be? Then why aren't they leaving? Gemma shook her head. I don't know. Didn't you say Sprenger has already accepted Beatrix's help? Yes, which means that if they're leaving, they should just be heading off to her castle. I don't know why they're not. Well, instead of standing around guessing, why don't we simply go down and join in? Layla asked, always the helpful one. No, Gemma immediately replied. Why not? Gemma didn't bother to answer. She simply pointed, and they all turned to see what she'd spotted moments before from the corner of her eye. Several monks waiting for her at the roof door to take her back inside to the Grand Master. What is the plan here? Quinn asked as they all followed the silent monks down the stairs and through the barely lit passageways to wherever the Grand Master and the elders awaited them. Why do you sound so worried? Because when it comes to this lowlife, that even I have to admit deserves a death of unmeasurable pain, you're not the rational, calm Gemma I've come to respect and irritate. You're more like your Uncle Archie, easily agitated and slightly hysterical. I am not hysterical. You are so hysterical, at least for you. And if that only meant you cried a lot, I would be okay with it, but you don't cry, you're not a crier. You are, instead, a crazy person who, like your uncle, does crazy things. Such as? That time you threw a fireball at your sister. It was not a fireball. It was a slightly lit log from the fire pit. It set her clothes on fire. Barely. Could you two have this conversation later? Layla asked softly. I think you're worrying the religious fanatics. See what you did? Quinn demanded of Gemma. My sister never called monks religious fanatics before, but now she does. And it's probably because of you. The first fire pit I find, Gemma promised when they arrived at 2 large double doors deeply inscribed with her god's rune. I'm setting you on fire. That is it, Layla snapped. I swear by the 8 legs of Offid Naw, if you two don't stop it right now. The 2 doors swung open to reveal 3 older monks standing inside. But they weren't the only ones. The room was fairly stuffed with white, tunic-clad monks, all waiting to see what would befall Gemma in the next few minutes. Brother Gemma, one of the monks greeted as he smoothly moved up next to her. Brother Thomason. Starting shit as usual, I see, he quietly teased. He started it. I did not, Quinn replied. Later, children. He looked directly into Gemma's face. Listen to me. You say yes to whatever is said to you, understand? Yes, yes, and more yes. We'll take it from there. I promise it'll work out for you in the end. But what part of that did you not understand? All of it. For once, Gemma followed directions. Fine. Good, thank you. And tell your friends to keep calm. If everyone is rational, this should go exactly as Joshua wanted it to. Now let's go. It was clear that last mention of her old mentor had filled Gemma with questions, but she didn't have a chance to ask anything before Brother Thomason motioned her and the rest of them into the chamber. Monks lined the path that led to a 5-pointed star in the middle of the floor. Gemma stood in the center, facing the raised dais, and her nemesis, Grand Master Sprenger. Quinn and the others moved off to the side. Layla stood on his right, her gaze searching the crowd for any signs of trouble. She trusted few humans, so this whole thing had her very uncomfortable. If she were in her natural form, her tail and ears would be constantly twitching with worry. But while his sister studied everyone, Quinn studied Sprenger. He couldn't help it. Amazing the damage one human male could do to so many. Although his tunic and chainmail hid any scars on his body, Quinn could see the scar on his face well enough. Gemma really had fucked up that jaw of his. A double-sided scar stretched from his right ear down along his jaw and across to about 3 inches from his left ear. There were no mirrors in this monastery, so Sprenger couldn't see that scar every day, but he must be able to feel it every time he touched his face, every time he washed it, every time he attempted to grow a beard and realized that hair wouldn't grow along those scars. Maybe even worse when he talked or chewed or when it was extremely cold and the bone hurt or didn't sit right in the socket. Each time those things happened, he must remember what Gemma had done to him. And the thought of his continued suffering did nothing but make Quinn smile. Gemma didn't know what was going to happen, but she was ready. She was ready for manipulation or lies or an outright assassination attempt by Sprenger and his minions. She'd never been so ready before. Not only had her training as a war monk prepared her for anything that bastard had to throw at her, but also her training as a Smythe. She had one sister who'd attempted to kill the other just so she could wear a stupid crown. An uncle who kept telling the children to be ready to kill each other should they be invaded by the enemy. And another sister who insisted on frolicking with demon dogs. Gemma was more than ready for anything Sprenger could think of tossing at her. So she lowered her gaze and she waited, like a good little monk, for the false Grand Master to do what he planned to do. "Brother Gemma, it's so good to have you back," he began, and Gemma was glad that she had her gaze lowered because she rolled her eyes so hard. "We have missed having you here among us, but I think all of us can admit things have changed since you last graced our humble monastery, and decisions have been made that affect your relationship to the order directly." Under her lashes, she glanced at Thomason, now sitting on the dais behind Sprenger. He gave a very small nod, urging her to remain calm and just remember, yes, yes, yes. "Yes," she replied. Sprenger smiled as if that was exactly what he wanted to hear, which annoyed her greatly, but she'd promised. "And after much thoughtful and painful consideration, a decision has been made. Since you are now a princess of Queen Keely's court, while the Order of Righteous Valor will be falling under the banner of King Marius, it is impossible for you to continue as one of our order." Gemma would admit that it took her a considerable amount of time to understand what Sprenger was actually saying to her. Lifting her gaze, she first looked at Thomason, Bartholomew, and Bryn. Silently and with as little obvious movement as possible, they all frowned and nodded toward her, wanting her to agree. But she was still a little confused, which horrified her. She'd always considered herself the smart one of her family. She shifted her gaze to Sprenger and asked, "What?" "What don't you understand, dear?" Dear? Did he just call her dear? "All of it." "Oi," he muttered under his breath. "I forgot about this part of dealing with you." He cleared his throat and began again. "As of tonight, you will agree to no longer call yourself a monk of the Order of Righteous Valor. Instead, you will simply be Princess Gemma of Queen Keely's court. Or, if you'd like, you could find another war monk order somewhere closer to your sister's queendom. I'm sure several of the elders will be more than happy to write you a glowing recommendation to help you secure a position. This has already been discussed with the Grand Elders and Master General Ragna. They all believe it is the best course. Now, if you agree, we can finish this conclave and move on to a delightful evening of feasting." "And ale?" Kieran called out, ever hopeful. When she realized that now everyone was gawking at her, she raised her hands, palms out,
and said, "Sorry, forgot where I was, sorry." "Do you agree to that, Your Highness?" Again, Gemma looked at the three elders. They were no longer trying to be subtle. Instead, they were mouthing, "Say yes, now." She looked at her travel companions. Quinn and Layla were loudly whispering, "Just say yes, what are you doing?" While Kieran was begging, "Please say yes so I can get to a God's damn pub, woman." Poor Cadell and Farlin appeared overwhelmingly bored. Samuel said nothing. He appeared terrified. She had no idea if he was afraid she'd say yes or no. He just seemed scared to death. Not that she blamed him. Gemma glanced at her battle cohorts, and they shrugged, leaving the choice up to her. A decision this momentous had to come from her heart and soul. Finally, she scanned the crowd for one more person and found her standing at the far side of the dais, simply watching Gemma. Gemma stared at Ragna, but all Ragna did was exactly what she used to do when Gemma was in training and was confused by a question. She just raised that damn eyebrow, just the one, her left one. That simple, single move used to irritate Gemma to her very being, to her very core. And that's what it did right now. Because that gesture always seemed to say the same thing to her. "Don't you already know the answer to this question? Must I actually give you the answer? Are you really that worthless?" She knew that was a lot for one eyebrow to say, but she knew that's exactly what that one eyebrow was saying to her. And in that moment, in that second, Gemma had her answer. She returned her gaze to Sprenger, lifted her chin, and with pride said loudly for everyone to hear, "Fuck you!" she bellowed at the Grand Master of the Order of Righteous Valor. "Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!" "This is your fault," his sister hissed at him. "How is this my fault? It just is." Quinn didn't know how that was possible, but he was glad Layla had said something, because if she hadn't, he would have started laughing, especially when he'd locked eyes with the Master General across the room. He'd never really seen her shocked up to this point, and her shocked face was hilarious. She looked like a startled bird. Her body straightened, her head snapped up, her eyes widened, and she almost smiled. It was as if she'd expected something from Gemma, but not quite this. Of course, none of them looked as if they'd expected this from Gemma. Even he hadn't expected this from Gemma. Then again, it was just so Gemma, wasn't it? Sprenger sat forward in his big chair, hands gripping the arms, his rage barely contained. "What did you say to me?" Did he really want her to repeat it? Because that seemed a mistake. Quinn knew Gemma. She would definitely say it all again. Happily. "I said, fuck you." See? Want me to say it a few more times? By the unholiest of gods, this was going to get nasty. And to be honest, Quinn couldn't wait. "I was going to give you a chance," Sprenger began. "Give me a chance for what? I did nothing wrong. It was a Grand Master, a true Grand Master, by the way, who sent me out. I was following orders as I've always been trained to do, so there's nothing to punish me for. And if you think Beatrix is really an ally, you're a fool. She will take from you everything she can, and then she will destroy you." "You know nothing about her." "Very true, she's just my sister," Gemma said with great sarcasm, then tilted her head to the side and opened her eyes wide to illustrate how stupid Sprenger was being. A move he didn't appreciate at all. "This discussion is over," Sprenger announced. "I have made my decision." "You can't just remove me from the order without due cause." "I can do anything I want." "Really? Is that written down somewhere? Brothers?" She called out to a group of well-armed monks clustered around a desk filled with parchments, scrolls, and ancient tomes. Is it written down somewhere that the Grand Master can do just anything he wants? That is it. Sprenger launched himself from his chair and marched down the steps until he was standing in front of Gemma, towering over her. You are out. You can't throw me out without justification. Trust me. That was one of the first things I checked when I committed my heart and soul to Morthwyl. Except that's just what I did. I've thrown you out for gross insubordination. This isn't the order of silent prayer and sacrifice, Grand Master. You need more than that to toss me out on my ass. I'll think of something. You want something, you arrogant fuck? Thomason buried his head in his hands and moaned. Oh, Gemma. Then, challenge. There were shocked gasps around the room, and more elders dropped their heads in their hands or rolled their eyes or simply closed their eyes and shook their heads. Sprenger gawked down at Gemma. What did you say? Challenge. You can't challenge me. You're not of high enough rank. So, you can't just throw me out, and yet here we are. With no answer, the Grand Master just stared at her. That's when Gemma asked, What's the matter? Afraid I'll finish taking off that jaw? The backhand took them all by surprise. Blood from Gemma's mouth and nose splattered Quinn and Layla, but they still managed to catch Kieran before she could get her hands on Sprenger. Slowly, ignoring the blood pouring down her lips and chin, Gemma looked up at the Grand Master and spat out, Challenge! I will not accept a challenge from some low-born, low-rank nobody. Hey, Gemma was quick to remind him, I'm a princess now, bitch. Brother, Gemma, Thomason barked again. There's another option, Master General Ragna said as she made her slow, methodical way across the room, inserting herself between Gemma and Sprenger to prevent any more unnecessary hitting. Brother Gemma's rank doesn't matter if she's someone else's champion. The anger that now flashed across Sprenger's face was white-hot and dangerous and, Quinn was guessing, much deeper than what he'd felt toward Gemma. He was so angry that he grabbed Ragna's upper arm and yanked her close. He snarled between his teeth. What do you think you're doing? We discussed this. A few of Ragna's soldiers were in the chamber with her, and the ends of their spears hit the ground. It was a simple gesture, but most of the monks backed away. Sprenger didn't seem to notice. His gaze was locked on Ragna's face. She, however, was too busy staring at where his fingers gripped her arm. I would strongly suggest, Ragna said, that you think about where you put your hands, Grand Master. It was a simple statement, quietly made in her effortless, calm way, but that was where the threat came from, in that calm way that told Sprenger she would destroy him in ways that the rest of them could only dream about. Sprenger wisely released her and turned his back. A risky move, but Quinn sensed that Ragna was too proud to attack such a man from behind. Without even acknowledging him, she went on. Elder Thomason, is Brother Gemma a worthy champion for you? Thomason looked at the two elders on either side of him, first one, then the other. They both nodded, and he returned his gaze to Ragna. But before he said anything, he sighed, loud and long, not in anger or disgust, just in frustrated acceptance. Whatever these three monks had planned, Gemma had fucked it up as only Gemma could. It was something about the Smythe family. They tended to fuck things up, whether it was for their own siblings or for kings. They never meant to, but fuck things up they did. Yes, he finally stated, she is a worthy champion. Then we have challenge, Grand Master, one you cannot turn down, as you so wisely pointed out to Grand Master Joshua when you challenged him. Fine. Sprenger faced them. 3 days hence. Now, Gemma said. Ragna shrugged. As the weaker of the challengers, Grand Master, Brother Gemma chooses the time. She says now, so it's now. Weapons? Swords, Gemma announced. Swords it is.
Do I get any say?
Sprenger demanded. Not really. Hold, one of the monks called, stepping forward. Yes, Brother James, Ragna asked. I offer to be the Grand Master's champion, Brother James announced proudly. Gemma cracked her knuckles before opening her arms wide and demanding, Let's go! No, Ragna quickly interjected. There will be no champion for the Grand Master. Why not? Brother James wanted to know. Because Grand Master Sprenger did not allow one for Grand Master Joshua, so it seems only fair, does it not? Good, she finished when Brother James attempted to argue. Now, Ragna said, looking at both parties. 5 minutes, and then we begin. Ragna briefly stopped next to Gemma and told her, For once, attempt to remember what I taught you. Sprenger, however, looked at Thomasin and threatened, Once I kill her, I kill you. Oh, dearest brother, Thomasin replied with a smirk. We've had so many experiences together. What's one more? Gemma removed her fur cape and the chainmail shirt her mother had made for her, leaving only the thick white shirt she wore under it. She moved her arms and shoulders, twisted her head from side to side. Shona looked over the weapons she had on her sword belt. Long sword or not sure yet. Better think fast. Don't start with me, Shona. Thomasin and the others had different plans, Katla needlessly pointed out. Yes, I figured that out. Then why didn't you just go along? I'm a war monk. We were never trained to just go along. Joshua's ashes would be swirling around in his wherever they are. Shona moved closer. Don't make the mistake of thinking that Sprenger is not a good fighter, brother. He's always been a good fighter. And over the years, he's only gotten better. Do either of you really consider this a pep talk? If you want a pep talk, we'd suggest Kier, but he's too busy crying. We just got you back, Kier sobbed when the women looked at him. The faith all of you have in me is overwhelming. Which sword? Shona asked again. I'm still thinking. Still? Katla put her hand on Gemma's shoulder. Just don't fuck up. Ah, how I've missed the brotherhood of it all. It was worrisome. First, he saw Farlin whisper to Samuel, Go down to the stables and get the horses ready. Be ready to move. Understand? And off the boy went to get the horses and supplies they'd need. No one stopped him. None of these monks paid the least bit of attention to Samuel. Of course, Quinn had the feeling they'd paid little attention to the poor kid when he'd been an actual squire wearing the tunic of the monastery. That wasn't what was worrisome, though. It was what he saw after that. Ragna spotted Samuel moving through the crowd, and with a subtle nod, she sent one of her own warriors to follow. Why? Why was Ragna sending one of her rather fanatical soldiers to follow a kid? What was really going on? And what did Sprenger mean when he said something about their having talked about this? What had they talked about? Gemma? Thomasin? This challenge? What exactly was happening here? But before Quinn could decide what his next move should be, his sister grabbed his arm, and it was the urgency with which Layla grabbed him that pushed all other thoughts temporarily out of his head. You need to irritate Gemma, she whispered to him. You just told me to stop irritating her. That was before, Layla insisted, when I thought we might get out of here without a fight. Now that's obviously not going to happen, so now you need to irritate her. You're serious? What do you think? You know, this isn't something I can just make up on the spot. You are kidding right now, aren't you? No, I don't just irritate her to irritate her. She's irritated by me for some unknown reason, so I have no idea what I could possibly say at the moment that would annoy her so much it would distract her from something as serious as what is about to happen here at this very... Oh. You know what? I have something. Quinn shook off his sister's grip and made his way over to Gemma's side. She stood alone with 2 swords in her hands, a long sword and a broadsword. She swung both, stretching her arms and shoulders. "Is this to the death?" he asked. Gemma stopped moving, turned to face him. "What?" "Is this a fight to the death?" "Why are you asking?" "No reason, just wondering." "Stop being an ass and just tell me." "It's nothing, go fight." "Fine. I'm not going to waste my time playing your little games, Amichai." She took several test swings with each sword before turning back to him and asking, "Does this have anything to do with my horse?" "Dagger? Dagger will be fine." "Not dagger, and you know I don't mean dagger." "You're calling that abomination your horse?" "You're calling her an abomination?" "It is an abomination, and that's why, if you don't make it, I'm putting it down." Her back straightened. "You will do no such thing." "I'm not leaving that thing to roam the earth half dead." "Of course you won't. You will take it back to Keeley." "I am not taking that thing back to Keeley, and I am not going to have it around your family." "Brother Gemma," a monk called out, "please join us here." "In a minute," she barked. "I don't know why you're getting hysterical." "I am not hysterical," but she spit that out between her teeth. Moving over to their traveling companions and gesturing to Layla with both swords, Gemma wanted to know, "And you, Layla, would you protect Kriegshorn?" "Oh," Layla replied, forcing a smile she clearly did not feel. "That's right, it has a name." "None of you would protect Kriegshorn?" she demanded of the whole group. "Kieran?" "The bloody thing has fangs, and it's rotting. It's rotting with fangs." "All I have to say is that I am very disappointed in all of you. Very disappointed." Gemma turned to walk away, but Quinn just had to point out, "Aren't you being just a bit of a hypocrite?" She spun back around so quickly their entire group took a step back. "Excuse me?" "Are you coming or not?" Sprenger demanded. "Shut up!" She stepped closer to Quinn. "What did you say?" "I said, aren't you being a bit of a hypocrite?" "About what?" "About your demon horse." She closed her eyes for a moment. "She is not a demon." "Fine, abomination then. You've given Keeley such a hard time about her wolves, going on and on about them, but now, when that thing is clearly unholy, suddenly you have some moral objection to doing what is obviously right, which is chopping it into the tiniest pieces, salting them, and performing whatever banishing spell is necessary to send it back wherever it came from." Gemma was silent for so long that Quinn thought she was simply going to walk away, perhaps never speak to him again. But after several long seconds of staring at him, she finally said with extreme, absolutely terrifying calm, "I am going to go over there and kill Sprenger. And when I'm done with him, I'm going to come back over here, cut your centaur balls off, and feed them to Kriegshorn." There were several more moments of brutal, silent staring until she exploded with, "Is that hypocritical too?" Layla stepped in front of Quinn to protect him, but Gemma had already stomped away. "Was that the kind of irritation you were talking about?" he asked his sister. She lovingly patted his back. "One day the elders of our tribes will tell tales of your sacrifice, brother, and your sad, early death." Chapter 12. "Are you done chatting with your friends?" Sprenger asked, with more sarcasm than Gemma could take at the moment. So she handled her fury more like a Smythe than a brother of the Order of Righteous Valor, barking, "Oh, shut up!" "Brother Gemma!" Brother Thomason scolded from where he stood with the other elders. They were no longer on the raised dais, but grouped with Ragna and the other generals. The highest-ranking monks created a half-circle around the challenge pair. "Sorry," Gemma muttered. But she wasn't. Not really. because she was thinking. "You both know the rules of challenge," Thomasin reminded them. And, Brother Gemma, are you going to pick a sword?" "Pardon?" "One sword, not two." She looked down at the two swords she had in her hands, a long sword and a broadsword. She spun around and stared over at her traveling companions. Actually, she was staring at Quinn. He knew it, too. He picked up Kieran and lifted her so that she blocked his face. "I don't appreciate this," her cousin told the centaur. "Brother Gemma?" Thomasin pushed. "Yeah, sorry." Biting her lip, she looked down at the two swords and decided. "Shona, Gladius." Shona reached back, pulled the short sword from the sheath tied to her back, and tossed it to Gemma. She caught it and chucked the other two swords back. Shona caught the broadsword, Layla caught the long sword, and everyone else ducked. It was not pretty. "Okay, made my choice," Gemma said. "Excellent. Only took you 2 hours," Sprenger muttered. Gemma held the weapon in her hand and it felt right. But still she felt annoyed, irritated. She looked at Quinn over her shoulder. He immediately noticed. "Are you listening to me, Brother Gemma?" Thomasin asked. "Yes, of course, challenge, rules, blah, blah, blah." It wasn't that she wasn't listening to Brother Thomasin. It was that she was staring at Quinn and thinking about everything he'd said to her in those last 10 minutes. He'd managed to irritate her in a way that had her completely livid in seconds. If the two of them were about to fight, it would have been smart. "Is your disgusting Amachai lover distracting you, princess?" Sprenger loudly mocked, his group of sycophants laughing along with him. Gemma focused on Sprenger again, taking a moment to examine him closely. He was taller than her by several inches, taller than Keeley. Not taller than Quinn or his brother, though. He was also not wider or nearly as fast as Quinn and the other centaurs, but the bastard was quick in battle. She'd seen him fight. She remembered now. He was brutal, especially when starting out. He moved well, too, considering his size, and he knew how to use a sword, his blade picking up momentum and power as he slashed again and again. So maybe everyone else had been right and she'd been wrong. Maybe Sprenger hadn't tricked Joshua during the fight. Maybe Joshua had simply lost. Of course, none of that changed Gemma's desire to destroy Sprenger. It simply changed her approach to killing him. Again, she turned and looked directly at Quinn. If he could piss her off that quickly, maybe she could piss off Sprenger that quickly. She just had to find the right thing to set him off. "That woman is going to chop my balls off." "The way she's staring at you, brother, it's possible." "You could sound a little more concerned, Layla. She's planning to geld your brother." "I told you to irritate her, not send her spiraling into a universe of raging insanity. She's not even paying attention to her opponent. He's going to cut her head off. How are we supposed to go back to Keeley with just her sister's head?" Layla was right. Gemma was so busy glaring at him, she was completely ignoring the man she was actually supposed to be fighting. And the more Quinn watched Sprenger, the more Quinn was convinced that Gemma had underestimated the Grandmaster's skill level. Quinn could also see that he and his sister weren't the only ones beginning to feel this way. Thomasin was watching Gemma with great concern. "Brother Gemma," he asked, "are you sure about this?" "She's sure, aren't you, princess?" Sprenger asked. "Although you must be disappointed, yes, that your fondest dreams won't come true tonight?" Gemma blinked and looked at Sprenger over her shoulder. "My fondest dreams?" "To become Grand Master of this monastery, to take over all this and finally be in charge of the Brotherhood. That is what you want, isn't it? What you've always wanted?" He brazenly taunted.
He knew she was angry about something. He was trying to tip her over into careless anger by insulting her honor. And with Quinn already pissing her off, it would probably work. Fuck. Cade was going to kill Quinn when he came home with just Gemma's head. Gemma faced Spranger and gripped the gladius by the hilt, adjusting it carefully. She now stared at the Grand Master the way she'd been staring at Quinn. That terrifying, blank, I'm about to cut your balls off stare. Finally, after a few long seconds, she calmly announced, I've never wanted to be Grand Master. She briefly stopped and looked down at the sword in her hand, tightened and released her fingers around the hilt. Once. Twice. Then finished with, I just couldn't allow a vile rapist to run the brotherhood I love so much. It was as if time itself froze. Everyone stopped moving, stopped speaking, stopped breathing. Quinn realized in that moment Gemma had said the one thing no one in this monastery had ever spoken out loud before, and by doing so, she'd unleashed something very ugly. Not among the other monks, but within Spranger himself. His joking expression faded, his eyes grew wide and black in their anger, and slowly swiveled in their sockets until they locked on Gemma. She didn't seem to notice, busy as she was, still adjusting her hand around the hilt of her sword. What did you say to me? He barely managed to ask. His voice was a low, panting growl. What did I say? She asked, still so calm. I called you a vile rapist, because that is all you are. That is all you have ever been. That is all you shall ever be. She lifted her gaze to his. And you shall remain so upon death. Is that clear enough for your understanding? Or is more necessary? Spranger's rage was so strong, his entire body began to vibrate, and Quinn was sure the man had yet to blink. His eyes were wide black pits of unspoken evil and fury. When the explosion came, it was mighty. His roar of rage reverberated off the stone chamber walls. Spranger slashed his sword down with one hand, aiming for Gemma's neck. She brought her weapon up, and Quinn waited for the blades to clash. But then Gemma twisted to the side. A spin, like a dance move, to the Grand Master's exposed right. His blade stopped in midair. As all of them watched, he finally blinked, dazed, his anger seeming to drain away. Quinn focused on Gemma, and that's when he realized she'd buried her blade deep into Spranger's right side, just above his waist. Her other arm wrapped around Spranger's chest and held him tight. Then she pulled the weapon out and shoved it back in, yanked it up a bit, tearing the flesh along the way, pulled it out, and shoved it in a few more times. Spranger dropped to his knees. He was trying to breathe. His blade was still gripped in his hand, but he was no longer able to lift it. Gemma pulled her arms away and stepped back, the gladius now buried up to the hilt in Spranger's side, and held her hand out. Katla tossed a dagger to her, and Gemma easily caught it. Then she moved behind Spranger and grabbed him by his gray hair. She pulled his head back and put the blade to his throat. She didn't quickly slash, as she had been taught to do, as Quinn had seen her do in battle many, many times before. Instead, she rammed the tip of the blade into the major artery on one side of his neck and dragged the blade from one side to the other, nearly cutting his head off. When enough blood had flowed from him that the only one who could possibly bring him back was Gemma herself, and that was only as an undead thing, she shoved him to the ground. Still gripping the dagger in one hand, Gemma pulled the sword from Spranger's carcass with the other. She looked at the remaining monks, slowly turning in a circle. "Anyone else, brothers?" she called, which seemed strange. Wasn't the challenge over now? She'd defeated Spranger in what seemed to Quinn a fair fight. But just as he had that thought, a monk broke free from those surrounding Gemma. He charged toward her, swinging a sword, but she ducked and slashed her own up, cutting him across the chest and throat. He went down and another attacked. A woman monk with an axe. Gemma blocked the oncoming blow with her sword and stabbed the monk in the neck. "That's it," Layla said, moving forward. But Shona grabbed her shoulder just as several monks moved in front of them to keep them from helping. "Spranger's allies," Shona said in that flat, emotionless way of hers. "They're still loyal," Katla explained. "They won't let Thomasin take over." Layla searched out Ragna. She now stood in front of Thomasin and the other elders, a double-headed battle axe in her hands. Her team of loyal soldiers with her. The two females exchanged long glances, and Ragna finally nodded. Layla turned to Quinn, and she didn't have to give him any sign. They'd been speaking to each other without words since the day she'd dropped from their mother. He, in turn, signaled Farlan and Cadell. They didn't have their weapons, but they didn't need them. They had weapons all around them. They simply had to take them. Quinn moved first, shifting into his natural, battle-ready form and rising up on his hind legs. The monks in front of him were so shocked he was able to bring down his front legs on them, crushing their skulls in the process. Cadell and Farlan took swords and warhammers from the bodies before shifting themselves and moving towards Gemma. Layla kept her human form, but took the spear casually tossed to her by Shona and speared the first monk who attempted to strike. That's when all hells broke loose. Sprenger loyalists fought everyone else, while Gemma stood at the center of it all since it was she who had killed Sprenger. Quinn made his way to her side. They'd fought side by side more than once in their time together, but their space was tight here, and it was hard to know who was friend and who was foe when everyone was wearing the same thing, down to their short haircuts. So Quinn stuck with defense rather than offense. He kept the monks off Gemma's back rather than going after anyone. He didn't want to accidentally kill a loyal friend she hadn't mentioned to him. Layla, Farlan, and Cadell had taken up position by Thomasin and the other elders, alongside Ragna and her troops. A good thing, because they were getting hit hard as well. There seemed to be a new leader among them now that Sprenger was gone. A woman monk filled with rage that someone had taken her messiah from her. She was calling out orders that had the allies attacking the two groups again and again. "We need to take her down," Quinn said against Gemma's ear during a very brief lull in attacks. "That's Brother Millie. She adored Sprenger." Gemma briefly stopped to cut off the leg of one monk and the arm of another by swinging her blade back the other way, the benefit of pure momentum. "She won't go down easy, and the Loyalists won't let us near her." "We need to do something. There's more of them than I realized. And the rest of our supporters are outside reinforcing the battlements. We need to get word to them." A spear aimed for his front legs had Quinn shifting back to human, flipping over the spear and returning to his natural form. He kicked out his back legs and sent the spear handler flying into several of his brothers. Before they could decide what move they should make next, Layla walked between them and stared up at the very high windows. "What the fuck are you doing?" Gemma asked her. "Do you hear that noise?" "I don't hear anything." But Quinn heard it. It was a strange, moaning wail, and he detested it more than anything he'd ever heard. There it was again. So distracting, she looked away from whatever was happening at the monastery, and something was definitely happening at the monastery. Ainsley turned toward the noise, and as she had suspected, it came from the clearing. The one that night had warned her to stay away from, an order she intended to follow. But she still climbed higher in the tree, trying to get a better view, because she knew something was definitely wrong. All the animals had fled, birds no longer sang, foxes no longer hunted, wolves no longer howled. Even the snakes had slithered away. That only happened when the earth was about to shake, when the wind was about to blow, or the forest was about to burn, or when armies marched. Standing as high as she could, Ainsley looked out. She still saw nothing, but the wailing became so loud, she nearly covered her ears. Something was in distress, she knew that. She climbed down until she reached the ground. She whistled between two fingers and heard her horse gallop toward her. As she gathered her things, she stopped briefly to touch her hand to the earth. It was still distant, but it was there. The rumble of many hooves pounding the ground, coming closer. And whatever was making that horrible sound was in that army's way. Ainsley mounted her horse and briefly debated her next move. She rode toward the sound, frowning as she got nearer. It took her a second to realize that a scouting party had already reached the clearing, and they'd used wizards to break through whatever protective barrier had surrounded it. Now they were torturing whatever was inside. When she was close enough, she dismounted from her horse and pulled her bow. She nocked her arrows and shot the scouts who were supposed to be standing guard at the opening, but were so fascinated by whatever nightmare was going on inside, they'd turned their backs. Ainsley crept close and peeked inside. Wizards surrounded the tormented beast while 7 soldiers held ropes around its throat in an attempt to keep it steady. The wizards chanted spells, but she honestly didn't know if they were trying to trap it or kill it. She didn't wait to find out. She nocked 3 arrows in her bow, aimed, and let them fly. She took out 2 of the wizards and 1 of the soldiers. She immediately nocked 2 more arrows while running to a new position. She was able to fire again. 2 more soldiers. Soldiers came at her and she ran. With several of the ropes now unmanned, the beast was able to break free. It took off running, but it didn't run away. It attacked, charging the soldiers, picking up one in its mouth and biting him in half, then spitting him out before trampling over several others. While the creature ran, it grew tusks on either side of its bottom jaw, ridiculously long ones aiming up that it used to impale the wizards throwing fireballs and lightning at it. When it did get hit by magic, it seemed to absorb the damage and spit it back out. Its back legs sent other soldiers flying, possibly miles away. Ainsley used her bow to block further attacks. But then the beast was there, dragging off a soldier who'd gotten Ainsley on her back and was about to impale her with his sword. It dragged the soldier off and proceeded to toss him around like a limp doll, banging the man from side to side, up and down, until it tossed the decimated carcass away. When it was done, the tusks vanished, but it was still some half-dead thing that Ainsley had never seen before, horrifying to look at. She still felt bad for it, and it had still saved her. If nothing else, it hadn't tried to eat her. That was something, right? Eyes wide, she remembered that the ones the beast had killed were only a scouting party. "You need to run," she told him. "Run! I have to warn the others." She scrambled to her feet and took off, stopping to mount her horse along the way and riding hard toward the monastery. "It stopped," Layla said. "What was it?" "I don't know. It was strange. Like an animal, but—" She lifted her gaze to Quinn, and then the siblings looked at Gemma. Gemma knew that expression. It wasn't necessarily her. "Are you sure?" Quinn leaned in. "What if she got out? What are you going to do then?" "Don't we have bigger issues to deal with right now?" "Do we?" They did. Although Thomasin, Bartholomew, and Bryn had their weapons drawn and stood with Ragna and her small group of troops, Millie held the remainder of the ancient elders hostage at the moment. "Release them, Brother Millie," Thomasin ordered. "I don't take orders from you, false Grand Master." Quinn rolled his eyes. By the gods, this could take all fucking night. The double doors to the chamber opened, and more of Ragna's troops rushed in. How they'd been alerted to the troubles here, Gemma wasn't sure, but she was grateful. "Commander, we have—" The words of Ragna's second commander faded away as she took in the sight before her. But Ragna ignored her own troops for the thin girl who'd been following them. Ragna pointed at Millie and barked, "Ainsley! Her!" Without question, Ainsley raised her already knocked bow and released. The arrow flew true and slammed Millie in the throat, sending her entire body jerking back several feet. "And those two," Ragna added. Ainsley let 2 more arrows fly, and she hit her marks without error. Shocked at her sister's presence and Ragna's ordering her around, Gemma asked Quinn, "When did Ainsley get here?" Quinn threw up his hands. "Woman, she's been here." Chapter 13. Layla heard it first, wrapping her arm around Ainsley's shoulders and dropping them both to the ground. "Down!" Quinn bellowed. "Everyone down!" Gemma dropped to her side as the entire monastery shook around her. She knew why. Her parents had built plenty of trebuchets and used them. They were being bombarded by fireballs. "They're here!" Ragna called out when everyone got their bearings and scrambled to their feet. "Cyrus's army is here. You all know your orders. Move!" "What orders?" a few monks demanded. Of course, the ones asking those questions had all been loyal to Sprenger. There were only a few of them left, and with a nod from Ragna, her knights killed them quickly with a sword to the belly or a blade to the throat. Gemma jumped up. "What the hells are you doing?" The ones killed hadn't joined in the attack with the others. They appeared ready to follow Thomason's orders. Why would Ragna kill them? Thomason tapped Ragna on the shoulder. "Do what you must, Ragna. You know your orders." Her orders? How could she already have orders? "The orders Joshua gave her a long time ago." More fireballs hit the monastery, and Gemma could hear her fellow knights below calling out orders to one another as they readied themselves for another attack. "I didn't think they'd come so soon," Thomason told Gemma. "I thought we'd have more time. But our god Morthwyl will have his way." "What are you talking about?" "Tonight we fight against Cyrus and his army." "Of course we do." Gemma would expect no less. "I'll get my—" "Not you, Gemma." "What do you mean, not me? I will fight by your side. I will defend all of you with my life." "Joshua had other plans for you." "What other plans? You need me with you if we're going to fight Cyrus." "We're not fighting Cyrus. He's somewhere else. Instead, we face several of his best legions, and tonight they will wipe the Order of Righteous Valor from the face of this earth." Gemma closed her eyes and asked her question, but she already knew the answer. "And you're going to let him, aren't you?" A monk Quinn didn't know shoved the Amachai's weapons into his arms along with a terrified Samuel. "Are you all right?" Quinn asked the boy. "Yes." But each time another projectile hit the monastery, Samuel looked ready to pass out. "Where are the horses?" Quinn asked, hoping to keep him focused and alert. "Waiting for us at an exit that we will use to escape," Samuel swallowed. "Apparently we are going to escape?" "Yes, I'm starting to think that is the plan, which Gemma will not like. So be ready. I will have to move fast, understand?" "Yes, and you will definitely have to move fast." Quinn walked over to Gemma while quickly attaching his weapons to the sword belt on his kilt. "You can't do this," she argued with the elders. "Gemma, you can't." Thomason, Bartholomew, and Bryn were working hard to talk to her, but Quinn knew that look on Gemma's face. "We're war monks," she argued. "Not some suicide cult." "We're going to go out there and fight as hard as we can. Fight as we always have. We all are. But we're going to die. With honor." "Then I'll die with you." "Like hells you will," Thomason grinned. "Joshua said you'd insist, but no.
And what do you expect me to do? Spend the rest of my life mourning all my brothers?"
"You'll have no time for mourning," Bartholomew promised, "because what is destroyed here will rise again."
Quinn sneered. "By Ophidnaw's cock, they want you to raise them all from the dead." Bryn rolled his eyes. "No, we don't." "Bryn's right," Thomason explained to Gemma. "It's not us you'll be bringing back. We'll be feasting at our god's table with Joshua." He wiped a tear, even as he smiled at the thought. "But you will be the one who leads Ragna, her army, and the librarians out through the tunnels and to your sister's territory. There, our order will find new life." Gemma shook her head. "I won't do that. I won't. I won't leave you. I won't." Thomason pulled his sword, ignoring Gemma's words. He took the tip and used it to tap each of her shoulders. "I now bestow upon you the rank of general, along with your battle cohorts. They, too, will be going with you to your sister's territory to teach and lead the next generation of our order. Understand?" "I don't care if you make me queen of the universe and they're coming with me to hell. I'm not leaving you." Thomason cupped her cheek. "You are leaving us, you pain-in-the-ass farmer's brat. You are. And you will live and thrive and make us all very proud. Now take her, Amachai, take her, and don't stop." "No, Thomason, please, no!" But Quinn already had Gemma around the waist, shifting into his natural form as he lifted her off the ground. He nodded his head at the elders before he went up on his hind legs, turned, and charged through the open chamber doorway.
"Let me go, Quinn! Let me go!"
He heard the pain, the absolute agony in Gemma's voice, knew that at this moment, at this very second, he was destroying her in a way he'd never thought he could. But he knew in his heart, in his soul, that it was the only choice he had. This wasn't about honor, this wasn't about courage, this was about survival. Not just hers, but the survival of her precious brotherhood, of all that she believed. That's what Thomason wanted, and he was ordering her to make that happen. She couldn't ignore her duty so she could die with honor. She tried to fight him, but he held her tight as he went down several flights of stairs. Farlin waited for them at the bottom. "This way!" he yelled over the invading army's attack. He pushed past monks heading in the opposite direction. Some were already on horseback, making ready for their counterattack while ducking flying fireballs and falling pieces of building. Gemma almost got away from him twice, but still Quinn didn't let go. It cost him some torn flesh on his arm, and he was sure at least one broken rib, but nothing that couldn't heal. But he had to admit he was grateful to see the others. If anyone could talk some sense into Gemma, it was his sister. He practically threw the woman in front of Layla, and she immediately grabbed Gemma's arm to prevent her escaping. "Let me go, Layla, I'm going back." "Just listen to—" Layla didn't get a chance to finish her sentence, because Gemma was wrenched from her grip by Ragna. The Master General spun Gemma around and punched her once in the face. Quinn and his sister both cringed, and Gemma's entire head snapped to the side. Quinn worried her jaw might have been broken. "Listen to me, little girl," Ragna said, holding a dazed Gemma with one hand while pointing at her with the other. "I don't have time for your dramatic bullshit. Our brothers are going out to meet that army to give us time to get a safe distance from here. You're a general now. Act like one. So dry your fucking tears, gird your loins, and lead. Or I'll cut you open from cunt to throat, and then I'll tell your precious queen sister why I did it. Because you're being as whiny as a love-sick man. Do you understand me?" Gemma moved her jaw around a bit, as if she also wasn't quite sure whether it was broken or not, before finally replying, "Yes, I understand. Good, then go." Gemma strode through the mostly empty stables, the last of the horses had been taken out by their riders, and over to Samuel. She grabbed the reins of her own horse and started down the tunnel, moving around the knights still entering. When she was gone, Ragna turned to Quinn and Layla. "Stop babying her," she admonished. "We don't report to you," Layla instantly shot back. "You got a problem with how we deal with Gemma? Take it up with her." The two females began to bicker, but heard the whistling sound of an incoming projectile just above their heads. Quinn waited a beat to see if it would pass them, but no, it wasn't passing them. It was coming right at them. Quinn grabbed both females and charged toward the tunnel entrance, diving in just as the stables were destroyed. Gemma rode back after she heard the explosion and quickly dismounted from her horse. Farlan and Cadell helped her move the dirt off Quinn and Layla. But it was Quinn who dug out Ragna. Good thing, since Gemma hadn't realized the woman was with them. "Are you all right?" Gemma asked Layla, brushing the dirt from her friend's face. I'm fine. Quinn?" "Yeah," he said with a cough that mostly brought up dirt. Ragna, however, just wiped her eyes, gave one cough, and walked off to find her horse, which had thankfully gone in ahead of her. "Do you guys need help?" Gemma asked the siblings. "We're fine, you go." Gemma again mounted Dagger and rode ahead. "Pick up the pace," she urged. "Let's go." She wasn't sure how long the rest of the Brotherhood could hold Cyrus's legions at bay, and the tunnels were only big enough for 7 or 8 mounted knights to pass, so she and Katla, Shona, and Kyr kept everyone moving, while Ragna rode ahead to meet with her army, the bulk of which had been sent off 4 days before, according to Shona. The desire to go back was still there for Gemma, but she knew it wasn't what Thomasin and the others wanted. So she pushed on into the same tunnel she'd taken when she'd returned to her family the first time 2 years ago. She pushed on even though this time it felt like it was killing her inside. Thomasin sat on his horse and looked at his 2 battle cohorts. He was glad to be riding into battle with them again, glad to again be bringing honor to their god in a sacrifice of blood and death. He nodded once, and Bryn raised the banner attached to his steel spear. Thomasin took in a deep breath and then gave the Order of Righteous Valor charge command one last time. "Kill everyone!" Quinn was bringing up the rear when he found Gemma standing in front of a smaller, unlit tunnel that shot off the main one everyone else was traveling. She was just standing in front of it, not moving. He stopped and stared down at her. "What are you doing?" he finally asked. "This should have been closed off." "It's a little late for that, isn't it?" "I guess, but Cyrus's men could come up behind us now." "Where does this go?" "To a ritual site under a sacrificial altar outside the monastery." "Do a lot of sacrificing, do you?" "Just bulls before certain battles," she said with a dismissive wave. "Do you want to take a look?" "No," she shrugged, "but we'd better." He grabbed a torch from the wall, and together they began walking. They didn't speak. Both of them had a lot on their minds, Quinn was guessing. He just wanted to get out of these tunnels. He hated tunnels. He liked being outside, with fresh air. Besides, he'd already been trapped once by a falling ceiling. He'd prefer not to test his luck a second time. The tunnel abruptly turned up ahead, and as they went around the corner they stopped, coming face to face with a small unit of Cyrus's soldiers. It was almost comical, the way they all stared at one another. Clearly neither expected the other to be there. But then the leader of the other group pulled his sword, and Quinn pushed his burning torch into the man's face. He screamed in pain, and Gemma pulled out the gladius she still carried and immediately started stabbing those closest to her. The other soldiers stabbed back. Quinn was able to block most of them, but one blade made it through, slashing Gemma's arm. She hadn't been able to put her chainmail back on after her earlier fight with Sprenger, so she wore only her cotton shirt. The blade cut through the material easily and straight across her flesh. Startled, Gemma yelped from the pain, but it was the explosion from the wall that had her and Quinn falling back, raised arms blocking their eyes to protect them from rocks and dirt.
Quinn heard horrifying screams, tearing flesh and bones being crushed. He forced his eyes open to find that half-dead horse thing standing there with someone's head in its mouth.
Gemma?
Gemma lowered her arm. Kriegshorn! She glanced at Quinn. See? Value.
See? Head in her mouth.
There was something farther up the tunnel that caught the creature's attention. It growled and barreled off toward whatever it was. Kriegshorn! Gemma called out.
What are you doing? If it wants to kill something that's not us, let it kill something that's not us. Now come on.
He brought Gemma up with him and pulled her onto his back.
Hold on,
he ordered, racing back to the main tunnel and then catching up to the others. They reached Gemma's horse, Dagger, and she quickly jumped off Quinn's back and mounted her horse. Together they continued down the tunnel, eventually reaching the others. Quinn looked back but didn't see anyone following them. But that half-dead thing had heard something. She'd gone after something. He was afraid to know exactly what it was. The battle had raged on for longer than either side had expected. Thomasin knew that all those who had died this night could go to their god with honor. Pleased that he'd done all he could possibly do, he dropped to his knees and looked down at the spear that had pierced his chest. Bartholomew and Bryn had gone to meet Joshua minutes before, so it was his turn to follow the others into the next world. He saw Cyrus's precious wizards moving toward him. They wanted his soul, apparently, but he wasn't going to let them get it. Both Bartholomew and Bryn had died before the wizards had a chance to take theirs, and he would make sure he did the same. He reached for a blade that was close by, but a general slammed his foot onto Thomasin's hand, stopping him from doing what he needed to do.
"Sorry, heretic, but there is no easy escape for you," the general told him. "So just accept it and—"
It came out of nowhere. A thing Thomasin had never seen before. Half of it looked like any normal horse, but the other side just looked dead, extremely dead. But as dead as it might look, it fought like it was still alive and very pissed. First, it impaled one of the wizards on what appeared to be a tusk. Then it bit the arm off another wizard before impaling him, too. It stomped the third wizard into the ground. When it was done with them, it turned on the general, still holding down Thomasin's hand.
"Unclean thing!" the general cried. "I shall destroy you in the name of my god!"
It studied the general a brief moment before looking down at Thomasin, making him feel as if it was asking permission to do what he could not do for himself. Smiling, Thomasin nodded his approval, and the thing that had saved his soul from these bastards unleashed a cleansing fire that released his soul to the war gods he had fought for until his very death. When Gemma finally made it out of the tunnel, she and the remainder of her entire order were miles from the monastery, and yet they could still see it burning, even from where they stood. She climbed a large rock and stood staring, gawking, really, as the flames and smoke rose high into the night sky, and the life she'd known for a decade was destroyed. She wanted to cry, to scream, to destroy the world with her rage and pain and heartache. But she couldn't do any of that, not now.
"You have a job to do," Ragna reminded her.
Gemma closed her eyes, wishing that of all those who had died this night, one of them had been God's damn Ragna. "I know, to get everyone to Keeley's territory."
"No, Ainsley can do that, or Samuel. You have another job."
Gemma jumped off the boulder in front of Ragna. "And what's that?" Ragna handed her a scroll with a map printed on it. "Go here, see if any of the representatives of these sects arrive, and provide them protection on the journey back to your sister's castle. I'll meet you there." Gemma looked at the list on the back of the map. "Wait a minute, these sects you have listed, these are all our enemies."
"Yes." We've actually burned these witches at stakes. At least 6 times in the last 200 years. And didn't we annihilate these temple virgins? Don't be silly. We just burned their temple to the ground, but now we can say we know how they feel, can't we? And these truce vicars, we cut out their tongues because we accused them of lying about us. Yes, that was an ugly period between our two groups, but all these sects are in as much danger as we are from Cyrus's men, so I'm sure they'll be more than willing to overlook our unfortunate history in order to move on to a bright and prosperous future, together. With a brusque pat to Gemma's shoulder, Ragna mounted her horse and ordered everyone to move out, and she meant everyone. When Layla attempted to stay behind with the rest of Gemma's original travel group, Ragna made it very clear that would not be permitted. Not wanting any more drama, Gemma told them all to go. Of course, Layla tried to argue, but Gemma wasn't in the mood for well-reasoned centaur arguments, nor was she in the mood for Samuel's loyalty or her battle cohort's willingness to risk Ragna's wrath so they could stay by Gemma's side. She wanted them all gone. The last thing Ragna did before she rode off with her entire army and all of Gemma's friends was toss her a second travel bag. It wasn't until Gemma opened it and found a white tunic with Morthwill's rune emblazoned on the front and back in bright red that she burst into tears and allowed herself to cry. By the time the 2 suns came up, her tears were gone and she was finally back in her chainmail, wearing the tunic of a high-ranking monk. She mounted Dagger and rode for about 2 hours until she pulled to a stop at the sight of the idiot sitting under a tree, eating apples. "Took you long enough," he complained between bites. "What are you doing here, Quinn?" "Couldn't let you go alone, poor sweet thing like you. All alone out here? Men might take advantage. You're so weak and frail. Just look at you. Can you even walk on those tiny little feet of yours, or does that horse have to carry you?" Only Quinn of the Scarred Earth clan could make her crack a smile after the last few hours. Only him. And they both knew it. Only when I ask him nicely. She held her hand out, and he tossed her one of the apples from a small bag. Where he'd found that bag out here, where she knew of no nearby towns, she had no idea. "I see you dragged poor Scandal with you," she pointed out before taking a bite. He glanced over at the big war horse few men dared to ride. Not only was he too big for most, but he was also mean, very mean. "We have an agreement. I ride him as little as possible, and he takes me where I need to go when I have to pretend to be human." "So, did Layla order you to come with me?" "No, she just gave me the nod, and I slipped away when Ragna wasn't looking." "Ragna is always looking, never forget that. Besides, I am dying to meet these other sects you mentioned. They sound fascinating. If any show up, trust me when I say they are definitely our enemies." Quinn stood. "Enemies today, friends tomorrow, especially when a fanatic is trying to kill all of you. And he's doing a damn good job of it. Don't be so negative. I have faith all will balance out in the end." Tossing the core to the ground, Gemma asked, "Why are you staring at me that way, Amachai?" "I have a favor to ask you, but you won't like it. But after the night we've had, I have no choice." "After the night we've had? I'm too tired to slap you around if the request annoys me, so ask away." "I need a hug, and Kier isn't here." Gemma couldn't help but frown. "Are you serious?" "Honestly, more serious than I've ever been." Willing to play along, Gemma swung her leg over her saddle so she was still on it but facing the Amachai. She opened her arms to him and he leaned in, putting his own arms around her and resting his head on her shoulder. At first, Gemma felt very little. She simply gazed off behind Quinn, staring into the trees that lined the pathway. but his heavy head resting on her shoulder and his arms around her back. She thought about all she had lost, but she hadn't lost everything. She still had her family, she still had her friends, and Thomason, Bartholomew, Bryn, and even Joshua had entrusted her with what was left of the Brotherhood. Even this hug was better than nothing. It may have been with one of the most annoying beings in the universe, but he always had her back. He was a damn good fighter. And he was one of the few who knew how to find humor, even at the absolute worst moments. Before Gemma knew it, she was off her horse, and the only thing holding her up was her grip on Quinn's neck and his hold on her waist. "Can we just stay here like this?" Quinn asked. "At least for a few more years?" "Sadly, no." Gemma turned her head to the side and rested it on Quinn's shoulder. "But I think we can at least get away with a few more minutes." "I guess that's something." For now, it would have to be. Part 2. Chapter 14. For 4 days they waited at the appointed location. For 4 days they kept a lookout for any messengers or black crows or white doves with notes tied to their legs. But there was nothing. "Think they're all dead?" Quinn finally had to ask when the 4th day was reaching its end. "I don't know, but I'm ready to leave." She began to pace. While the Amachai had been quite patient, she had grown restless after the 1st day. Mostly because Ragna had given her so little information. How long was Gemma supposed to wait? Days? Weeks? Years? She'd forgotten how frustrating that woman could be to report to. You never knew exactly what she wanted. Sometimes she wanted you to follow your instincts and make solid, logical decisions. Other times, she wanted you to ask follow-up questions, and when you didn't, she assumed you were stupid or trying to take over. Gemma didn't have time to play Ragna's mind games. "Come on, we're leaving." "Now?" "Yes, now." They packed up their saddlebags, mounted their horses, and rode off. They'd only traveled a few miles when lightning struck so close to Gemma's horse that it reared to the side and began to go down. Gemma rolled off so Dagger didn't fall on her legs, possibly crushing one or both. By the time she got back to her feet, she saw more lightning strikes hitting the ground randomly, but there were no clouds in the sky, no rumbles of thunder, no signs of storms. Dagger did fall to his side, but was also unharmed. Gemma got the horse back on his feet and slapped his rump to send him off at a run. Then she pulled her sword and caught the shield that Quinn tossed her. They took cover behind a big tree just as massive winds began to blow. "What's going on?" Quinn yelled over the screaming wind. "A battle of the idiots!" She pointed at 2 black-robed men. "War priests against—" She gestured at 2 young women in flowing white gowns. "Temple virgins!" She leaned around Quinn and motioned to men in bright gray satin robes, the lower halves of their faces covered by black cloth. "Against divine assassins!" "They're not the ones we're supposed to be." "Of course they are." "Perfect. Now what?" "You go out there." "Me? Why the fuck would I go out there?" "You said centaurs can't be touched by magics, right?" "Charms, curses, spells, they don't harm my kind. But bolts of lightning and massive windstorms and—" They silently watched an elk spin by, carried by the insane wind one of the fighting pairs had unleashed. "Yeah," Quinn admitted, still watching that poor elk. "I can't fight that." Ragna couldn't believe how easy it was to walk into the Queen's castle. No one stopped her. No one questioned her. Her army was still several leagues away, but she wanted to see what she was dealing with before bringing her monk knights here. Of course, she was wrapped in the robes of a healer nun. But still, during wartime, questions should be asked. But no, nothing.
Disgusted by the lack of castle security, she turned to walk back out, but stopped when a metal hammer hit her in the back of the leg.
"Who dares invade my queendom, foul beast?"
Ragna looked down at the chubby child attacking her with what appeared to be a baby-sized blacksmith hammer.
"Speak, before I destroy you and all you love."
Sorry. An older child ran into the hall and grabbed at the hammer, but the younger one ran around Ragna, using her as a shield.
"Give me that hammer, you little cretin. Come get it, demon. Mom, Endelion is threatening the nuns again with her hammer."
"Your mom is at the forge," someone yelled back from deep within the castle. "Want me to get your father?" The elder girl rolled her eyes.
"Don't bother." "Ha! No one will stop me, for I am ruler of Oof!"
A little boy near the age of the younger girl tackled her to the ground with such force that Ragna wondered if he'd possibly broken her bones. He yanked the hammer from the child's hand, waved it in her face, then ran from her. The girl scrambled to her feet and went after her brother, screaming,
"I cannot rule without my hammer! Give me back my hammer!"
"Sorry, sister," the older girl said with a quick curtsy before she followed the smaller children. Now Ragna was doubly disgusted. A child taking care of a child? Who was overseeing this place? Who was on guard? And where was this precious Queen Keeley she'd been hearing so much about? "Can't you fight them with your own magics?" Quinn asked as the winds finally died down but the lightning strikes increased. "What magics?" "You're a war monk. I raise the dead. Is that all you can do?" "No, of course not." Gemma shrugged. "But studying magics never interested me as much as my combat lessons." "So what can you use against them?" "Well, I can throw enemies around a little bit. I can, The pause went on for so long that Quinn finally snapped, "That's it? Not so loud." "Ragna sent you here alone to prove a point, didn't she?" Quinn guessed, "because I honestly don't know how we're going to handle these people without any magic skills at our fingertips. No wonder she didn't stop me from riding after you." "Oh, calm down. We just need to distract them. That's all you ever need to do with magic. Distract those wielding it." "And how do you propose we do that, O brilliant one?" The fight behind them began to pick up again. Boulders flying, lightning striking, the wind increasing once more. That's when Gemma spotted the elk again. Quinn saw her smile, and he immediately shook his head. "No," he said. "Nope, we're not using him. He's perfect. The fact that he survived the first round is enough. We're not torturing that poor animal again." "Don't be a big baby. Stop going out of your way to be the opposite of Keeley, because we both know your sister would never do this." "Fine," she said, no longer smiling, but smirking at his expense. "You know what that leaves us." "Yes," he snapped. "I'm aware." Ragna decided to search the queen out. She'd heard the new royal had started off as a blacksmith, so she headed first to the forge. There she found a big-shouldered woman who matched the description of Queen Keeley. Long, dark hair, giant shoulders, large muscles, and a way with steel. When Ragna entered the forge, the woman held up a sword that had the monk pausing for a moment. She'd never seen such a beautiful weapon. It was true. She preferred her weapons plain and deadly. She didn't need fancy markings on the blade or jewels on the hilt. She was a monk, after all. But still, that sword was a thing of beauty. "Queen Keeley?" Ragna asked. The woman laughed. "Sorry, sister, you're looking for my daughter. Anyone seen me, girl?" she called out to the other blacksmiths and apprentices working with her. When the answers were all no, the woman tossed that beautiful weapon into a barrel filled with other beautiful swords. "I'm sure she's around somewhere, though, sister." "You're the Queen Mother?"
Ragna had to ask. "Guess I am," she said with another laugh, turning back to her forge and all that heat. Ragna was a few feet away from the forge when she heard a bellowed, "Oi!" She froze, her shoulders locking, left eye twitching. Had the Queen Mother just oyed her? Looking over her shoulder, she said, "Yes, Your Highness?" "Try that unfinished building over on the east lawn, yeah? She might be over there. That's where the pack stays." "The pack?" "Of her wolves, that's where they've started keeping their pups the last few days, since the dwarfs don't seem to mind 'em." "Dwarves?" "Yeah, you'll probably find her there." Ragna forced a polite, saintly smile. "Thank you." "Sure," the royal said with a hammer wave before disappearing back into her forge. "This is humiliating," Quinn complained, arms folded across his massive chainmail-covered chest. "I know," Gemma soothed. "I know." "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" he accused. "You're enjoying my humiliation." "Of course not, but I don't see any other option." As if to push that point home, the elk leaned up against Quinn as he fearlessly grazed on the grass at the centaur's feet. "You're both in on this together, aren't you?" "That's silly." Gemma grabbed Quinn's hand and gazed deeply into his eyes. "Now, you just need to trust me." "Except you know I don't trust you." "That's what makes this so wonderful." Ragna headed east until she found a half-finished building. There was a lot of hammering coming from inside, so she entered. Although she could hear continued work, Ragna saw only two people inside the main room. One was another big-shouldered woman with massive muscles exposed by a sleeveless shirt and a long dark braid that reached down her back. She was facing away from Ragna and was deep in conversation with a monk, a pacifist monk based on his bright yellow robes. Robes so bright, Ragna felt as if she was gazing directly into one of the suns. She felt an urge to shield her eyes. She didn't want to interrupt the hushed conversation going on between the pair, so she patiently waited. Examining the building she was in, she wondered if it was being built or destroyed. She wasn't sure. There were stone pieces of rubble littering the floor, as if someone had already come in and knocked parts of the walls down. Hammering continued in distant parts of the building, but Ragna saw no evidence of builders or stonemasons wandering around. Perhaps they were avoiding the Queen. Which begged the question, could the Queen not find a better place to have her conversation with the monk? Finally, Ragna spotted the first sign of the pack that the Queen Mother had mentioned. 2 wolf pups scrambled through the rubble before climbing into the Queen's lap. She'd thought the Queen Mother had meant dogs, but Ragna had known some royals who made wild animals their pets, wolves or jungle cats, or sometimes the occasional bear, although that was always risky. But these wild wolf pups didn't interrupt the Queen's flowing conversation with the peace monk, even when one of them climbed up her bare arm onto her shoulder. The pup pawed at stray hairs hanging from her braid, rubbed its face into her neck, and licked her ear